Here we go. We're beginning with Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the air.
Theater on the air. The Columbia Broadcasting System brings you the 15th program in its weekly dramatic series featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the air, the brilliant producing company which has been acclaimed by critics throughout the nation for giving to radio the same new stimulus they brought to Broadway. This evening, our play is an adaptation of a modern classic, Booth Tarkington's 17, with Orson Welles in the part of William Sylvanus Baxter. But first, a word from the director of the Mercury Theatre, the writer, star, and producer of these broadcasts, Orson Welles.
No man can explain the mystery and misery of being 17. That period which is almost a full stop in the involved sentence of a man's life. When every man's universe has growing pains, and every man is his own Hamlet. Booth Tarkington has left us a perspective of this sharp condition of human agony, so true and brutal and beguiling, that posterity will understand William Sylvanus Baxter long after a new and easy world has forever abolished the institution of adolescence.
My name's Parcher, Henry Parcher. I live on Maple Street, number 42. Wife and one daughter, May, 18 years old. On one side of us is Doc Watson's house, vacant now. On the other is George Baxter's, Mr. and Mrs. and two children. Little girl about 10, I forget her name. Boy Willie, 17. Just now we've got a visitor, a friend of May's, staying with us. Lola Pratt. Talks baby talk. Well, I guess we can stand it for a weekend. Anyway, the young folks don't stay around the house these days. In this town, they spend most of their time at the Main Street Pharmacy.
Hi, Ray.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, man. How's Craig?
Oh, nothing new. Town's dead.
Well, Mr. Baxter, what'll it be?
Make it a banana split, Ray.
Yours, Mr. Bullitt?
Same.
Wow. The boys must be flesh today.
Oh, we got enough. Let me call you sweetheart. Love, always love. Why can't songwriters write something about something else?
They will. I heard May Parcher has come back to town yesterday.
Well, let her for all I care.
Well, they say she's brought a girl to visit her. Said she was a regular ring-dinger.
What if she is? Makes little difference to me, I guess.
Oh, no, it don't. You don't take any interest in girls. Oh, no.
No, I do not. I never saw one in my life. I cared whether she lived or died.
Honest? Honest, is that so?
Yeah, honest. They could all die. I wouldn't notice.
Oh, I didn't know you felt that way about it, Will. I always thought you were kind of...
Well, I do feel that way about him. You can tell him so from me if you want to.
Say, would you look what's walking down the street? Isn't that May Parcher?
Yeah. Say, who's that with her? Carrying the parasol and the little dog.
Well, that must be the girl. Isn't she a ring-dinger?
Hey, Will. Joe, don't you want your splits? To my lady, with the little dog. I do not know her name, though it would be the same where roses bloom at twilight and the lark takes his flight. So I will call her Milady. By the sands of the sea, she will always be just Milady to me. William Sylvanus Baxter, Esquire, July 14th. Ye gods.
Willie, Mama wants you.
Oh, go away, Jane.
Willie.
What do you want?
Willie, Mama wants you. Wants you to go home, Genesis, bring some wash tubs home, and a tin clothes boiler from the second-hand man store.
What?
She wants you to hurry, and I got some bread and butter and applesauce and sugar for coming to tell you.
Oh, go away, will you, Jane? Go on.
Willie, open the door, please.
All right, Mother. Carry wash tubs. That's a nice thing to ask me to do. Ye gods, you think Joe Bullis, Mother, would dare to...
Wait, dear. I just want to explain.
Explain, ye gods!
Now, just a minute, Willie. What I wanted to explain was why it's necessary for you to go with Genesis.
Mother, you expect me to walk through the public streets with that awful-looking old colored man?
Well, Genesis isn't old, is he, Mama?
Well, he is so old. Besides, he's practically in rags, and he doesn't even wear an undershirt.
Now, who on earth minds what Genesis wears or doesn't wear?
Second-hand wash tubs and tin clothes boilers. That's what you want your son to carry through the public streets in broad daylight. Ye gods!
Well, there isn't anybody else. Now, please don't rave so, Willie, and don't say ye gods so much. It really isn't nice. Now, I'm sure nobody will notice you.
Nobody? Oh, no, nobody except the whole town. Why... When there's anything disgusting has to be done in this family, why do I always have to be the one? Mother, why can't Genesis bring the second-hand wash tubs without me? Why can't the second-hand store deliver them? Why
The
can't...
second-hand store doesn't deliver things. And Genesis says he can't possibly carry 2 tubs and a wash boiler himself. Now, I don't like to ask you, but it really isn't much. You and Genesis can just slip up there and...
Just slip up there. Ye gods!
Oh, really, Willie, it isn't worth your making all this fuss
Oh,
about.
no, it's nothing. Nothing at all.
And, Willie, dear, on your way downtown, you might tell the tailor to call for your father's full-dress suit. He hasn't worn it in 4 months. It's too tight for him. Needs to be altered.
Ye gods, do I have to do everything in this house? Ye gods!
Mama, what's the matter with Willie?
Well, you see, dear, he's 17.
Land sakes, Mr. William, watch out. You can't see where you're going with that tin boil over your head.
I don't want to see, and I don't want to be seen.
You sure is fixing to get run over.
Well, carry the big tub between us like this, and you can guide me. Now, come on, Genesis. Say, is that muddy you're still following us?
Sure is. Clem never stopped following me yet. I reckon it's the followingest dog in the world.
Well, he can... Oh, don't let him follow through the streets. Not a moth-eating mongrel like that. It's bad enough to be seen carrying all this junk.
Man, sakes, ain't nobody can tell who you are with that wash tub over your face.
Genesis, make that dog scat,
Ain't
please.
nobody to make that dog scat. I ain't had it more than 2 weeks, but I don't believe President of the United States make that dog quit following.
Well, keep him as far back as you can so people won't know it's us he's following.
Go on, Clem. Stay back, dog. Hey, careful, Mr. William. He's crossing the street.
You tell me if anything's coming.
Oh, well, road's clear. Come on.
All right. Where roses bloom at twilight, and the lark takes his flight by the sands of the sea, she'll always be...
What makes you reciting this, William?
Oh, just something I made up.
It sounds kind of like a poem.
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
Macy, the funny condiments to the supplements too. No, they'll hear you.
Hey, what's behind this?
There's 2 young ladies. One's got yellow hair and kind of pretty. Kind of funny little dog. Looks like a caterpillar. Expect Clem could eat him in one swallow.
Now, the dance office must have dollar nickel rotten.
Now she got that little bird walking.
Hurry, Genesis, hurry.
Hey, what you in such a rush for? I got plenty of time.
How close are they, Genesis?
And ladies, About 20 feet. Mr. Williams, stop pulling on this tub. My handle's most wore through my hide.
Lola, you better not let Floppet near that awful-looking dog.
Little dog better not mix with old man Clem. He...
Doggy must belong to Sonny Laundryman. Stay near me, precious Floppet.
Hurry up.
Here, Floppet. Dirty dog. You stop that horrible dog. I'll have you arrested.
Yeah, precious darling, come to Mama.
Is he all right, Lola?
Isn't it hard to beat him so sloppy? Hey, you!
Me, ma'am?
Where's that other laundryman? It's his dog, isn't it?
Laundry, ma'am? What? He ain't no
I'd like to get my hands on him. I'd have him arrested. Tom, precious. Don't Mom make him more white and precious sloppy?
Oh, Miss Willie. Miss Willie. You come behind that hedge now. He's gone. We better be getting along home with these tubs.
Oh, Genesis. Isn't she wonderful? Hey, Genesis, did you ever see anyone like her, Genesis? Huh?
I said a week ago this was my house, it was a gross exaggeration. My daughter's guest, Miss Lola Pratt, now occupies the house. She and a pack of boys that follow her like flies after honey. The worst of the bunch is that Baxter boy, the one with the cracked tenor. Every night he sits on my porch in a full-dress suit. It's pretty big for him, and I'll bet it's his old man's. While I lie here on my bed, which is about all the space left me in my own house, trying to sleep, but it's no use. I used to think the katydids were the dullest insects you had to listen to on a summer night, but that was before Miss Pratt moved in on us.
Willie, you don't have to be so quiet just because you're so indifferent.
Oh, but I'm not indifferent, Miss Pratt. Honest, I'm not.
Oh, but Josie Joe says you're indifferent. Ichabod Baxter is indifferent, isn't he, sweetest Floppet? Isn't he a mean old wicked thing, precious Floppet?
Well, I suppose I am indifferent to most girls.
Lola forgives him if Ichabod Baxter make imitation of Darling Floppet again. Darling Floppet, look.
Oh, my soul.
More. Again, Ichabod Baxter. How did he learn such marvelous imitations of Darling Floppet? He ought to go on the big stage and be a really actor. Wouldn't he, Darling Floppet? He could make millions and millions of dollars. Couldn't he, Darling Floppet?
Oh, I hardly would care to adopt the stage for a career. Would you?
It's my dream.
It was wonderful of you to say that to me. I shall never forget it. You would make a glorious actress.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Huh? Ichabod Baxter times Slowbox us, Ton and Floppet. Naughty Floppet.
No, I mean it, but...
But what comes?
What do you think about actors and actresses making love to each other on the stage? Do you think they have to really feel it, or do they just pretend?
Well, sometimes one way, sometimes the other.
Yes, but how can they pretend like that? Don't you think love is a sacred thing, Miss Pratt?
Yes?
I do. I think love is the most sacred thing there is. I don't mean some kinds of love. I mean real love. You take some people. I don't believe they even know what real love means. They talk about it maybe, but they don't understand that love is something nobody can understand unless they feel it. And if they don't understand it, they don't feel it. Don't you think so?
Yes? You talk so beautiful.
Love is something nobody can ever have but one time in their lives, and if they don't have it then, why, probably they never will. Don't you think so?
Yes?
I think real love is sacred, don't you?
Yes?
Don't you think love is the most sacred thing there is? That is, if it's real love?
Yes?
I do. I'm glad you feel that like that, because I think real love is the kind nobody could have but just once in their lives, because the real love a man feels for a girl and a girl for a man, if they really love each other, and you look at a case like that, of course they would both love each other. It wouldn't be real love. Well, what I say is, if it's real love, well, it's sacred, because I think that kind of love is always sacred. Don't you think love is sacred if it's the real thing?
Yes, Tickle Boy Baxter. Do flop it again. Say flop it.
He is Floppet.
Jane.
Oh, do I have to practice much longer, Mother?
Until your hour's up. Now try it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
You've got to do something about that child. I cannot stand it.
Oh, you've been gone all morning, Willie. I thought your father mentioned at breakfast that he expected you to put in at least 2 hours a day on your geometry.
That's neither here nor there. Mother, I just want to say this. If you don't want to do something about Jane, I will. Just look at her. I ask you, that's the way she looked half an hour ago out on the public sidewalk in front of the house when I came by here with Miss Pratt. That was pleasant, wasn't it, to be walking with a lady on the public street and meet a member of my family looking like that? Oh, lovely.
Now, Jane doesn't look so disreputable. Come, Willie, you're interrupting her piano lesson.
Wait till I tell you the rest. Then she hollered at me, Mother. She hollered, "Oh, Willie!" She hollered, "Oh, Willie!" at me. Anybody'd think I was about 6 years old. She hollered, "Oh, Willie," and she rubbed her stomach and slushed applesauce all over her face, and she kept hollering, "Willie," with her mouth full. "Willie, look, good bread and butter and applesauce and sugar. I bet you wish you had some. Willie."
Well, you did eat some the other day. You ate a whole lot. You eat it every chance you get.
Now, you hush up. She kept following us, Mother. She followed us, hollering, "Willie," till it's a wonder we didn't go deep. And just look at her, Mother. I don't see how you can stand it to have her going around like that and people knowing it's your child. Why, she hasn't got enough on.
Well, for this very hot weather, I really don't think people notice or care much
Notice?
about...
I guess Miss Pratt noticed. Hot weather's no excuse for outright obesity. I ask you to look at her back. You can see her spinal cord.
Spinal column, Willie.
Well, what do I care which is it? People aren't supposed to go around with it exposed, whichever it is, with applesauce on their ears.
Well, there is not.
Look, I just ask you to look. That's the sight I have to meet when I'm out walking with Miss Pratt. She asked me who it was, and... Mother, I wish you'd seen her face. She wanted to know who that curious child was, and I'm glad you didn't hear the way she said it. "Who is that curious child?" she said, and I had to tell her it was my sister. I had to tell Miss Pratt it was my only sister.
Willie, who is Miss Pratt? I don't think I've ever heard of
Willie's masked on her, and she wears 4 side curls. One almost came off. She's visiting Miss May Parcher. But the Parchers are awful tired of her. They wish she'd go home, but they don't like to tell her so.
Now, if you don't punish her, it's because you've lost your sense of duty.
Now, wait, Willie. Jane doesn't mean to hurt your feelings.
My feelings? You stand there and allow her to speak as she did of one of the noblest. One of the noblest.
Oh, Jane didn't mean anything. Now, don't get so upset about things,
Upset!
Willie.
Upset, ye gods!
What made you say that? Where did you hear such things?
Well, I was there.
You were where, Jane?
At the Parchers.
Oh, I see.
Yesterday afternoon, Miss Parcher had the Sunday school class for lemonade and cookies.
Well, did you hear Miss Parcher
No,
say?
I ate too many cookies, I guess, maybe. Anyways, Miss Parcher said I better lay down.
Lie down.
Yes'm, on the sofa in the library. And Mrs. Parcher and Mr. Parcher came in there and sat down after a while. And it was kind of dark, and they didn't hardly notice me. And Mr. Parcher said since Miss Pratt came to visit, there wasn't anywhere he could go because, Willie Baxter and Johnny Watson and Joe Bullitt and Miss Pratt were always arguing something about love. It made him just sick at the stomach. And he said Willie was the worst.
What?
And he said he couldn't sit even in the library, but he had to hear either Willie Baxter or Joe Bullitt or somebody or other arguing about love. He said, Mama, he said he couldn't stand those...
James, you mustn't say such things.
Well, I didn't, Mama. Mr. Parker said it. He said you couldn't stand those...
James, no matter what he said, you mustn't repeat.
But I'm not. I only said Mr. Parker said he couldn't stand those... But, Mama, how can I tell you what he said?
Hush. You must never, never use such a terrible and wicked word.
I won't, Mama. Oh, I know I'll say word instead. Won't that be all right?
I suppose so.
Well, Mr. Parker said he couldn't stand those word boys. That sounds all right, doesn't it, Mama?
I suppose so.
Well, they kind of talked along. Mr. Parker said when he was young, he wasn't any such a word fool as these young word fools were. He said in all his born days, Willie Baxter was the wordest fool he ever saw.
That was very unjust and very wrong of Mr. Parker.
Mrs. Parker said he oughtn't to say word, Mama. She said, hush, hush to him, Mama. He talked like this, Mama. He said, I'll be worded if I stand it. And he kept getting crosser and crosser, and he said, word, word, word.
There, that will do, Jane. We'll go on with your practicing. Now try that exercise again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1. Jabber, 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 jabber. On and on. That's the way these young folks talk. Same things over every night like finger exercises. No sense, no rhyme, no reason. Just jabber, 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 jabber. Wonder what they find to talk about.
Genesis, I want to ask you something.
What's that, Mr. Willie? Seems like this ice cream ain't never gonna freeze.
Genesis, how old were you when you were married?
Well, sir, I had 3 children when I was 20. I had 2 when I was 18.
You did?
Go away, Jane. Genesis, how old were you when you had the first one?
I was just your age, Miss William. Yes, sir, I was 17.
Well, Genesis, what became of the one that was born when you were 17?
Well, Miss Willis, I never did know.
Was it a boy or a girl?
It seemed like it must have been a boy, Miss Jane.
Well, did it die?
I think it must be dead by now. A good many of them dead. What I knows is dead. Yes, I reckon so.
Genesis, how old were you when you were married?
Me? Well, that depends. I recollect I was married once in Louisville.
Well, I heard of people getting married even younger than you were. Yeah, you take India, for instance. Why, they get married in India when they're 12 and even 7 and 8 years old.
Oh, they do not. The mothers and fathers wouldn't let them, and they wouldn't want to anyway.
I suppose you've been to India and know all about it. Well, the matter of that, there was a young couple got married in Pennsylvania the other day. The girl was only 15 and the man was 16. It was in the papers, and their parents consented and said it was a good thing. And there was a case in Fall River, Massachusetts, where the young man, 18 years old, married a woman 41 years old. It was in the papers, too. And I heard of another case somewhere in Iowa. A boy began shaving when he was 13 and shaved every day for 4 years. Now he's got a full beard, and he's going to get married this year because he's 18 years old. And Joe Bullitt's got a cousin in Iowa that knows about this case. He knows the girl this fellow with the beard's going to marry, and he says he expects it'll turn out the best thing could have happened. And right here in our own county, there were 11 couples married in the last 6 months under 21 years of age.
My goodness, how you collect all them facts, Miss Willie? Land name. What puzzles me is how you remember them after you didn't collect them. If it was me now, I couldn't collect them in the first place, and even if I could, it wouldn't be no good to me because I couldn't recollect them.
Well, it isn't so hard if you kind of get the hang of it, Genesis. I always did have a pretty good memory.
Oh, Mama says you're the most forgetful boy she ever heard of. Says you can't remember anything 2 minutes.
Oh, you hush. Genesis, do you remember when you were married? Genesis? Genesis, how'd you feel about it? I mean, were you Sort of shaky, for instance? As if you were taking an important step in life?
Let me see. I felt mighty shaky once, I recollect. That time a man started shooting at me from behind a snake fence.
Shooting at you, Mr. Genesis? What'd you do that for?
Nothing in the wide world. Bound to shoot at somebody, and they pick on me because I was the handiest. Well, ice cream and all, Fres. Think I better throw it in the kitchen.
He must have been 16
When, Willie?
when he was married. Things you don't understand. You run in the house. Go on, Jane. Go on.
Between Willie Baxter, Lola Pratt, and the heat, I'm slowly losing my reason. This morning, I discovered my tobacco box behind a bench in the backyard. When I took the lid off the box, I found a faded rose, a girl's silver shoe buckle, a tortoiseshell hairpin, white ribbon faintly smelling of violets, 3 withered 4-leaf clovers, other vegetation now indistinguishable, and a note on lavender paper addressed to Ickle Boy Baxter. What ickle sanity I still have left, I owe to the sudden appearance this evening of a small, frank-faced child, munching on a piece of bread and butter, applesauce, and powdered sugar.
Mr. Parcher. Mr. Parcher. Good afternoon, Mr. Parcher.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Parcher, my brother Willie's been at your house all afternoon.
I suppose so.
Listen, Mr. Parcher, my brother Willie isn't coming back to your house tonight, but he doesn't know it yet.
What?
Willie isn't going to spend any more evenings at your house at all. He isn't, but he doesn't know it yet.
Are you sure he isn't?
I know he isn't. On account of something I told Mama.
Told your mama what?
What you said.
What about?
About Willie. You know.
No, I don't.
It was when I was laying in the library that day of the Sunday school class. You and Mrs. Parcher was talking in there about Miss Pratt and Willie and everything.
Good heavens, did you hear all that?
Yes, I told Mama all what you said.
Murder.
Well, I guess it's good I did because, look, that's the very reason Mama did something so he can't come anymore except in daytime. But he hasn't found out yet.
Found out what, please?
He hasn't found out he can't come back to your house tonight, nor tomorrow night, nor day after tomorrow night.
Is it because your mama's going to tell him he can't?
No, Mr. Parcher. She just did something.
Huh? What? What'd she do?
Well, it's a secret. Oh, I could tell you the first part of it, up to where the secret begins, I expect.
Do.
Well, it's about something Willie's been wearing. I can't tell you what you were because, well, that's the secret. But he had 'em on him every evening when he came to see Miss Pratt. They belong to Papa, and Papa doesn't know a word about it.
Yeah, I thought he didn't.
Well, one evening Papa wanted to put 'em on. Mama couldn't find 'em, and she rummaged and never did find 'em. Until, don't you believe, I saw Willie inside of 'em only last night. So I told Mama, and she said it had to be a secret. So that's why I can't tell you what they were. Well, this afternoon I was with her in Willie's room, and...
Yes.
So there she found them under Willie's window seat, all folded up.
You found what?
Well, I told you it's a secret.
Oh.
So she wrapped the secret up, and we took it to a tailor. And she told him to make it bigger, because then it'll fit Pop again, Mr. Patcher. She said he must let the secret way out. So I guess Willie'd look kind of funny in it after it's fixed. And anyway, Mr. Parcher, the secret won't be home from the tailor's for 2 weeks, and maybe by that time Miss Pratt will be gone.
Do you honestly think so?
Well, anyway, Mr. Parcher, Mama said... Well, she said she's sure Willie wouldn't come here in the evening anymore. When you're home, Mr. Parcher, after you've been wearing the secret every night this way, you wouldn't like to come and not have the secret on.
I suppose that's what you meant when you said he wasn't coming back, but didn't know it yet.
Oh, yes, Mr. Parcher.
I know your last name, of course, but I'm afraid I've forgotten your other one.
Well, it's Jane.
Jane. Jane, I should like to do something for you.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Parcher. Well, I guess I'm from home now. Goodbye, Mr. Parcher.
Goodbye, Jane. I'm afraid little Jane has her first beau. A gentleman is going to send her a 5-pound box of candy, and that gentleman's name is Henry Parcher.
You are listening to a CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in an original adaptation of Booth Tarkington's 17. The performance will continue after a brief intermission. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, we've got still a new boarder at the Parcher house. Beside Lola Pratt and her usual string, there's Joe Bullett's cousin George from out of town. George has an excellent appetite. He's going out today with a crowd on a picnic. Well, we'll have one meal in peace.
How it pains, up and down the system, when it rains.
Oh, boy! Pass the corn, Johnny.
Hey, I want some of those cucumber pickles.
Say, who's hiding the gravy?
Joe just wants his fork. Got an extra fork, anybody?
Oh, somebody lost his girlfriend. Hey, has anybody seen Willie Baxter's girl?
You think Willie was at a funeral?
hush your mouth.
Joe Bullet looks kind of sick, too. What you voting for, Joe?
Stop teasing him, boy.
Hey, why aren't you sitting next to Lola, Willie?
God, dry up, will you? She looks kind of occupied. Joe Cousin's rushing her. Pass the chicken, will you, man?
You've had 3 helpings already. Why aren't you eating, Willie?
Oh, 'cause I'm not hungry, that's why. Me, I can't keep up with Joe's cousin. Look at that George eat. What did you have to invite the big lummox for, Joe?
How did I know George was going to hog Lola and eat his fool head off? Oh, look at that goop. I tell you, I'm going to...
Floppet want to snuggle J, big man? Want to hold it or Floppet, Uncle George?
Why, you bet I do, Lola. Dogs are always crazy about me. Dogs and children. I don't know why it is, but they just take right to little Georgie.
Floppet looks so tootin' tunnin' on J, big enormous man's lap.
Well, he does look kind of small compared with good old George. Well, I always was a good deal bigger than the fellas I went with. I don't know why it is, but I was always kind of quicker, too, as it were. Take me in an automobile now. I got a racing car home.
Ooh, Georgia can drive like J, big racing man.
Lola, I'd like to have you see how I handle that little racing car. Girls over home, they say they like to go out with me just to watch the way I handle it. They say it ain't so much just the ride, but more the way I handle that little car. Yes, I don't know why it is, but that's what they say. Oh, pass me more potatoes, Lola.
Ooh, Echo Floppet, watch Uncle Georgia can eat enormous dinner.
Why, you haven't seen me start. Hey, here, don't take out that pie. I'll finish the platter.
Oh, look, precious Floppet. And J, big George eats 3 pieces of pie. And 2 Georgicums.
Well, I only wish I had something to top it off with, like champagne or ice cream.
How'd you like a smoke, George?
Oh, say, I don't smoke papers and old carpets. Not me.
Oh, but cigarettes so lovely smell. Uncle George made it too little boy for smoking.
Oh, now it's not that, Lola. I only smoke cigars.
Cigars? Oh, splendid. Light one, Uncle George. Light one ever and ever so quick.
Oh, well, yeah, I forgot my cigar case.
Hey, George, here's some cigars. Cuban Sweetheart.
Oh, Cuban Sweetheart. Floppet just thinks. Cuban Sweetheart.
Thanks, Baxter.
Light one. Light one. Look, everybody. Great big man can't be happy unless they have a tobacco smoke. Light it, Georgicum.
Oh, boy, that's good. That's the old stuff. That's what I was looking for.
Watch, everybody. Now, Georgicum, drape big enormous puffs. That's it. Now, another one. Another one.
Sure. These are fine.
Another one, Georgicum. Drape big enormous puffs. Puff hard, Georgicum. Another one.
Just a second, I...
Don't stop, Georgicum. Make drape big puffs for precious Floppet.
But I can't. I guess I better go outside for a minute. Just a minute.
What's wrong with George? Is he sick?
See how pale he got?
Come on, Willie. We got to take care of him. Maybe he needs a doctor.
Ah, you take care of him. The big lummox is your cousin.
Echo Boy Baxter.
Yes, Lola.
Come here. You don't ever talk to little Lola. So indifferent today.
Well, Lola, gee whiz,
Then let's talk about it. Here, take Precious Floppet. Hold him nice and cozy. Floppet love old friends best, don't you, Precious? Floppet love little boy Baxter better than anyone else. Kiss him, Floppet.
Well, I guess the happy day's in sight. Saturday night, we're giving a farewell party at the Parcher household for Lola Pratt, our weekend guest, who stayed for the summer. Never has a party meant so much to me as this one. Farewell party, farewell Lola, farewell silly boys, mixed quartets, farewell Willie Baxter, farewell party.
Father.
Yes, Willie?
Dear me, Willie, you do look pale. You better rest up for the party Saturday.
Father. Father.
I suppose you got Miss Pratt safely home from church. She might have been carried off by footpads if you three boys hadn't been along to take care of her, huh?
Father, I have come to...
What on earth's the matter with you?
Father, I have come to place before you something I think it's your duty as my father to undertake, and I have thought over this step before laying it before you.
My soul.
At my age, there's some things that ought to be done and some things that ought not to be done. If you ask me what I thought ought to be done, there's only one answer. When anybody as old as I am has to go out among other young men his own age that already got one, like anyway half of them have, who I go with, and their fathers have already taken such a step because they felt it was the only right thing to do, because at my age and the young men I go with's age, it is the only right thing to do, because that is something nobody could deny. At my age, I have thought over this step because there comes a time to every young man when they must lay a step before their father before something happens that they would be sorry for. I have thought this undertaking over, and I am certain it would be your honest duty...
My soul. I thought I knew you pretty well, but you talk like a stranger to me. Now, what's all this? What do you want?
A dress suit.
A dress suit? Well, I'm glad you're talking about something, because I honestly thought it must be too much sun.
Father, I got to have one.
Got you? At your age, I thought I was lucky if I had any suit that was fit to be seen in. You're too young, Willie. I don't want you to get anything like that on such stuff on your mind, and if I have my way, you won't have a dress suit for 4 years more, anyhow.
Father, I got to have one. I got to have one right away. I don't ask you to have it made or to go to expensive tailors, but there's plenty of good ready-made ones that only cost about $40. They're advertised in the paper. Father, wouldn't you spend just $40? I'll pay it back when I'm in business. I'll work.
Not the money, son. It's the principle that I'm standing for, and I don't intend...
Father, won't you do it?
No, I will not.
Oh, ye gods!
Poor boy. He won't feel like going to the party in his everyday clothes.
Poor boy, nothing. Think of his coming out here and starting a regular debating society declamation before his mother and father. I guess he can wear the kind of clothes most of the other boys wear. What's the world getting to be like? 17 years old and throws a fit because he can't have a dress suit.
Mother.
My, Willie, dear, you look worn out. What's the matter?
Mother, I want to speak to you.
Well, first you better eat your supper. I left it on the table.
I want to speak to you about something important.
Yes, Willie?
Oh, please send Jane away. I can't talk about important things with a child in the room.
Oh, Mama, do I have to go?
Just a few minutes, dear.
Mother. Mother, I want to ask you please to lend me $3.60.
What for, Willie?
Mother, I just asked you to lend me $3.60.
But what for?
Mother, I don't feel I can discuss it any. I simply ask you, will you lend me $3.60?
I don't think I could, Willie, but certainly I should want to know what for.
Mother, I am going on 18 years of age, and when I ask for a small sum of money like $3.60, I think I might be trusted to know how to use it for my own good without having to answer questions like a child. And after all...
I don't think I ought to, dear, and I'm sure your father wouldn't wish me to unless you tell me what you want it for.
You won't do it.
Well, you see, dear, I'm afraid the reason you don't tell me is because you know that I wouldn't give it to you if I knew what you wanted it for. Now, sit down and eat your supper. You mustn't be late to the party. But, well, Willie, where are you going?
I don't want any supper, and I'm not going to the party.
Well, of all things.
Oh, Mama.
Yes, Jane?
I was hiding behind the door so I could hear everything.
Now, Jane, you know you shouldn't do that.
But, Mama, I had to. I know why Willie asked you for the money. Genesis told me.
Jane, what did Genesis tell you?
First of all, Willie didn't come home today because he was counting knotholes and shingles.
He was what?
Yes'm. Genesis knows all about it. This lumberyard man got into some kind of a fuss because he had bought millions and millions of shingles, Mama, that had too many knots in. And the man don't want to pay for 'em, or else the store he bought 'em won't take 'em back. And they got to prove how many shingles are bad shingles or something. And anyway, Mama, that's what Willie's doing. Every time he comes to a bad shingle, Mama, he puts it somewhere else. And every time he puts 1,000 bad shingles in this other place, they give him 6 cents.
Good gracious.
Oh, but that's nothing, Mama. Just wait till you hear the rest. That part of it isn't anything at all, Mama. You wouldn't hardly notice that part of it if you knew the other part of it, Mama.
Jane.
Yes'm?
I want to know everything Genesis told you, and I want you to tell it as quickly as you can.
Well, I am telling it, Mama. I'm just beginning to tell it. I can't tell it unless there's a beginning, can I?
Try your best to go on, Jane.
Yes'm. Well, Willie needed some money bad, and you and Papa wouldn't give him any. And so he began counting shingles today, because tonight's his night of a party, and he just has to have it.
Well, how did Genesis know that? Did Willie tell Genesis?
Listen, Mama. Genesis knows all about a second-hand store over on the Avenue, and it keeps most everything. And Genesis says it's the nicest store. And Genesis says this man is the bargainest man in the whole wide world, Mama. Well, and so this man's name is One-Eyed Belgis, Mama. That's his name, and Genesis says so. One-Eyed Belgis told Genesis that Willie came in there and tried on the coat of one of those waiter suits.
Oh, no.
Yes'm. And One-Eyed Belgis told Willie that suit was worth $14. And Willie said he didn't have any money. Well, and so they bargained and bargained and bargained. And then after they bargained and bargained, One-Eyed Belgis said Willie should give him $3.60 for Willie to pay before he'd get the suit. Well, and so the worst part of it is, Genesis says the suit is haunted.
What?
Yes'm. Genesis says that suit is haunted. Genesis says everybody over on the Avenue knows all about that suit. And he says that's why One-Eyed Belgis could never sell it before. Genesis says One-Eyed Belgis tried to sell it to a colored man for $3. The man said he wouldn't put it on for $300. And Genesis says he wouldn't either, because it belonged to a waiter that... Mama, this waiter, he lived over on the Avenue. And he took a case knife he sharpened, and he cut off a lady's head with it. And he got hung, Mama. If you don't believe it, you can ask One-Eyed Belgis. I guess he knows.
Hush.
And he sold this suit to One-Eyed Belgis when he was in jail, Mama. He sold it to him before he got hung, Mama.
Hush, Jane.
And he had that suit on when he cut the lady's head off, Mama. And that's why it's haunted. They cleaned it all up except for a few little spots of blood.
Jane, you must not talk about such things. And Genesis mustn't tell you stories of that sort.
Well, how could he help it if he told me about Willie?
Never mind. Did that crazy child... Did Willie bring that suit into this house?
Yes, Mama.
Well, I'm going right down to Mr. Belgis's. He'll turn back Willie's money or I'll have him arrested.
Arrested? Mama, can I go along?
No, you stay here and finish the dishes. Oh, dear. Jane, yesterday I took your papa's evening clothes back to the tailor to get them pressed, and, well, I guess he must have misunderstood because he took them way in again, and now they're much too tight for Papa. They just about fit Willie, I guess. So there they are, hanging in the hall closet upstairs, all pressed. But don't tell anyone what I said, Jane.
Oh, no, Mama. Willie! Oh, Willie!
Magic lanterns, music, summer night, farewell party, farewell summer, farewell Lola Pratt, farewell Lola Pratt.
Lola, Lola, I gotta have a dance. Yeah, I got it, Lola.
Little boy Baxter, naughty. Come late to Lola's party.
Lola.
Lola's little dance part all filled
I
up.
couldn't help it, Lola. Honest, I couldn't. Honest.
Sorry. Lola promised boy comes all her dances.
Now, listen just a second, Lola. Hey, Lola, please.
Lola must go. Boy comes waiting for his little partner.
Hey, Johnny. Johnny. You look here, Johnny. And Joe, you listen too. You both got 7 dances apiece with her. All on account of my getting here early enough. And listen, you got it.
Well, it wasn't because of any such reason. I asked her for mine 2 days ago.
Well, that wasn't fair, was it? Just because I never thought of sneaking in ahead like that, you go and...
Well, you ought to have thought of it. I can't stand here gabbing all night.
Joe, I've done a good many favors for you.
I gotta go and see a man. Now, let me go, Willie.
Oh, Joe.
Somebody I gotta see right away before the next dance begins. Honest, I have.
Oh, ye God. Can't you wait a minute? You gotta give me anyway 2 out of all the dances with her. You heard her tell me yourself that she'd be willing if you or Johnny
Well, I only got 5 or 6 with her and a couple of extras. Johnny's got 7.
Listen, now, Joe, listen. If I'd got 6 regular and 2 extras with Miss Pratt last night and you got here late and it wasn't your fault, I couldn't help being late, could I? It wasn't my fault I was late, I guess, was it? Well, if I was in your place, I wouldn't act the way you and Johnny do. Not in 1,000 years I wouldn't. I'd say, you want a couple of my dances with Miss Pratt, old man? Why, certainly.
Yes, you would.
Oh, now, look here, Joe. Don't you realize this is the very last night of Miss Pratt's going to be in this town?
Well, you bet I do.
Joe, you and I have been friends ever since you and I were boys. Well, when I look back, I expect I've done more favors for you than for anyone else,
Bill, there's other girls here you can get dances with. There's 1 or 2 of them sitting around the yard.
Oh.
You can have a bully time, even if you did come late.
Joe, you gotta give me anyway 1.
Look, sitting yonder over under that tree all by herself. That's a visiting girl named Miss Boat.
Oh, Miss...
She's a little fat, but, well, I bet she's a good dancer. May Parcher says so. She was trying to get me to dance with her myself, but I couldn't, or I wouldn't, or I would have.
Now,
I gotta go, Bill. I got to.
Now, wait just a minute.
I gotta go. I got to...
Hey! Oh, no, hey!
Hey, Mother.
Yes, dear.
Look at that Baxter boy. Must have got hold of his father's dress suit again.
Now, how do you know it's his father?
That's a secret between Miss Jane Baxter and myself. Say, that boy's face has more genuine idiocy in it than I've seen around here yet. And I've been seeing some miracles in that line this summer.
He's looking at Lola Pratt.
Yeah, that's the trouble with him. Why doesn't he quit looking at her?
I think probably he feels badly because she's dancing with one of the other boys. Of course, he ought to be dancing with somebody. There are 1 or 2 more girls here than boys. He's the only boy not dancing. I believe William.
Good evening, ma'am.
Don't you want to dance?
Ma'am?
Don't you want to dance? Have you looked around for a girl without a partner?
Girl?
You come with me. I'll fix you up.
But, ma'am,
Miss Boat, this is Mr. Baxter. He and you both came late, dear, and he hasn't any dances engaged either. So run and dance and have a nice time together.
Well, Miss Boat. May I have this dance with you, Miss Boat?
Very pleased to.
Doggone.
Oh, you mustn't be discouraged with yourself, Mr. Baxter.
Yeah.
You know, I've met lots of men that had trouble to get started and turned out to be right good dancers after all. Well, it seems to me we're kind of working against each other. I'll tell you. You kind of let me do the guiding, and I'll get you going fine. No. 1, 2. 1, 2. There. Oh, I just love dancing, don't you, Mr. Baxter?
What? Yeah.
It's a beautiful floor for dancing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I just love dancing. Don't you love it, Mr. Baxter?
Yeah.
It's lovely.
Oh, dear, I hope they don't play Home Sweet Home very early at parties in this town.
No,
I could keep on like this all night.
I think those musicians would be dead.
Well, let's go out on the porch, Mr. Baxter. All right. Oh, just look at those stars. Aren't they just glorious?
Yeah.
You can sit closer. Come over here. You know, we used to dance a lot up at the lake. It's a floor like this is tonight, just about oily enough and as nice a floor as I ever danced on. Of course, there weren't so many men like there's here tonight, and I must say I am glad to dance with a man again.
My, what a shindig, Mother. Genesis adds just the right touch with that waiter's uniform. I'll bet it's borrowed, too. Well, everyone's having a grand time except that Baxter boy. I've been watching him all evening, and I never saw true misery show plainer. By George, I've begun to feel sorry for him. Can't you trot up someone else so he can get away from that fat girl?
I've tried, and I've tried, and I've tried.
Well, do something. We don't want to find him in the cistern in the morning.
I know. I'll make May and Lola and their partners come and sit in this little circle of chairs here. Then I'll go and bring Willie and Miss Boat to sit with them. I'll give Willie the seat at Lola's left. You keep the chairs and tell Genesis to get busy with the sandwiches.
Naughty Ickle Boy Baxter. Lola's last night and Ickle Boy Baxter flirting. Flirt all night with stray big girl.
Now, Lola, if you'd let me explain, Lola.
Lola saw bad boy Baxter under Dre big tree flirting with stray big girl.
Lola.
Flirting all night with Dre big enormous girl.
Lola, it wasn't.
Oh, 'twas?
Oh.
'Twasn't my fault out dancing. Bad boy. What made you come so
Oh.
late? Who'd be so tall, Stolabo talk to nice men who glad to talk to her.
Lola. Oh, Lola.
Naughty boy Baxter troll. I dance with Josie Wosie. Come on, Josie.
Let's get started, Mr. Baxter, before the floor gets crowded. Don't let's waste a single moment. You know, when I meet a person whose step fits in with mine the way yours does, Mr. Baxter, I love to dance straight through an evening with one person.
Dear Lola. Dearest Lola. Just after you left, I went up to my room and began writing this poem to you. Lola, I want you to keep it with you always. The sunset light fades into night, but ne'er will I forget the smile that haunts me yet.
Willie! Look who's down here playing with me.
What?
Her name's Granny Kirkwood. She just moved to Mr. Watson's house next door.
Oh, what do I care? Let me alone.
James, who's that? It's Willie. Is he your papa? No, it's Willie. Granny, let's play follow the leader. You do everything I do. Come on, you run after me.
The smile that haunts me still, whate'er my name and station, whilst receiving my education, though far away you seem, I will see thee in my dream.
Granny, stick your stomach out like this. Now walk with it all out of joint. I'm walking. Look, my stomach.
Jane.
What?
Stop that putting your stomach out in front of you like that. It's disgraceful.
Why doesn't he like it, James? Oh, I don't know. He doesn't like much of anything. Come on, stick out your stomach again.
I will see thee in a dream. Signed, William Baxter. Darling, when you read this poem, you'll really understand me. And remember, I shall be your Ickle Boy Baxter, always and always, just for you.
That is your father in the window, isn't it, Jane? No, I told you 5 times it's my brother Willie. That's kind of crazy. That's because he's in love with Miss Pratt. She just went home after Mr. Parker pretty near died. She stayed so long.
I'll see to you.
Move on, Red. He's coming after us. Run. I won't run, not for him. I'll stay right here.
You get out of here, hear me? You get out of here.
I won't. I won't. You can't force me. You're only Willie.
Why, you ugly, sooty-faced, pigtail little girl, you...
Yes, sir, that's what he called her. I was standing on the porch at the time, and I heard it with my own ears. Well, sir, that was a long time ago. 10 years since the Kirsteads moved in Doc Watson's house next door. A lot of strange things happened in 10 years. For instance, you'd never believe it when I tell you Willie Baxter, age 27, is finally doing a sensible thing. He's doing the only sensible thing he ever did in his life. Yes, sir, he's doing it right this minute, over at the Stone Church on Grove Street. He's standing kind of straight, his head up, at the end of a long aisle. There's a fine-looking girl got hold of his arm. Ranny's not got pigtails anymore. But she's still got good sense. And that's something Willie can count on for the rest of his life.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to 17. Not the celebrated stage play, but the Mercury Theater's own adaptation of the Booth Tarkington story. Tonight, the cast included Ray Collins as Mr. Potcher. Ray Collins, one of the Mercury's unstarred stars, and Mary Wicks, another, as Mrs. Potcher. Joseph Cotton as Genesis. Betty Gard as Mrs. Baxter. Ruth Ford as the baby talk girl. Marilyn Erskine as Jane. Elliot Reed as Cousin George. And Patty Chapman as Ranny. William Sylvanus Baxter was probably all too recognizable. And finally, because the Mercury is often inclined that way and sometimes can't help it, and chiefly because he was kind enough to be party to this moment of good old-fashioned theater sentiment, Joe Bullitt, William Baxter's best friend, was played again tonight by one of the Mercury Theater's foremost and finest actors, Mr. Morgan Farley, who created the part in the stage play. Next week, inevitably, and because it's about time, Mr. Jules Verne's immortal romance about the man who kept his word, who watched the clock and lived up to it. Phineas Fogg, Passepartout, the beautiful Indian princess, and 1,000 other highly recognizable characters who I'm sure you've already identified with Around the World in 80 Days. Good night.
Tonight's Mercury Theater broadcast, the orchestra was conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and Davidson Taylor supervised the production for CBS. This is Dan Seymour speaking. We invite you again to listen next week to Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in Around the World in 80 Days by Jules Verne. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents the Mercury Theater on the Air. Ladies and gentlemen, the star and director of the Mercury Theater, Orson Welles.
Good evening. On Thursday, July 14th, at 2:29 in the afternoon, aviator Howard Hughes set his big twin-motored monoplane World's Fair 1939 down at Floyd Bennett Field for a new record in round-the-world flying. From takeoff to landing, the trip of almost 15,000 miles took just 3 days, 19 hours and 17 minutes. That was about 3 months ago. But back in the 1870s, so Jules Verne tells us, a group of English gentlemen made a wager on what they were confident was a sure thing. Their clubmate, Phileas Fogg, had the fantastic notion that a man traveling from west to east could get around the world in 80 days. His attempts, as I think you'll agree, remain at the least more incredible than Mr. Hughes' achievement.
And that's the story of adventure and breakneck speed that Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air bring to life for us tonight. Jules Verne's Around the World in 80 Days, with Orson Welles as Phileas Fogg.
My name is Phileas Fogg.
Oui, monsieur.
I will tell you of my personal habits and what I require of a servant.
Oui, monsieur.
I am a man of simple taste, without relatives or family. I have my tea and toast at 23 minutes after 8, my shaving water 37 minutes after 9. I dress at 20 minutes after 10. At 12 o'clock you will serve me my lunch, consisting of a boiled fish with Reading sauce of the finest quality, a slice of roast beef garnished with mushrooms, a rhubarb and gooseberry tart, and a piece of Cheshire cheese. The whole washed down with 2 cups of tea. With my lunch, I read the London Times. At 4:15, you will bring me the Evening Standard. At 5 minutes to 6, you will bring me my hat and cane. I dine at the Reform Club. At midnight, you will serve me a glass of ale and a chicken sandwich. Really, you see that the duties of my servant are not arduous. My present servant has been with me for 4 years. I have been forced to dismiss him. He brought me my shaving water this morning at a temperature of 84 degrees Fahrenheit instead of 86. That is an unpardonable offense. You understand?
Oui, monsieur.
You are a Frenchman, and your name is John.
Jean, if it does not displease, monsieur. Jean Passepartout. To be frank, I have had several trades. I have been a traveling singer, a circus rider, a vaulter like Léotard, a dancer on the rope like Blondin. I have been a professor of gymnastics, and I was sergeant fireman at Paris. I have among my papers notes of remarkable fires. Now, wishing to settle down, and having learned that Monsieur Phileas Fogg is the most exact and most settled gentleman in the United Kingdom, I have presented myself to Monsieur with the hope of living tranquilly with him.
You are well recommended to me. You understand my conditions?
Yes, sir.
What time have you?
52 minutes after 5.
That is a fine large silver watch you have, but it is slow.
Pardon, monsieur, that is impossible.
You are 4 minutes slow. Does not matter. It suffices to note the difference. Then, from this moment, 56 minutes after 5 o'clock p.m., Wednesday, October 2nd, 1872, you're in my service. And now bring me my hat and cane. It's time for me to get to my club.
Read all about the big robbery. Paper, history.
Your deal, Mr. Fogg.
The heart.
Smiley's, I believe.
And my trick.
£55,000. That's a lot of money. One of the directors of the Bank of England. What about it, Steward?
The bank will write that off as a total loss, I suppose. I believe, on the contrary, we shall quite soon put our hands on the thief. Detectives, the most skillful in the world, have been sent to America and the continent, to all the principal ports. It's very difficult for the man to escape. Queen of Spades. My trick, I think.
Have you a description of the thief?
He's not a thief.
What? He's not a thief. The man who's extracted £55,000 in banknotes in broad daylight from the paying room of the Bank of England.
General Hart. I don't think so.
I trump you. The Morning Chronicle assures us he's a gentleman.
At the actual moment that the package of banknotes was stolen, our cashier was occupied in registering a receipt for 3 shillings and sixpence. His eyes couldn't be everywhere, but he had, before that time, noticed a well-dressed gentleman of good manners and distinguished air going in and out of the playing room. You have a very accurate description of him.
I still believe that the chances are in favor of the thief. Seems to be a very skillful and determined fellow.
There's no single country in the world in which he can take refuge.
Nonsense.
Where do you suppose he might go?
I don't know about that. After all, the world is big enough.
Was once upon a time. Your turn to cut, sir.
How once upon a time? Has the world grown smaller by any chance?
Without doubt. I agree with Mr. Fogg. The world has grown smaller, since we can go round it today in 10 times quicker than we could 100 years ago. Now, in this robbery case, that's what will make the search more rapid.
Will make the escape of the thief easier, too.
Your lead, Mr. Stewart. Diamonds are trump.
Just because it's possible now to go around the world in 3 months.
In 80 days, sir. Since the great Indian Peninsula Railway has opened its new section between Asagar and Allahabad, one can go around the world in 80 days. I have here a calculation made by the Morning Chronicle. London to Suez by rail and steamer, 7 days. Suez to Bombay, steamer, 13 days. Bombay to Calcutta, rail, 3 days. Calcutta to Hong Kong, steamer, 13 days. Hong Kong to Yokohama, steamer, 6 days. Yokohama to San Francisco, steamer, 22 days. San Francisco to New York, rail, 7 days. New York to London, steamer and rail, 9 days. Total, 80 days.
Yes. But that makes 80 days. Not include bad weather, contrary winds, shipwrecks, railroad accidents, etc.
It includes everything.
Even if the Hindus or the Indians tear up the rails, if they stop the trains, plunder the cars, and scalp the passengers.
It includes everything. 2 trumps.
Theoretically, all right, Mr. Fogg, but practically...
Practically also, Mr. Stewart.
I'd like very much to see you do it.
Depends only on you. Let us start together.
Heaven forbid, Mr. Fogg. I willingly wager £4,000 that such a journey made under these conditions is impossible.
On the contrary, it is quite possible.
Well, do it then.
Go round the world in 80 days?
Yes.
I'm willing.
When?
At once. Only I warn you, Mr. Stewart, I shall do it at your expense.
Gentlemen, this is folly. Let's continue our game. Your lead, Mr. Fogg.
Deal again, please. Well, there's a misdeal.
Mr. Fogg, I'm taking you up. I wager £4,000.
Oh, my dear steward. You're not serious, are you?
When I use the word wagers, it's always serious.
Very well. I have £20,000 deposited with Baring Brothers. I'm willing to risk them.
£20,000. £20,000 of the slightest unforeseen delay may make you lose.
The unforeseen does not exist.
But, Mr. Fogg, this period of 80 days is calculated only as a minimum.
A minimum well employed is always sufficient.
It means you must jump mathematically from the trains into the steamers, and from the steamers onto the trains.
I shall jump mathematically.
No, I'm joking.
A true Englishman never jokes when so serious a matter as a wager is in question. Gentlemen, I bet £20,000 against who will that I will go around the world in 80 days or less. That is in 1,920 hours or 115,200 minutes. Do you accept?
Yes, we accept.
Very well. The Dover boat starts at 8:45. I shall take it.
This very evening?
This very evening. Today is Wednesday, the 2nd of October. I must be back in London in this very card room of the Reform Club, Pall Mall, on Saturday, the 21st of December, at 8:45 p.m., in default of which the £20,000 at present deposited to my credit with Baring Brothers will be yours, gentlemen, in fact and by right. Here is a check. Check for the full amount.
Fogg, you're taking the 8:45 train for Dover. Would you not like to stop the game now and make your preparations?
I am always prepared, sir. Diamonds are trumps. Your lead, Mr. Stewart. Passepartout. Passepartout.
Oui, monsieur.
Passepartout, it is the second time that I have called you.
But it is not midnight, monsieur. I do not expect...
I know it, and I do not find fault with you. Prepare yourself. We leave in 10 minutes. No trunks are necessary, only a carpet bag. In it 2 woolen shirts and 3 pairs of stockings. The same for you. We will purchase on the way. You may bring down my mackintosh and traveling cloak, also stout shoes, although we will walk but little or not at all. Also take this bag and take good care of it. There are 20,000 pounds in it.
But...
Yes?
Monsieur is thinking of leaving home?
Yes, Passepartout. We are going around the world. Dover. It's now 11:22. We've gained 40 seconds already.
Monsieur!
Yes?
Monsieur, I've just remembered that terrible thing.
Yes? What is it?
In my haste, monsieur, in my disturbed state of mind, I have forgot... Mon Dieu!
Forgot what?
To turn off the gas in the kitchen. It will
For
burn.
1,920 hours, a gross piece of negligence which will be charged against your wages. The rate of 2½ cubic feet per hour and 3 farthings per cubic foot. On the day of our return, you will owe me exactly 3 shillings and 10 farthing.
From the saloon of the Reform Club, our bet didn't take long to find its way into the press. It was widely discussed and criticized. Some took sides with Phileas Fogg. The majority declared him a visionary. The Times, the Standard, the Evening Star, the Morning Chronicle, and 8 other papers of large circulation declared against Mr. Fogg. The Daily Telegraph alone came out in his favor. Enormous bets were placed for and against him at Lloyd's and among private individuals. A bond was issued, which was immediately listed on the London Stock Exchange. For a few days, the market in Phileas Fogg was firm above par. Enormous transactions were made. 5 days after his departure, a long article appeared in the bulletin of the Royal Geographic Society. It treated the question from all points of view and demonstrated clearly the folly of the enterprise. The article made a great sensation. Phileas Fogg declined. Buyers were scarce. The odds against him rose from 5 and 10 to 1 to 20 to 1, 50, finally 100 to 1. At 9 o'clock on the 9th of October, a telegraphic dispatch arrived in London.
Suez to London. Cowan, Commissioner of Police, Central Office, Scotland Yard. I have the bank robber, Phileas Fogg. Send without delay warrant of arrest to Bombay, British India. Detailed report follows by mail. And following him. Signed 6. Detective.
Left London, Wednesday, October 2nd, 18:45 p.m. Left Paris, Thursday, October 3rd, 8:40 a.m. Arrived Turin, Friday, October 4th, 6:35 a.m. Left Turin, Friday, 7:20 a.m. Arrived Brindisi, Saturday, October 4th, 4 a.m. Boarded Mongolia, Saturday, 5 p.m. Arrived at Suez, Wednesday, October 9th, 11 a.m. 2 hours gained.
His Majesty's Counsel. Are you His Majesty's Counsel?
I am.
My name is Stick, Detective of Scotland Yard, covering the port of Suez.
Well, Mr. Stick?
Mr. Counsel, I have strong reason for believing that the man who robbed the Bank of England of £55,000 has taken passage on board the Mongolia.
Indeed, Mr. Stick.
A Frenchman came up to the other pier with a passport, which his master decided to have visaed. The description on this passport is identical with that which we received from the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police. I told him that his master must present himself in person at your office to establish his identity.
I shall be interested to see. That was a heavy robbery.
A magnificent robbery. £55,000. And 1/5 of the money recovered for the man who apprehends him.
Mr. Fitz, I earnestly hope you are right. But from a mere cable description, do you not fear you may be mistaken? That this may be an honest man after all?
Mr. Counsel, Great robbers always resemble honest people. Honest faces are the very ones that must be unmasked. It is a difficult task. To solve such mysteries is not a trade so much as an art. We detectives feel these people rather than know them.
If the man is what you suppose, I doubt if he will present himself at my office. A robber does not like to leave behind him the tracks of his passage.
Mr. Counsel, if he is a shrewd man as I think, he will come.
To have his passport visaed?
Yes. Passports serve only to incommode honest people and to aid the flight of rogues. I promise you that his passport will be in perfect order. But I hope you will not visa it.
And why not? If his passport is regular, I have no right to refuse my visa.
But, Mr. Counsel, I must detain this man until I have received from London a warrant for his arrest.
You have no proof, Mr. Fix.
Mr. Counsel, you know who I am. You know I represent Scotland Yard. Do you think I would detain an innocent man? I am asking you to help me capture a man who has stolen £55,000.
That, Mr. Fix, is your business, but I cannot, as Her Majesty's counsel, legally... Come in.
You're the consul, sir?
I am.
Here's my passport. May I ask you to visa it?
Oh, you are Phileas Fogg, Esquire?
Yes, sir.
This man is your servant?
Yes, a Frenchman named Passepartout.
You come from London?
Yes.
And you are going?
To Bombay.
Well, sir, you know this formality of a visa is useless and that we no longer demand the presentation of a passport.
I know it, sir, but I wish to prove by your visa my trip to Suez.
Very well, sir. Here it is.
I thank you, sir. Good day.
Now then, will you admit, Mr. Counsel, that this phlegmatic gentleman resembles feature for feature the robber whose description I have received?
I agree with you, but you know that all descriptions...
I have a clear conscience in the matter. Since you will not help me, I shall take other steps. His servant appears to me less of a riddle than the master. Moreover, he is a Frenchman who cannot keep from talking. I shall not let him out of my sight. I shall follow them to the port. I shall follow them to Bombay. If necessary, I shall follow them round the world. Arrest for London, Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard. I have bank robber Phileas Fogg. Send without delay, warrant of arrest. Bombay. Fix, detective. From Suez to Bombay, voyage uneventful. Fogg leaves his cabin only to play whist, plays 30 rubbers a day. No chance to speak to him. The French servant, more communicative, had exchanged several drinks with him. Says his master carries an enormous sum of money with him in fresh new banknotes. He has promised £1,000 to chief engineer if he makes Bombay 2 days ahead of time. Bombay to London, Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard. Arrive Bombay 2 days early. Warrant not here. Following bank thief to Calcutta. Send warrant there. 6. Detective.
That's going to go. All trains. All passengers leave the train.
Monsieur.
Yes?
Monsieur, it is a calamity.
Explain yourself.
Monsieur, we are stopped. There is no more railway.
Conductor.
Sir?
Conductor, where are we?
Asparagus, sir. Where the railway ends.
This railroad is not finished.
No, sir.
The papers announced the opening of the entire line 3 weeks ago.
The papers were mistaken, sir. From Asparagus to Allahabad, the tracks are not finished. Passengers must be otherwise transported.
Monsieur, what a calamity. This delay will ruin us.
It was provided for. We have gained 2 days, which we can afford to lose. The steamer leaves Calcutta for Hong Kong at midnight on the 25th. This is only the 23rd. We shall arrive at Allahabad tomorrow and Calcutta on the following day. How far is it from here to Allahabad?
80 miles, sir.
How may one get there?
There are many ways, sir. Four-wheel town Harris, Jeebu cart, palanquin.
How long does it take to reach Allahabad by these methods?
2 days, sir. Perhaps 3.
Too long. Is there no faster means of transport?
No, sir.
Think.
Well, there's only one thing. Can go from here to Allahabad in less than 2 days, and that is not obtainable.
What is it?
An elephant, sir.
Thank you. I shall acquire an elephant. 10 pounds an hour.
No, sir.
15 pounds.
Hire my elephant, Your Honor. I could not consider it. His name is Kiuni. He is an elephant of combat. Very swift and very strong.
30 pounds.
But no, sir.
40 pounds.
For so small a sum, sir, I cannot let him out of my sight.
He is my only treasure, Your Honor. How do I know I should ever see him again?
Then I will buy him from you.
It is not possible.
I will give you 1,000 pounds.
Sahib, for such a beast, that is nothing.
1,200.
No, sir.
1,500.
Sir, I love him as though he were my own child.
1,800.
I am not a greedy man, Your Honor. Your Honor, but
2,000 pounds.
I cannot refuse a favor to so noble a gentleman. Sahib, you may have my beast, and I will be your guide.
That's for two.
Oui, monsieur.
The carpet bag. We start at once.
Mr. Fogg. Mr. Fogg.
Sir?
Mr. Fogg, allow me to introduce myself. My name is...
Mr. Fix, I believe.
It is indeed, sir. Though it surprises me that you know it.
I always know the names of my fellow passengers. Can I be of service to you, sir?
Mr. Fogg, you have acquired this elephant, the only one within 20 miles.
That is correct, sir.
And with it you hope to reach Allahabad tomorrow?
I do, sir.
Then I beg you, sir. I'm in as great a hurry to reach Calcutta as yourself. If only you will permit me to accompany you, I shall be more than happy. Detective Fix to Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard. October 23rd, left a Surga. 11:30 a.m. on Elephant Back. Phileas Fogg in one of the houses, I in the other. The French servant between us astride the animal. The Parsi guide perched on the elephant's neck. At nightfall, we entered the jungle, proceeding at a steady, rapid pace. As we proceeded, the forest grew denser. Fogg is untiring. The man is made of iron. Towards morning, we entered the territory of Bundelkund. Allahabad now only 12 miles to the northeast. At a little before 2, the elephant, showing signs of uneasiness, suddenly stopped. Yoni, stop that!
Why does he stop?
I do not know, sir. I will see. Salati Yoni. Ramin, sir. It's very dangerous. They come towards us. We must remain still. If the elephant is hidden behind these trees, they will not see us. Sati. First came the priests with mitres on their heads. Behind them in a car with large wheels was a statue with 4 arms. His body colored dark red, his eyes haggard, his hair tangled, his tongue hanging out, his lips covered with henna and beetle. Around his neck was a collar of skulls. Around his waist, a girdle of human hands.
What is that statue they're dragging?
Kali, the Hindu goddess of love and death. Of death, perhaps. Of love, never. That's of the old witch. No, in my silence. Look there! A woman! She's beautiful. 2 priests were dragging her along. A young woman, half conscious, deathly pale. Her neck, her shoulders, her ears, her arms, her hands, her toes were loaded down with jewels, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and finger rings. Behind her were guards armed with naked sabers, carrying the body of an old man dressed in silk and gold. They disappeared among the trees.
Tell me, what is sati?
Sati, Sab, is a human sacrifice. The woman you have just seen will be burned to death tomorrow in the early part of the day on the funeral pyre of her husband.
Burned alive or the villain?
Yes, Sab.
This corpse, then, was her husband?
Yes, Sab. The prince, her husband, the Raja of Bundelkund. As a child, they betrothed her to him. She has never seen him. In Allahabad, they seized her.
Where are they taking her?
To the pagoda of Pillaji, 2 miles from here. There she will pass the night in waiting for the sacrifice.
And the sacrifice will take place?
At the first appearance of day.
There will be no sacrifice. We will save this woman.
Save her?
I have still 12 hours to spare. I can devote them to her.
Bravo, monsieur, bravo. You are a man of heart.
Occasionally, Passepartout, occasionally. When I have the time.
Waited for nightfall. 12:30, reached the pagoda of Pillaji. Found it heavily guarded. We can do nothing before dawn, Sab.
We will wait.
You know, Sab, that we not only risk our lives, but horrible punishment if we are taken.
I know that. We will wait.
What good gad, Mr. Fogg. Didn't you say you must reach...
Mr. Fix, it will do if I reach Allahabad tomorrow before noon. We will wait.
Little before dawn, men began to move in the pagoda. The hour had come in which the unfortunate woman was to die. Beside me stood Phileas Fogg. His face was white and drawn. The French servant had vanished. The doors of the pagoda were now open. An intense light came from the inside. We could see the victim all lighted up, being dragged by two priests to the outside. She seemed to be drugged. In Phileas Fogg's hand, I saw the glint of an open knife. The crowd began to move towards the river. There stood the funeral pyre with the Rajah's body. In the half-light, we could dimly see the victim motionless, stretched beside her husband's corpse. A torch was brought. Then there took place a most extraordinary occurrence. The dead Rajah moved. He was seen suddenly rising upright, like a phantom, raising the young woman in his arms. Descending from the pyre amidst clouds of smoke, he advanced rapidly towards us, between the lines of Brahmins groveling on the earth with terror. Now he was only a few yards off.
Quick, quick, my master!
Passepartout!
Quick, 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 run before they see! Master! Aye!
A few bullets flew around us, and an arrow pierced Phileas Fogg's hat. Soon we were out of range. At 11:45, we entered the streets of Allahabad. The young woman we had rescued from death lay still unconscious in the arms of Phileas Fogg. Calcutta to London, Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard, October 25th, 4 p.m. Had Phileas Fogg and French servant arrested today, charged of abducting Indian princess. Rush warrant for arrest on bank robbery charges. 6 detectives. Calcutta to London, October 25th, 11:10 p.m. Phileas Fogg and servant freed on payment of £1,000 fine. Sailing Hong Kong tonight with Indian princess. And following them. Rush warrant, Hong Kong. 6 detectives. Hong Kong to London, November 7th. Warrant received too late. Fogg left for San Francisco tonight aboard special charter. Following him. Arranged expedition proceeding San Francisco. 6 detectives. San Francisco to London. Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard. Phileas Fogg, French servant and Indian princess arrived at San Francisco December 3rd. Leaving 6 p.m. for New York. Advise Her Majesty's Council, New York, arranged expedition. 6 detectives. Salt Lake City to London, December 5th. Traveling, same train as Fogg and party. Have him under constant surveillance. 6 detectives.
You are listening to a CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in an original adaptation of Jules Verne's Around the World in 80 Days. The performance will continue after a moment's intermission. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Jules Verne's Around the World in 80 Days, as adapted for radio by Orson Welles and performed by the Mercury Theater on the Air.
Oh, mon Dieu, what a country is this America? December 3rd, we leave San Francisco. There are men fighting in the streets. They are electing a justice of the peace. December 5th, 12,000 buffaloes stand on the railroad. We cannot proceed for 3 hours. December 6th, at Great Salt Lake, 3,000 feet over the sea, won't you? Tonight, we will be in Omaha. We are in the 65th day of our journey. By the calculations of my master, Phileas Fogg, we are not behind and we are not before. Between Hong Kong and Yokohama, we have lost a day. But on the Pacific Ocean, we have caught it up. This man, my master, is mad. Of that there is no doubt. It is not permitted to a man of sound mind to pass his life in jumping from a steamer into a railway car, from a railway car into a steamer. And already from the carpetbag he has taken for ships, for trains, for fines, for bribes, for elephants, more than 7,000 pounds. If he loses bet, surely he is ruined. But he gives no sign. With us, always, goes Monsieur Fix. This one I do not like. Surely he is spying upon my master. Always he is asking me questions. I tell him nothing. With us also goes the beautiful Princess Aouda. In India, she is in danger of death. My master takes her with him to England. I do not understand. With a woman so beautiful, he is always so cold, so formal. Mon Dieu, these English. He has taught her to play whist. All day they sit, all day they play.
Madam, your turn to cut.
Cards are trumps, Mr. Fogg.
Your lead, Mr. Fix.
7 o'clock.
The train has stopped. Pass the 2, come with me. We will see what has happened. Excuse me, madam. Engineer, what is this? Why do we stop?
Well, there's medicine boat, sir. Word just come through. The bridge is shaky. Can't pass.
And what do you propose to do?
Well, couldn't say, sir. Guess we're stuck. Bridge shaky, won't bear the weight of the train.
We will not, I suppose, remain here and take roots in the snow.
We've telegraphed Omaha for a train. It'll be 6 hours at least before it gets here.
Cannot the river be crossed in a boat?
No, can't be done. Creek swollen with the rain should never make it.
Make it? I fail to understand. I have contracted with the Central Pacific Railroad to convey me from San Francisco to Chicago. I demand that the Central Pacific Railroad fulfill its contract. In addition to that, here is 100 pounds.
Well.
The present rate of exchange, $483.22, if I am in Omaha tonight.
Well, there might be a way of passing.
On the bridge?
Yeah, on the bridge.
With our train?
Yeah, with our train.
But the bridge threatens to fall, Monsieur Fogg.
Nonsense.
Well, it's my idea that by rushing the train over at full speed, we have a chance of passing.
Now, how much chance?
40%, maybe 50.
What are we waiting for? Come, Passepartout. Let us return to our whist game and to the Princess Aouda. I left a very interesting hand.
Then comes a terrible moment. The train stops. First, she goes back. And then she goes towards the bridge. It goes faster. Faster and faster. We are at the bridge. Ah, we have crossed.
What was that?
Sacre Dieu. That was the bridge falling behind us.
I think we shall win this hand, Mr. Fix. December 8th. Arrived Medicine Bow. December 8th. Attacked by Red Indians. Arrived Fort Kearney, 7 a.m., 20 hours behind time. December 8th, left Fort Kearney, 8 a.m. by ice sled. December 9th, arrived Omaha, 3 p.m., 14 hours behind time. December 10th, arrived Chicago, 4 p.m., 8 hours behind time. Left Chicago, 4:30 p.m., by special train. December 11th, arrived New York, 9:35 a.m. Steamship China sailed 9:10. We've missed it. Officer, when did the next ship sail?
Well, the Perrier leaves on December 14th, sir.
And arrives in England when?
It doesn't go to England. It lands in Havre December 24th, sir.
Is there any vessel which arrives in England by December 21st?
None, sir.
Then I must arrange that one shall. Come, Passepartout, and bring the carpet bag. captain of this ship?
I am.
I'm Phileas Fogg of London.
I am Andrew Speedy of Cardiff.
Excellent. Are you ready to sail?
In an hour.
You are loaded for...
Bordeaux.
Your cargo?
Gravel.
You have passengers?
No passengers. Never have passengers. A cargo that talks too much.
Your vessel sails
Between
swiftly?
11 and 12 knots. The Henrietta, well known, sail and steam.
Do you wish to convey me to Liverpool, myself and 3 persons?
To Liverpool? Why not to China?
I said Liverpool.
No.
No?
No, I'm setting out for Bordeaux.
It doesn't matter what price?
It don't matter what price.
But the owners of the Henrietta...
The owners of the Henrietta are myself. The vessel belongs to me.
I will charter it from you.
No.
No? I will buy it from you.
No.
No. Well, will you take me to Bordeaux?
No, not even if you paid me $200.
I offer you 2,000.
For each person?
For each person.
And there are 4 of you?
4.
I leave at 9 o'clock.
It is 8:30. At 9 o'clock, we will be on board.
Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard, New York to London. Sailing tonight with bank robber Phileas Fogg on board steamship Henrietta, bound Bordeaux. This time, positively, he will not escape me. Fixed. Detective. December 11th, off Sandy Hook at midnight, past Fire Island Lights and headed east at 3/4 speed, making 9 knots. December 13th. At noon, vessel suddenly changed course, heading northeast. Speed increased to 12.5 knots. Captain nowhere to be seen. Phileas Fogg at the helm. No whist has been played since we started. Indian Princess remains below. December 14th. Find captain missing. Detects curious attitude in crew. Last night heard strange noises in forecastle. In the afternoon, barometer fell. Still no sign of captain. December 15th. Discover captain has been locked in his cabin for 2 days. Crew heavily bribed. Vessel no longer headed Bordeaux, but unknown destination. Running into heavy weather. Late this evening, overheard conversation on deck between Fogg and chief engineer. Everything now clear.
You are certain of what you say, engineer?
I'm certain, sir. Don't forget that since our departure, all our furnaces have been going. And although we had enough coal to go under a small head of steam from New York to Bordeaux, we've not enough for a full head of steam from New York to Liverpool.
I will take this matter under consideration. Passepartout.
Oui, monsieur.
Go below and bring up the captain.
Monsieur, I fear I shall find a madman.
Do as I say.
Oui, monsieur.
Engineer, you will keep up your fires and continue on your course until the complete exhaustion of the fuel. Don't let the fires go down. On the contrary, let the fire continue full.
Where is he?
Where is he? Good evening, Captain.
Oh, you scoundrel.
Captain Speedy, you will forgive me for any slight inconvenience I have caused you, but you are an obstinate man, and my business is urgent.
Pirate, where are we?
770 miles from London.
Sea skimmer, what have you done with my ship?
I have sent for you, Captain, to ask you to sell it to me.
No, by all the devils, no.
Then I shall be obliged to burn her.
To burn my ship?
Her upper portions, for we are out of fuel.
Burn my ship? A ship that's worth $50,000?
I offer you 60,000.
Almighty heaven.
Well, Captain, what do you say?
And the iron hull will be left?
The iron hull and the engine, sir. Is it a bargain?
A bargain.
Passepartout.
Yes.
The carpet bag. Captain Speedy here is your money. Count it, please, and don't let all this astonish you. Know that I shall lose £20,000 if I'm not in London on the 21st of December at 9:15 in the evening. This ship is now mine?
Certainly, from keel to the tuck of the mast. All the wood she carries.
Very well, Captain Speedy. You may resume command of your ship. Dismantle the furniture and fire up the debris.
Poop deck, the cabins, the bunks, the spare deck were burned today. Reached speed of 13 knots. December 19th, dropped, knots, and spars consumed. December 20th, the railings and remaining portions of the deck fed to the furnace. At 7 in the evening, sighted coast of Ireland, fastened at light. At 10 o'clock, arrived off Queenstown.
Mr. Fogg.
Yes, Captain?
Mr. Fogg, you're a brave man.
Thank you.
From the bottom of my heart, I pity you. Everything is against you. You have 24 hours in which to reach London, and yet we are only off Queenstown, and there's no more wood.
Is that Queenstown where I perceive the lights?
Yes.
Can we enter the harbor?
Not for 3 hours, only at high tide.
Very well. We will wait.
1 in the morning, what was left of the Henrietta entered Queenstown Harbor. We landed immediately. At 1:30, we boarded a train, arrived at Dublin at dawn, embarked on the Liverpool packet. At 20 minutes before noon, the 21st of December, Phileas Fogg finally landed on the quay at Liverpool. He was now only 9 hours from London. At this moment, with what I must admit was a heavy heart, I approached him and put my hand on his shoulder.
Sir?
You are really Phileas Fogg?
Yes, sir.
Then with this warrant, in the name of the Queen, I arrest you.
Ah, mon Dieu, mon Dieu. So, on the 80th day of his tour around the world, only 9 hours from London, with 3 hours and 5 minutes to spare and 20,000 pounds at stake, my master is imprisoned here in the custom house at Liverpool. I am desolate. It is snowing. Mon Dieu, what shall I do? All morning we wait. On the porch of the custom house where we wait, it is damp and cold. But Madame Aouda will not desert my kind master, who sits inside alone. What will become of him? The last train for London leaves at 2 o'clock. Alas! Ah, mon Dieu!
Read all about the rest of £55,000 over. X3.
The last train has left.
Ah, yes, madame. This is truly the end.
Mr. Fogg! Mr. Fogg, sit down. Pass for two.
What is it, scoundrel?
I have made a mistake, a terrible thing. Quickly, quickly, come with me. Hurry, or your master will be ruined. Oh, Fogg. Oh, Mr. Fogg, forgive me.
Sir?
Oh, pardon me, sir, pardon. I made a terrible mistake, a dreadful error, an unfortunate resemblance, sir. You are not the robber. You are not the robber. The robber was arrested in Edinburgh this morning. You may go, sir. You are free.
Then my master does a wonderful thing. He wastes 5 seconds. He goes to the detective. He looks him well in the face. And then, with the only rapid movement he has ever made in his life, he draws both his arms back, and then, with the precision of an automaton, with both his fists, he strikes.
Take that, sir.
We jump into a carriage, and in 5 minutes we are at the station. It is 40 minutes past 2. Phileas Fogg orders a special train. 6 hours and 20 minutes later, we are in London. As we enter the station, the clocks are striking.
My friends, I've been around the world in 80 days and 15 minutes. I've lost.
My master is ruined. With my own eyes, in these 80 days, I have watched him spend more than 19,000 pounds of his money. The carpet bag is flat and empty. And tomorrow the gentlemen of the Reform Club will cash their check for 20,000 at Baring Brothers. Sadly, this evening, we return to the house in Savile Row. In the kitchen, the gas is still burning. Our neighbors do not know we have returned. The doors and the windows of the house are kept closed. Sadly, I cook the dinner. Sadly, I prepare an apartment for the Princess Aouda. Sadly, I tell her the truth, that for my master, as a man of honor, there is only one course open.
Passepartout, we must do something to prevent it.
Madame, I can do nothing by myself, nothing at all. I have no influence over my master's mind. But you, perhaps...
What influence would I have? Mr. Fogg is subject to none. Has he ever understood that my gratitude for him was overflowing? Has he ever read my heart? My friend, you must not leave him for a single instant.
The night passes. Monsieur Fogg has retired, but has he slept? I have watched like a dog at my master's feet all night till morning. I have heard him restlessly pacing the floor. You called, sir?
I did. You will prepare the Princess Aouda's breakfast. For myself, I will be satisfied with a cup of tea and a piece of toast. You will beg her to be good enough to excuse me from luncheon and dinner. I have certain affairs to set in order. You will say that I would like to see her in the library at 8 o'clock.
Then you will not go to the club today, monsieur?
No.
My master, I wish you to know that whatever happens, I shall always...
Go. I have desired to speak with you this evening, madame, in order to beg your forgiveness.
Mine, sir.
Can you ever forgive me, madam, for having brought you to England?
I, Mr. Fogg?
Be kind enough to allow me to finish. When I thought of taking you so far away from that country which had become so dangerous for you, I was rich, and I counted on placing a portion of my fortune at your disposal. Your life would have been happy and free. But now, madam, as you know, I'm ruined. I can no longer...
I know it, Mr. Fogg. And I, in turn, ask you, will you pardon me for having followed you? And who knows, for having perhaps assisted in your ruin by delaying you?
Madam, you could not remain in India. And your safety was only assured by removing you so far that those fanatics could not retake you.
But, Mr. Fogg, was it not enough that you should rescue me from a horrible death without feeling that you were obliged to assure my position abroad?
It would have been my pleasure, madam. Events have turned against me. However, I ask your permission to dispose of the little I have left in your favor.
But you, Mr. Fogg, what will become of you?
I, madam, shall not need anything.
But how, sir, do you look upon the fate that awaits you?
As I ought to look at it.
Whatever the future holds for you, so kind a man as you could never be in want, I am sure. Your friends...
I have no friends, madam.
Your relatives...
I have no relatives.
I pity you, Mr. Fogg. Solitude is a sad thing. Is there not one heart into which you can pour your troubles? They say that with two, misery itself is bearable.
They say so, madam.
Mr. Fogg, you will not think me bold if I ask you whether you might wish at once a relative and a friend. Will you have me for your wife? You close your eyes, Mr. Fogg. Will you not look at me and answer my question?
I love you. Yes, in truth. By everything most sacred in the world, I love you. And I am yours.
Ah, my friend.
Did you ring, sir?
Passepartout.
Oui, monsieur.
You will notify the Reverend Samuel Wilson of Marylebone Parish of our intention to be married as soon as possible.
Bon, monsieur.
It is not too late to go now, is it?
Never too late, monsieur. It will be for tomorrow, Monday.
For tomorrow, Monday, my dear?
For tomorrow, Monday.
Yes, monsieur. Yes, madame.
Gentlemen, in 15 minutes, the time agreed upon between Phileas Fogg and ourselves will have expired.
At what hour did the last train arrive from Liverpool?
23 minutes after 7, and the next train doesn't arrive till after midnight.
Gentlemen, if Phileas Fogg had arrived on the train at 23 minutes after 7, he would already be here. We can therefore consider we have won the bet.
I wouldn't be too sure, gentlemen. Mr. Fogg is an eccentric of the first order. His punctuality is a byword. Never arrives too late or too soon. He'll appear here at the very last minute, or I shall be very much surprised. Let's continue our game, gentlemen. Your deal, Flanagan. This is the rubber game.
He has 11 minutes.
What's the matter, Passepartout?
The marriage Impossible.
Impossible? What do you mean? What stands in the way?
Impossible tomorrow, sir.
Explain yourself, Passepartout.
It is impossible tomorrow, monsieur. Tomorrow is Sunday.
Monday, Passepartout.
Today is Saturday, monsieur.
Have you lost your mind? Today is Sunday.
Oh, sir, today is Saturday.
Saturday? Impossible.
Yes. You have made a mistake of one day. We have arrived 24 hours in advance. Today is Saturday, the 21st. We have convinced. We have won. We are saved.
10 minutes. 9 of hearts.
9 of hearts.
For my part, Mr. Ralph, I would not believe it was he if I saw him. China, the only steamer from New York that could be of any use to him, arrived yesterday. Name was not on the passenger list. Admitting the most favorable chances, Phileas Fogg has scarcely reached America. I calculate 20 days at least is the time he'll be behind. If, that is, he is still alive. This thing was senseless from the very start. However exact he may be, it is beyond human power to prevent the occurrence of inevitable delays, and a delay of only 2 or 3 days would be enough to destroy his chances.
Tomorrow morning we will present to Baring Brothers Mr. Fogg's check for £20,000.
3 minutes. Good use, Jed. Hearts of trumps. 2 of clubs.
10 of clubs.
I trump you. 3 of hearts.
Your trick, Stuart.
1 at 1/2 minutes to go. Gentlemen, it is now 8:43 and a quarter. I propose we resume this game at 8:45 p.m.
Gentlemen, we may safely congratulate ourselves. The bet is won.
1 minute, 5 seconds. 50 seconds left.
40.
25. 15.
14. 13. 12. 11. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2.
Good evening, gentlemen. It's a good wager. I'm afraid you've lost.
If you don't mind, Mr. Phileas Fogg, that is Mr. Orson Welles, how did a man of your character happen to be on time when all along you thought you were a day late?
Well, Mr. Seymour, it's this way. You know, speaking out of character, and as one of the least punctual of mortals, I am always happiest on the 79th day of the Jules Verne adventure. Here, for a blissful page or two, it does really look as though all my life's long list of trains missed and appointments forgotten may be finally justified in the delirious unlikelihood of Mr. Fogg losing his bet. We of the world who can't read timetables, wind watches, or get out of bed, we for whom traffic jams were made and for whom the alarm clock never rings, we more than any regard with benevolent suspicion those incidents which delayed the undelayable Englishman. To us, they are less like incidents than excuses. The whole story is too good to be true. An alibi we'd never dare. At least, I'd never dare anything like this. Excuse me, old man, I tried to make it, but you see, there was an Oriental princess and a tribe of Red Indians, and then we had to burn up our ship on the way over for fuel. I'm sure you know how it is. Most annoying. Hope you'll forgive. As I say, it sounds like the ultimate, the magnificent alibi it ought to be, but, oh, horror. There appears in the last chapter a Jules Verne nick in time, an unpredictable split infinity that flings the truth in our teeth and turns the timetables. And here our envy turns to loathing as we, who are always late, realize that the 81st day is actually the 80th.
that the 5 minutes after midnight is really the 11th hour, that Phileas Fogg made it and is lost to us. Well, Mr. Seymour, here's the solution. At a period when your grandfather saw the sun pass the meridian 80 times, Mr. Fogg, rushing precisely around the globe toward the sun, celebrated this solemn and unavoidable occasion 79 times only and gained a day. Myself, I don't understand it even after I've explained it. But you do, I'm sure. You who get there and keep nobody waiting. You probably guessed it before we began.
Just heard Orson Welles' original adaptation for radio of Jules Verne's classic Around the World in 80 Days. It was the 16th in the Columbia Broadcasting System's weekly dramatic series featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air. In the cast tonight were Ray Collins as Mr. Fix, Edgar Barrier as Passepartout, Eustace Wyatt as Ralph, Frank Rettig as Stuart, Arlene Francis as Madame Aouda, Stefan Schnabel as the Parsi, Al Swenson as the Captain, William Allen as the officer, and Orson Welles as Phileas Fogg. The original music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and Davidson Taylor supervised the production for CBS. This is Dan Seymour speaking. Next week, The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, with Orson Welles as producer, director, and featured artist, supported by the Mercury Theater on the Air. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
For 17 weeks past, Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air have brought you Mr. Welles' own dramatizations of literary classics, both of the past and from our own time. On all broadcasts but one, the presentation has been a single narrative. On one occasion, the Mercury players offered in dramatic form 3 of the world's great short stories. The success of that experiment led to nationwide requests for other brief narratives of contrasting emotional appeal. And so tonight, in their 18th broadcast, Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air bring to life 2 famous short stories, each dealing with a different fundamental human emotion. The authors are Joseph Conrad and Clarence Day. Tonight, Mr. Welles will not only appear in several parts, but will also speak for the 2 authors as narrator. And here, ladies and gentlemen, is the star and director of the Mercury Theater to tell you about the first presentation, Mr. Orson Welles.
Good evening. There was a man called Kosciuszko, an agitator for Polish freedom in the 50s, who was exiled by the Tsar. On the journey, his child was taken ill, and when he begged an official to let him stop on his way to nurse it, the official said, "Not to bother. What's one baby's life among all these thousands?" said the official. "If it's dying, leave it behind." Luckily, this expedient was found unnecessary. And the happy ending of the story is that little Joseph Conrad Kosciuszko lived to drop his last name and to learn that careful, fortunate English which he practiced to the everlasting glory of our literature. Tonight we present you with a dramatization of one of the best regarded and most typical of the works of Joseph Conrad. The Heart of Darkness could be described as a deliberate masterpiece, or a downright incantation. A fine piece of prose work at the least. Its best aspects are an artful compound of sympathy for humankind and a high tragical disgust. Its successful contrivance of mood hides its craft as an octopus hides in its own ink. And almost we are persuaded that there is something After all, something essential waiting for all of us in the dark alleys of the world. Aboriginally loathsome, immeasurable, and certainly nameless. The yawl swung to her anchor without a flutter of the sails. It was at rest. The flood had made the wind was nearly calm, and being bound down the river, the only thing to do was to come and wait for the turn of the tide. The sea reach of the Thames stretched before us like the beginning of an interminable waterway. In the offing, sea and sky were welded together without a joint. The air was dark above Gravesend, and farther back still it seemed condensed into a mournful doom, brooding motionless over the biggest and greatest town on earth. Then in the darkness, my friend Marlowe spoke.
This also has been one of the dark places on the earth.
His remark didn't seem at all surprising. Marlowe was a sailor. It was just like him.
I was thinking of very old times when the Romans first came here. 1900 years ago. Some decent young citizen in a toga. Perhaps too much dice, you know. Coming out here to mend his fortunes. Land in a swamp, march through the woods, and in some inland post feel the savagery, the utter savagery that closed around him. Growing regret, the longing to escape, the powerless disgust, the surrender, the hate. I don't know if I ever told you, I was in such a place once. There I met a man just like that. It was a long time ago. I had a job with a concern at the time, a trading society in Western Africa. One of their captains had been killed in a scuffle with the natives. They needed a man to replace him on one of the river boats, and they weren't particular whom they took. I left in a German steamer, and she called at every port on the way. It was 30 days before I saw the mouth of the big river. The coast was the edge of a colossal jungle, so dark green as to be almost black. The sun was fierce. The land seemed to glisten and drip with steam. Here and there, grayish-white specks showed up, clustered inside the white surf with a tin shed and a flagpole. And all around, the jungle.
You know, it's funny, Mr. Barlow, where some people will live for a few francs a month.
Well, it looks like a dreary country, Captain. No mistake.
I wonder what becomes of those fellows when they go up country.
I expect to see that soon.
So? Don't be too sure. Last year I took up a man who hanged himself on the road. He was a Swede.
Hanged himself? Why?
Who knows? Sun was too much for him, or the country, perhaps. There's your company station. I'll send your things up. 4 boxes, you said so. Very well. Good luck to you.
Goodbye, Captain.
Coming down for
As I climbed up the steep hill to the company station, I met a white man in such an unexpected elegance of get-up. In the first moment, I took him for a sort of vision. I saw a high-starched collar, white cuffs, a light alpaca jacket, snowy trousers, a clear necktie, and varnished boots. No hat. Hair parted, brushed and oiled under a green-lined parasol.
You are Mr. Mallow?
Yes.
And the company's accountant. Let us step into my office.
What's that?
You don't disturb yourself. An agent from up country, fever.
Will you just leave him there?
There is no place else to put him until well, as long as he's alive. It's a nuisance all around. His groans distract my attention. And it's difficult enough to guard against clerical errors in this country.
Yes, I suppose so.
So you are going into the ivory country, Mr. Mallow? Interesting.
I've gathered that impression already.
For my part, I like books better. Entries and all that. And by the way, you'll meet Mr. Kurtz up there, you know.
Who is Mr. Kurtz?
Mr. Kurtz is the agent at the farthest station inn. He sends down more ivory than all the others put together.
That must make him a valuable man to the company.
Indeed, he'll go far, very far. Over the heads of many of us that... Well, I won't go into detail. When you see Mr. Kurtz, please tell him that everything is very satisfactory. I'd write him, but you can't tell who might get hold of a letter at the central station. I forgot the sick man. I don't know. It's all right. He doesn't hear.
You mean?
Oh, no, not yet. Yes, this Mr. Kurtz. He's a very remarkable person.
Next day, I started for the central station, 200 miles inland. Paths. Paths everywhere, spreading over the empty land, through the long grass, through thickets, down and up chilly ravines, up and down stony hills ablaze with heat and solitude. Great silence around and above. On the 15th day, I came in sight of the big river again. Hobbled into the central station. It was on a black water surrounded by scrub and forest, with a pretty border of smelly mud on one side, and the three others enclosed by a crazy fence of rushes. White men with long sticks in their hands appeared languidly from amongst the buildings. They made no effort to welcome me. In fact, paid no particular attention to my arrival except for a casual glance. I walked up to the largest hut in the enclosure. How do you do? My name is Marlowe. Captain Marlowe of the riverboat.
Oh, yes. You've been a long time coming, Marlowe. Your boat is wrecked, Captain.
What did you say, sir?
Wrecked. Her bottom was torn out on stones, and she sank near the south bank. But everyone behaved splendidly. You will have to fish her out. It will be some time before you will be able to make the trip up the river. For some months, in fact.
Why, that's unbelievable.
You'll believe it when you see her. I want you to have a look at her and let me know how soon she'll be ready.
Who are you, sir?
I'm the manager here, the company's manager. The situation here is grave, very grave. I don't yet know who is dead and who is alive. And with the boat laid up, we don't know how things stand. But there are rumors, grave rumors, that a very important station is in jeopardy. And Mr. Kurtz, our manager, is ill.
Kurtz. I think I heard his name down on the coast.
Ah. So they talk of Mr. Kurtz down there, do they?
They do? He must be a very unusual man.
Quite so. A very unusual man. Very successful, too. You can understand my anxiety. You should be ready to start in 3 months. Yes, 3 months. That ought to do the affair.
Went down and looked at my battered, twisted tin pot steamboat. She rang under my feet like an empty biscuit tin kicked along the gutter. I didn't realize at the moment how accurately the manager had estimated the time required for the affair, as he called it. Weeks of waiting. Weeks of waiting for a box full of rivets to come up from the coast. And in those weeks, I saw the station full of white men with long sticks in their hands, strolling aimlessly about like a lot of faithless pilgrims bewitched inside a rotten fence. The word ivory rang in the air, with whispers and with sighs. You'd think they were praying to the great god Ivory. I've never seen anything so unreal in my life. One evening, I happened to be in the hut of the assistant manager. I noticed on his table a small sketch in oils representing a woman draped and blindfolded carrying a lighted torch. Tell me, did you paint this?
Oh, no, that was painted by Mr. Kurtz in the station more than a year ago. Mr. Kurtz painted it while waiting for means to go to his trading post.
Oh, Mr. Kurtz, eh?
Mr. Kurtz is the chief of the inner station. Oh, he's a prodigy. He sends down more ivory than any of our other agents. Besides that, he's an emissary of pity and science and progress. And so he comes here, a special being. So today, Mr. Kurtz is the chief of the best station. Next year, he will be assistant manager. 2 years more and... but I dare say you know what he will be in 2 years' time. You're one of the new gang, Captain. Oh, I know what I'm talking about. I have my own eyes to trust.
You read the company's confidential correspondence.
What do you mean?
When Mr. Kurtz is general manager, you won't have the opportunity. Well, the rivets arrived just in time to make good the manager's prediction. In 3 months, almost to a day, I set out to the interior to relieve Mr. Kurtz at the inner station. Heavy, sluggish. There was no joy in the brilliance of the sunshine. As we steamed deeper into the jungle, the roll of drums behind the cordon of trees kept a distant, constant tremor. Guessing at the channel, watching for sunken stones that would have ripped the life out of the tin pot steamboat and drowned us all. Still the drums beat on behind us, ahead of us, on all sides of us. The steamer toiled along slowly on the edge of a black and incomprehensible frenzy. The prehistoric man, cursing us, praying to us, welcoming us. Who could tell? Not far below the inner station, we came upon a hut of reeds, an inclined and melancholy pole with the unrecognizable tatters of what had been a flag of some sort flying from it. The manager and I, who went ashore, found a flat piece of board with some faded pencil writing on it. It read, "Hurry up to inner station. Approach cautiously." There was a signature, but it was illegible. Not put.
What do you make of it, Captain?
Someone trying to be mysterious.
Approach cautiously. Approach what? Cautiously.
We better push on the right side out. We're only 8 miles from Kurtz now, aren't we?
8 miles of dangerous river. Sun's getting low. After this warning, I prefer to approach the station by daylight.
But Kurtz may need us. He may be in trouble.
I hope not. It wouldn't sit well with the company if something happened to Mr. Kurtz before we reach.
Is your only concern what the company thinks?
Just what do you mean?
How about Kurtz? Don't you want Kurtz to come back?
Why, Captain Marlowe, what an extraordinary notion. Of course, we want Mr. Kurtz to come back. Such a remarkable man.
When the sun rose next morning, there was a white fog, very warm and clammy and more blinding than the night. It stood all around us like something solid. At 8 or 9, perhaps, it began to lift as a shutter lifts. We had a glimpse of the growing multitude of trees, of the immense matted jungle with the blazing little ball of the sun hanging over it. At last, the opaque water, still and treacherous, was dimly visible from the wheelhouse where I stood beside my pilot. The company men, their alpaca suits whiter than the fog, stood on the deck below me.
Undercover, everybody. Spanker they all. No chance. All around us. Oh, Captain.
Yes?
Can't you get us on the way?
It's the natives of the rocks. Take your choice.
Try the river, Captain. They'll force us if we stay on shore.
Lie below. Even the chain. Steam ahead. Watch those eddies, pilot.
Watch them.
Half steam below.
Look out there! Arrows!
Arrows! Close the shutters on your side, pilot.
Down here.
Keep it straight, pilot. Stay below. Stop firing. Oh, wait. Here's something that'll do more than your confounded guns.
Are you up there, Captain?
All right. Well, thanks to your target practice.
Well, we beat them off.
You beat them off. The steam whistle beat them off. The gun smoke nearly wrecked us.
Captain Marlowe, you behaved admirably. Everyone behaved admirably. A credit to the company.
Well, I'm afraid they got one of the crew.
Yes, it is on the deck. Poor devil. He's got an arrow sticking through his chest. Give me a hand with this arrow. Steady there. It's got a steel tip. Strange. There's no steel in the Belgian Congo. I wonder if by any chance Mr. Kurtz.
Reach Kurtz was becoming an obsession with me. The current was more rapid now. The steamer seemed at her last gasp. The stern wheel flopped languidly. And I caught myself listening always for the next beat of the engine. I expected the wretched thing to give up every moment. It was like watching the last flickers of a light. At last we drew into sight of a dreary shore, and there was a clearing that rose to a slight knoll overlooking the river. The inner station was a long, tumble-down building perched on a hill, half buried in the high grass, with the thick, meshed jungle hanging over its rotted roof. I stopped the engines. The boat drifted slowly to the slimy bank. We let out the anchor chain to the stump of a tree. As soon as the gangplank was lowered, the company's manager and his 3 satellites set out with their brisk efficiency toward the silent house of Kurtz. After a moment, I became aware of a strange, ragged figure on the wharf. Hello down there.
Captain?
Come up here to the pilot house.
Captain, I'm glad you've come.
Did we come in time? How is Mr. Kurtz?
Mr. Kurtz, sir. Still Mr. Kurtz.
We were just attacked by natives on the river.
Oh, yes.
They are simple people. They meant no harm. It was one of Mr. Kurtz's little jokes. Now, allow me to introduce myself. Sekosov, Russian. Son of an archpriest, governor of the temple. It's a great pleasure to talk with a white man, Captain.
Don't you talk with Mr. Kurtz?
Well, you don't talk with that man. You listen to him. Mr. Kurtz, Captain, has enlarged my mind. We've talked of everything. Everything. He made me see things.
And ever since, you've been with him, of course.
Oh, on the contrary. Very often I had to wait for days before he would turn up. It was worth waiting for, though. Sometimes.
What was he doing? Exploring, or what?
Oh, yes, of course. He's discovered many villages, a lake, too. And not sure exactly in what direction. Dangerous to inquire too much. Most of these expeditions were for ivory.
He had no goods to trade with by that time, did he?
There's a lot of good cartridges left, even yet.
You mean he raided the country?
Not alone.
Kurtz got the tribes to follow him, did he?
Oh, they adore him. They think him a god. They worship him with ivory. What can you expect? He came to them with thunder and lightning, you know. They've never seen guns before. He could be very terrible. You can't judge Mr. Kurtz as you would ordinary man. Now, just to give you an idea, I don't mind telling you he wanted to shoot me, too, one day. But I don't judge him.
Shoot you? What for?
Well, I had a small lot of ivory, and he wanted it, and wouldn't hear reason. He said he'd shoot me unless I gave him the ivory and paid out. He gave me the ivory. What did I say? But I didn't clear out. I couldn't leave him. I offered to go back with him, and he would say yes, and then he would disappear on another ivory hunt. Forget himself among these people. Forget himself. You know.
Why? The man's mad.
We don't say such things here.
I followed the frightened glance of the Russian to the house above the shore. I saw that the round knobs that stood on stakes by Kurtz's door were not ornamental, but were symbolic. Food for thought, and also for vultures. They would have been even more impressive, those heads on the stakes, if their faces had not been turned to the house. Suddenly, round the corner of the house, a group of natives appeared, as though they had come up from the ground. They waded waist-deep in the grass in a compact body bearing an improvised stretcher in their midst. Now, at last, I was to see Kurtz. Behind the stretcher, two of the agents carried his arms. 2 shotguns, a heavy rifle, and a light revolver carbine. The thunderbolts of that pitiful Jupiter. And now I knew what I watched was not merely the departure of Mr. Kurtz from the inner station, but the last jungle rites of one who had become its supreme being. The dark warm of the wilderness breathed out an immense horde of naked men. A black circle that writhed and stamped around the small white center of frightened Europeans. In the rear of this strange procession came a moving chain of black bodies, carrying on their shoulders the gleaming white ivory. The stretcher was carried up the gangplank. From the pilot's deck, I looked down on the long, gaunt figure of Kurtz. The hollow cage of his ribs. The bald skeleton head like an ivory ball.
Put him down there.
Get the captain ready.
Open the door.
Careful with him. Careful.
A moment later, the manager came up to the pilot's bridge.
Oh, Captain Marlowe.
Yes?
I think we should steam up as soon as the ivory is loaded. No telling about these natives.
Mr. Kurtz?
Mr. Kurtz. He's a very sick man. We've done all we could for him, though, haven't we? But there's no disguising the fact that Mr. Kurtz has been more harm than good to the company. There's a remarkable quantity of ivory, but his methods have been unsound.
You call it
Unsound methods?
Without doubt, don't you?
No methods at all. But he got the ivory. I consider Mr. Kurtz a remarkable man.
He was. A most remarkable man.
So we swung downstream, and thousands of eyes from the jungle followed the splashing river demon, beating the water with its terrible tail and breathing black smoke into the air. Through the dense forest, the brown current ran swiftly out of the heart of darkness, bearing us down towards the sea with twice the speed of our progress upstream. And Kurtz's life was running swiftly, too, ebbing out of his heart into the sea of inexorable time. Evenings, when the boat was anchored and I was free from the wheel, I went down to Kurtz's cabin. On the third night, I found him weakening fast.
Yes.
How are you tonight, Mr. Kurtz?
Well enough to be back at my station. That place is mine. You've no right to take me away. That manager, that stupid scoundrel, he wants my ivory. He's blocked me at every turn.
Don't excite yourself, Mr. Kurtz. You're sick, you know.
Sick? Sick? Not so sick as you'd like to believe. Never mind. I'll carry out my ideas yet. I will return. I'll show you what can be done here. You with your little peddling notions. You're interfering with me. I will return. I have more to do than die here in this stinking jungle.
You're not going to die, Mr. Kurtz.
Of course I'm not going to die. I have too much to accomplish. Close the shutter, will you? That light. Did you close the shutter, Mr. Marlowe?
The shutter is closed, sir.
Tighter. I can't stand the light. I tell you. You must show them you have in you something that is really profitable. The methods you use aren't important. I was driven. No matter. You must take care of the motives, Mr. Marlowe. Right motives, always. That's the thing.
Very true, sir.
It was the manager, that noxious fool, who drove me to it. He pried into my boxes when I was not looking. He destroyed me with the company. But I was the company. I was the company. I sent them more ivory. More ivory. That's what they wanted. Ivory.
You must be quiet, sir.
Ivory. That light, shut up. That light.
There is no light, sir.
It's the ivory. The ivory. Horror. Horror.
The next day, soon after dawn, they lowered his body into a muddy hole in the bank of the Mercury River. We started downstream again.
Arriba!
Among his belongings was a packet of letters and the photograph of a girl. 6 months later, those letters and the picture took me to a house in Antwerp. I stood before the mahogany door on the first floor.
You're Mr. Marlowe. Please come in.
I have certain letters for you.
Yes. You were his friend. You must have been if he gave you these and sent you to me.
Yes. I was his friend.
Who was not his friend who had heard him speak once? Who drew men towards him by what was best in them? It was the gift of the great. But you have heard him. You know.
Yes. I know.
And all of this, all of his promise, and of all his greatness, of his generous mind, of his noble heart, nothing remains. Nothing but a memory. You and I.
We shall always remember him.
And his example. Men looked up to him. His goodness shone in every act. I believe in him more than anything on earth. Forgive me. I've mourned so long in silence. In silence. You were with him to the last.
At the very end. I heard his very last words.
Repeat them. I want something to live with. His last word to live with. Don't you understand? I loved him. I loved him. I loved him.
The last word he pronounced was your name.
My friend Marlowe ceased. The story was over. Nobody moved for a time.
Well, we've lost the first of the ebb.
I raised my head. The offing was barred by a black bank of clouds, and the tranquil waterway leading to the uttermost ends of the earth flowed somber under an overcast sky and seemed to lead into the heart of an immense darkness.
Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air have just brought you an original dramatization of The Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, with Orson Welles as the author and as Kurth. The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations are presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in two famous stories dramatized for radio. And here again is Orson Welles.
Our radio adaptation of Life with Father is nothing more than a selection of our favorites from among those tales that Clarence Day swore were true about Clarence Day Sr. Life with Father is, of course, too good for us and too good to resist. As radio writers, we promise not to touch, but do just let us read it to you aloud. And finally, may I say that any similarity in the following broadcast to persons in real life is just as it should be. Up to the late 1890s, we lived in one of the long rows of comfortable-looking brownstone houses on Madison Avenue. Father went downtown each morning on the 6th Avenue elevated, but Mother felt that horse cars were better. She didn't like the soot and cinders from the steam engine that pulled the 4-passenger cars, and the toot of the whistle made her nervous. No telegraph poles were allowed on 5th Avenue, but they stood in long rows on other thoroughfares. We had wires in our house, but they were good, honest, old-fashioned wires, and to make them work, we had to pull them. There was none of this dangerous stuff called electricity in them. Electricity was too risky a thing to put in a home. All we knew about it was that there were electric batteries in the Eden Museum which could and did give anyone who paid 25 cents a shock. Telephones had been invented, but like most people, Father hadn't installed one. Messenger boys were quite enough of a nuisance, suddenly appearing at the door and expecting an answer, but they came only a few times a year, and a telephone might ring every week. Little by little, however, telephones came into use, and after about 10 or 15 years, in spite of still having misgivings, Father got one. It was put on a wall on the 2nd floor, where everybody could hear its loud bell from the first. I can assure you it made trouble.
I'm coming.
I'll go. I'll answer the cursed thing. Hello? Speak up, can't you hang it? What is it? Who are you? I can't hear a word you're saying. I can't hear a blasted word, I tell you.
Here, give me that telephone. You know you don't know how to use it.
I will not give you this telephone. You let me alone. I'm trying to find out who the devil this person is. Hello? I say hello there. You hear me? Who are you? Hello? What's that? Oh, it's you, Mrs. Nichols. Yes, Mrs. Day's here. How are you? Oh, you wish to speak to Mrs. Day. Oh, very well, then. Wait a moment. Vinny, it's for you. It's Mrs. Nichols. Why don't you answer the telephone yourself, my dear? One day, a friend of mine, a girl who had moved to live in a settlement house downtown, telephoned to invite me to lunch with some visiting Russians. Father answered the telephone. Hello, yes? This is Mrs. Day. Speak up, hang it. Don't mumble at me. Who are you? What? Come to lunch. I've had lunch. Next Friday? Why, I don't want to lunch with you next Friday. No. Where? Where do you say? In Rivington Street, the devil. Yes, my name is Clarence Day, and I told you that before. Don't repeat. Lunch with you in Rivington Street? Good Lord, I never heard of such a thing in my life. Russians? I don't know any Russians. No, I don't want to either. No, I haven't changed. I never change. What? Goodbye, madam. Blast.
I think that was a friend of mine, Father.
A friend of yours? Oh. It sounded to me like some impudent peddler's wife this time, arguing with me about lunching with her somewhere down in the slums. I can't stand it, that's all I have to say. I'll have the confounded thing taken out.
One day, when I was about 10 years old, and my brother George 8, Father suddenly remembered an intention of his to have us taught music. Now, there were numerous things he felt every boy ought to learn, such as swimming, blacking his own shoes, and bookkeeping. He now recalled that music, too, should be included in our education. He held that all children should be taught to play on something and sing.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do.
But, Father, I can't sing.
It's very simple, Clarence. Of course you can sing. It's the natural expression for a child.
But, Father, I have no ear. You know when I tried to learn the piano...
Nonsense. Now, here. This game. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do. Now, you sing it. I'll come to you.
But, Father, I can't sing.
Nonsense, my boy. What do you know about what you can or can't do? Just do whatever I tell you and you'll be all right. Do, re. Once again.
Do.
No. No. Do.
I'm sorry, Father. I don't understand exactly.
Don't understand what? It's perfectly simple. You just sing now. Do, re. Follow me.
Do, re, mi. But, Father, you see your voice matches the piano. I don't know how to make mine.
All right, then. Try to learn one note at a time. If you can't sing the whole scale, just sing do. Do. Once again. Do.
Do. But, Father, it doesn't mean anything.
Do. It's a note, don't you understand? A note in music. Try again now. Do. Do.
Claire, what are you doing?
What am I doing, Vinny? Can't you hear what I'm doing? I'm trying to teach your oldest son to sing.
But Claire, can't you hear how it sounds?
Will you please go away, my dear, and leave me alone with my son? If his voice is painful to you, go away. You can't hear it.
Claire.
Dash it, I will not be interfered with. I'm sick and tired of being systematically thwarted and hindered in my own house. Can't stand it another moment. Think I can't teach him? You teach him.
You'll only have to come right back down again. The soup's being put on the table.
I don't want any dinner.
Oh, Claire, please. It's oyster soup.
Don't want any.
So we sat down, frightened at table. Mother, my brother George, and I. The soup was a lifesaver. It was more like a stew, really. Milk and oyster juice and big oysters. I put lots of small, hard crackers into mine and a slice of French toast. The hot toast soaked in soup was delicious, only there wasn't much of it. And as Father particularly liked it, we had to leave it for him. Father came down in the middle of it, still offended, but he ate his full share. Father was often offended when he tried to teach us boys things, but not as badly as when he tried to teach Mother. Father was always trying to teach Mother to keep track of the household expenses.
Claire, I do try.
Upon my soul, I almost believe you don't know what system is. You don't want to know either. Now, here, for instance. Here in my notebook, I see that I gave you $6 in cash on the 25th of last month to buy a new coffee pot.
Yes, but you broke the old one. You threw it right on the floor.
I'm not talking about that, Vinny. I'm simply endeavoring to find out from you if I can.
But it's so silly to break a nice coffee pot, Claire, and that was the last of those French ones. I spent $4.50 for that new umbrella. I told you I wanted, and you said I didn't need a new one, but I did very much. And that must have been the week I paid Mrs. Tobin for an extra 2 days washing, so that makes $6.50. And that's another 6.50 you owe me.
I don't owe you anything, Vinny. You have managed to turn a coffee pot for me into an umbrella for you. If this sort of thing keeps on, I might just well not keep account books at all.
Father sighed and got out his pencil and wrote new umbrella for B in his notebook. Sort of thing left him very discouraged. Father got annoyed with us when he didn't stay well. He usually stayed well himself, and he expected us to be like him and not to faint and slump on his hands and thus add to his burdens.
All this talk about germs, a lot of newfangled nonsense. When I was a boy, there were no germs that I knew of, and if they do exist, what of it? I'm as healthy as they are. If any blasted germs want to have a try at me, bring them on.
Aside from colds, which he had very seldom, his only foes were sick headaches. When one of these headaches started, Father lay down and shut his eyes tight and yelled. The severity of a headache could be judged by the volume of sound he put forth. His idea seemed to be to show the headache he was just as strong as it was and stronger. when he and a headache went to bed together, they were a noisy pair. From Father's point of view, Mother didn't know how to handle an ailment. Even when she had a cold, he became fretful. He pished and pooed to himself and muttered that it was silly. He usually came up from office about 5 or 6, and then he'd look around the house to find Mother. It made his home feel queer and empty to him when she wasn't there. He'd go up to her room. The smell of witch hazel was in the air, mixed with spirits of camphor. On the bed, huddled under an Afghan, Mother lay still in the dark. Vinny? Are you there, Vinny?
Go away.
What?
Go away. Oh, go away.
Good Lord.
Claire,
What is it?
won't you please shut my door again?
After supper, he didn't seem to know what to do with himself, so he'd go up and stand at the foot of Mother's bed, look gloomy.
What is it, Claire?
Nothing.
Well, for mercy's sake, don't stand there looking like that, Claire.
What do you mean, looking like that?
Oh, go away. When people are sick, they like to see a smile or something. I never will get well if you stand there and stare at me that way. Please shut my door quietly this time and leave me alone.
Father came downstairs. He looked more cheerful.
Well, my boy. Mother's all right again. She isn't out of bed, but sounds much better this evening.
One evening, Father found Mother worrying because Aunt Emma was sick with influenza.
Oh, pooh. There's nothing the matter with Emma. You can trust people to get any ailment whatever that's fashionable. They hear a lot of other people having it, and the first thing you know, they get scared and think they have it themselves. Then they go to bed and send for the doctor. The doctor, oh, poppycock.
Well, but Claire, dear, if you were in charge of them, what would you do instead?
Cheer 'em up. Cheer 'em up. That's the way to cure 'em.
Well, how would you cheer them up, darling?
I tell 'em, bah.
One late afternoon, when Father came home from downtown, he found his home very much upset. Our cook had walked out and left us. I was a child of 4, my brother George 2, and there was a new baby besides. Mother was ill. She hadn't been able to leave us to go to an agency, and she was no hand at cooking herself. The outlook for dinner was poor.
What do you intend doing, Vinny? What's become of us?
Claire, why don't you go dine at your club for once?
Ridiculous. I never died in the club. I won't do it. Any time I can't have my dinner in my own home, this house is for sale. I'm ready to sell the place this very minute if I can't live here in comfort, and we can all go and sit under a palm tree and live on breadfruit and pickles.
I'll try to get to an agency in the morning, Claire. See what I can do.
In the morning? Good heavens. Where is this place? I'm going there right now.
So Father put on his hat and gloves and started out for the agency. There was nobody in the place except a woman sitting at a desk.
Good day. Where are they?
I beg your pardon, sir. What did
Where do you keep them? I'm asking, where do you keep them?
Well, the girls are in there, but the clients are not allowed in that room. If you will tell me the kind of position you wish me to fill for you, I'll have one of them come out. We don't allow that. But, sir, you simply mustn't go...
Father had thrown open the door and gone in. There sat a crowd of girls, young and old, sickly and brawny, of all shapes and sizes. Father pointed his cane at a little woman in the corner who sat there with honest gray eyes, shrewd-looking and quiet.
I'll take that one.
But, sir, I don't even know what position you...
Cook.
But Margaret doesn't wish to be a cook. She wants...
You can cook, can't you?
I did cook for one family once, sir.
Of course she can cook. I knew at once she could cook.
If you're going to take her anyhow, whether she cooks or not, what day would you wish her to come, and would you please give me your name?
Name? Why should I give you my name? Come on, Margaret. You come right home with me now. Goodbye, ma'am.
Margaret followed Father back, and he set her right down to the kitchen to cook dinner.
I don't know why people make such a fuss about engaging new servants. It seems simple enough to me.
And it was, too. Margaret stayed with us 26 years. Margaret was just the kind of cook Father wanted. Lots of cooks can do rich dishes well. Margaret couldn't, but she cooked simple, everyday dishes in a way that made our mouths water. Father said her apple pies were the most satisfying he ever tasted. Her warmed-up potatoes were so delicious, he used sometimes to make a whole dinner of them. Yet even Margaret sometimes miscalculated. A large, royal-looking steak would be set before Father, which upon being cut into would turn out to be underdone. Father's face would darken with disappointment. He would raise his foot under the table and stamp slowly and heavily 3 times on the rug. At this solemn signal, we could hear Margaret leaving the kitchen far below. Margaret?
Yes, Mr. Day.
Margaret? That steak.
Oh, the Lord bless us and save us.
She would then seize the platter and make off of it to better it the best way she could. Father would gloomily wait and eat a few vegetables and pour out a fresh glass of claret. But sometimes a dish came up that was so perfect that Father's face would crinkle with pleasure, and with a wink at us, he would summon Margaret. Margaret?
Yes, Mr. Day.
Margaret? That fricassee chicken is good. Margaret would turn her wrinkled face aside and look down and push the platform out towards Father. The same gesture she used when she said, "Get along with you," to Fletcher. She couldn't say that to Father, but she would beam at him and turn and roll out and dump back down the dark stairs without ever a word. In the end, Father had to get used to another cook because Margaret died. At alternate meals, Father talked of how good her things always tasted. Well, this pie's good, Vinny. Nobody could say it compared with Margaret's.
I wish she could hear you. If anybody was ever sure of going to heaven, I know it was Margaret.
Yeah, I'll look her up when I get there. Have her take care of me.
But Claire...
What's the matter?
Well, Claire, dear, Margaret must be in some special sort of heaven. She was so good. You'd be very fortunate, Claire, to get to the same part as Margaret.
Huh. I'll make a devil of a row if I don't.
Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System has presented the 18th Weekly Hour featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air. In just a moment, Orson Welles will return to the microphone with an announcement regarding his future plans. Meanwhile, a word about tonight's production of 2 famous stories. Mr. Welles spoke for each of the authors as narrator. In The Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, Ray Collins was featured as the narrator Captain Marlowe. The accountant was played by Alfred Shirley, the assistant manager George Coulouris, the second manager Edgar Barrier, the agent William Allen, Kurtz's intended bride Anna Stafford, Cherkosov, Frank Rettig, Kurtz by Orson Welles. And the African music was directed by Asadata Dafora Horton, whose drummers have been heard in the African dance drama Kai Kunkor and Mr. Welles's production of Macbeth. The excerpts from Life with Father by Clarence Day, which concluded the program, featured the mother, Mildred Natwick, the employment office manager, Mary Wicks, Margaret Alice Frost, the boy Clarence Arthur Anderson, Father Orson Welles. The orchestra was conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and Davidson Taylor supervised the production for CBS. This is Dan Seymour speaking. Next Sunday night at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air will bring to life a modern story of romance and adventure. The story of a man who lost a great love and who could have no quiet and no sleep until he found that love again. The famous novel, One Life to... And now again, the star and director of the Mercury Theater, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy at this time to announce that starting Friday, December 9th, from 9 to 10 p.m., and each Friday thereafter, we of the Mercury Theater will be sponsored over most of these stations by the makers of Campbell's Soups. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Theater on the Air. Tonight, Orson Welles produces and directs the 19th broadcast in the Mercury Theater series of dramatized great narratives. There have been a number of famous authors represented in the broadcast, but none so young as Ellis St. Joseph, whose name many of us may be hearing for the first time tonight. The story is one which Mr. Welles has long considered, and he takes great pleasure in presenting A Passenger to Bali by Ellis St. Joseph, one of the great short novels of recent years. The young author was born in 1911 and gathered material for A Passenger to Bali during a trip on a freighter in the Pacific. Though all the characters in his story are imaginary, the hurricane and certain other of the incidents actually took place. The freighter upon which he traveled was making its last voyage, and his story carries the weight of first-hand experience. The Mercury Theater on the Air presents A Passenger to Bali, starring Orson Welles as Dr. Albie Wolf.
My name is English, Captain English. Perhaps the telling of this story will serve to expel from my mind my last lingering glimpse of Walk as I left him. A vision that appears more real in retrospect than it did at the time. It has grown real in the 14 years that have passed. It was what some men call chance and others destiny that link our lives on the dock at Shanghai and alike disrupted them 200 miles out at sea. I merely accepted him as a passenger on the steamship Roundabout, a tramp steamer flying the British flag, carrying a crew of 3 white officers and 20 Kanaka boys, which I owned and put to trade in the Southern Pacific.
Listen to that. Oh, blimey. Fog's getting colder and thicker every minute. Cammy, that's what it is. There gives you the creeps not to see 5 foot in front of you. Only white wherever you look. Dan Olson. Fog is fog. Well, sometimes it is and sometimes it ain't.
Superstitious, Mr. Randall?
Now, look here, Mr. Stagg. You might be first mate and me only second mate. But we're both sailors, and I says it's a little queer. Fog like this ain't natural on the Yangtze River this late in the year. The anchor ain't lifted yet. Captain broke. Bad omens, that's what.
Saw a rat dive overboard this morning.
You're joking. We don't want to joke about a thing like that. That wreck leaving a ship. No seafaring man is... What's this?
Shanghai. Port police.
What are they snooping around here for? Like blooming ghosts.
Contraband, maybe.
There may be worse, eh? What I want to know is what brings them here. Here, Mr. Stagg, to the roundabout. I got a feeling about this here ship.
Gentlemen. Oh, is that you, Mr. Angle?
Yes, Captain English.
They finished putting the coal on board. Will you pay them off as quickly as possible?
Yes, I'll do that, Captain. Time's money, that's what I said.
Dirty thought, sir. Notice how she's closing in, blowing right up the river in our faces. Worse luck. Mr. Stagg, have you noticed anything unusual tonight? Like what, sir?
Oh, for one thing, Shanghai Port Police.
Yes, I did, sir. Not more than a minute back, the launch went by. Anything wrong, Captain?
No, I'm certain of it. We should have been out of the harbor and down the river 2 hours ago.
Oh, what would be in the wind, Captain? Just, for instance, some sort of trouble on the waterfront, I suspect. I knew something was brewing when we had trouble getting our deckhands.
Oh, is that all, sir? I was worried for a minute. It's quite enough, Mr. Stagg. You can go right on being worried.
Well, I thought from the way them police looked, it might have something to do with us, sir.
What? With the roundabout?
Personal, like.
Well, it will if we don't clear this harbor. Not a very pretty world where peaceful men have to go about carrying a gun.
Never knew you to tote one of them before. Protection, huh? From what, sir?
From the Yangtze Kiang here, and the river pirates that shark it. From my own Kanaka boys, if they get the right meaning of the wrong words. From such a night as this. Captain, is that you, Captain? Yes, Mr. Angle. I paid that coaling gang double quick, Captain. What I says is, save time, save money, eh? Time's money. Right you are, Mr. Angle. We've got precious little of both of them. Well, let's be off. Give the orders, Mr. Stagg.
Yes, sir.
That was the first time I heard that man's voice, calling my name. It's been ringing in my ears ever since. That was the first time I saw his enormous figure in its bell-shaped greatcoat. A figure that haunts me still. Haunts me. Mind you, I accept no more responsibility for his end, if it was an end, than I do for his emergence from the fog that night.
Captain English?
Yes? Who is it?
Have I the honor of addressing Captain English of the roundabout?
I am Captain English.
Allow me to introduce myself, Captain English. I am the Reverend Dr. Rob Walks, a Dutch missionary. A missionary, Captain, bound for Bali, there to distribute Bibles and spread the word of the Lord.
Oh, what can I do for you?
Your hand, sir. The Lord has brought us together tonight, Captain. What the Lord has put together, let no man put asunder.
Isn't that your marriage sermon, Dr. Walks?
Well, Captain, our first meeting is a marriage.
Or a parting.
Captain. So, you're looking at this thing men call my face. Have you seen it before?
No.
Good, so much the better. Then we can start from scratch.
Captain! Captain! Ready to rise?
I'll be with you in a moment, Mr. Stagg. Excuse me, you see, we're ready to sail, you see.
I'm not giving to wasting words in mundane affairs, Captain English. Not I save my breath. You see how very brief I can be. Captain English, I am told that your boat puts in at Gulalong, the port of Bali. Is that correct?
Quite.
In that case, here you will find a Dutch passport, several papers for identification, mostly clerical, and about 400 in American dollars. Be good enough to examine them. If the papers, the money, and myself meet with your approval, I shall sail with you tonight.
Oh. Well, your passport seems in order. The photograph is you?
Yes. My shadow in the sun. Yet a man must hold his shadow or lose the earth it falls on. Captain?
The visa seems proper. These letters?
Testimonials of faith, sir.
And the money?
Testimonials of faith of another kind.
Well, I'm afraid it's unfeasible, Dr. Walks. The roundabout is a trading seat.
Name your price.
Well, I admit you tempt me. Funds are a bit low right now.
Now's the time, then. Decide, sir. You own the ship as well as the commander.
Yes, I know.
Then hoist your British flag, Captain, and be off with your Dutch passengers.
Wait a minute. You say you're a Dutchman, yet you don't have much of an accent.
Captain English, the Lord speaks in many tongues.
It's odd that you should have waited until the last moment, Dr. Walk.
His work knows no other time than the present.
It's very irregular, you understand. Accepting at the last moment without proper investigation, a stranger
A stranger? A minister of the Lord. Well, Captain?
There's a police launch again. The third time tonight.
Well, Captain?
Very well. I'll take you.
The meeting, sir, is a marriage.
10 minutes later, with Dr. Walks and his 2 large packing cases on board, we set sail from Shanghai. The following days faded into each other and blurred into weeks. First it was cold, then it was hot. Nothing disturbed the ordered routine except the presence of Dr. Walks. He threw a palpable shadow over the whole ship. Something you couldn't put your finger on. A sort of restlessness, unspoken dissension among the crew, even the officers. I pretended not to notice. And then one day it was useless to pretend any longer. Mr. Wrangler and I were on our way down to the mess room for lunch. From inside we heard the voice of our Chinese cook.
All right, Chinaman. Now, what more did he say?
Just what he say. He got fellow love God, hate devil.
What else did he say? Come on, spit it out or I'll break your wrist.
What's this, Mr. Stagg?
Ask him, sir.
True?
No, Captain. Excuse, please, Captain.
I think I'd rather hear it from you, Mr. Stagg. Chu, you may go.
Thanks very much, Captain.
Chu's been breaking plates, sir. Gave me some lip, guilty of insubordination. You saw the way he backed out.
Your word's enough, Mr. Stagg.
Thank you, sir.
Though I hardly see the necessity for handling it, well, handling him as you did over a broken plate.
Ah, blast him up. There's more than the plate.
Well, what was it?
That Dutchman, sir. He's up to something. He's been talking to the crew.
We'll not discuss the matter any further, Mr. Stagg. Gentlemen, shall we sit down? Dr. Walks is late for lunch, as usual.
You make up for it, he will, when he sees the grub in front of him. Ain't natural for a man of the cloth to eat so much. And what I say is, how can any man be godly on a full stomach?
Much easier, I should say, than on an empty one.
What use does he put his belly to, I wants to know? Don't bend it to no work. Shoves it into the prow of the boat and stands there all day like a bleeding figurehead. What for?
Well, what's a figurehead for?
But is it natural, sir? Always to have him ahead of us wherever we goes? It gives you the feeling that he's taking the boat where he wants.
He's too big for his clothes, if you ask me. I don't think he's even a reverend. And I don't care if he is or not. He makes my gorge rise. Just the sight of him and that smile of his.
There is something queer about him, all right. You feel it yourself, Captain.
Gentlemen, I'd rather not discuss Dr. Walks.
Captain, you can use words better than I can, but I'm right and you know it. It was a bad night when you picked him off the wharf without knowing no more of him than you could see in the fog.
Mr. Stagg, are you questioning the behavior of a superior officer?
I'm sorry, sir. It's simply that I...
Good day, gentlemen. Another day, another lunch. Yes, a good lunch, too, I see.
Good day, Dr. Walks.
Thank you. Mr.
Stagg and Mr. Wrangle, I see, prefer a silent grace, as usual.
Yes, maketh me to lie down in the green pastures. He prepareth the table for me in the presence of my enemies. Amen. Gentlemen, I have an excellent appetite today.
I congratulate you, Dr. Walks. You've made a conquest of our cook.
The quickest way to a ship's heart is through its belly, sir.
Well, why not go straight to the heart?
A practicing missionary, Captain English, cannot afford an impractical idealism. Opportunism, strategy, even lip service, sir.
Oh, do you really believe that the end justifies the means?
The essential means is strength. The essential end is success.
Oh, you believe even in violence, then, Dr. Walks, to attain your end?
Even without an end, Captain English. Force. Force, sir. Grab what you can in your fists and throw the scraps to the weak. The law of nature, sir. Time to kill, time to heal. Time to break down and a time to build up.
Look here, I don't know where you gets that kind of talk from.
Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 3. A time to be born, a time to die, a time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted.
You ain't got no right to talk like that. You're done holy, that's what. Got a good mind to report you to your bishop.
Gentlemen,
read man's past in water. Gentlemen, read man's past in water. Read his future in sand. Today is the time to tear down. Tomorrow, time enough to build.
Mr. Stagg, did you hear that?
I won't sit at the same table with a...
With a what, Mr. Stagg?
I don't know what. That's no name for the likes of you.
Well, Stagg has had his fill. How about you, Mr. Wrangle?
If that's the kind of thing you preaches to the natives, I'm sorry for him, I am. Excuse me, Captain.
Well, we're alone now, Captain. Are you with me, sir?
no, Mr. Walks. You are with me on my ship, which you seem to have forgotten. Began to count the days to Bali. We lay over at the Philippines, and then we stopped at Surabaya. Meanwhile, our passenger consulted with the crew, a companionship I didn't discourage, for it relieved us of his presence. Moreover, there was an epidemic of surreptitious drinking upon this particular trip, difficult to cope with. It seemed to have some connection with him, although what I couldn't tell. He got on altogether too well with the native crew. Night after night, his loud laughter mingled with theirs and carried up to us in the wheelhouse. And then, the evening before we reached Bali...
Listen. Yeah, listen. You could hear it with 6 foot of dirt near the ears. Try to sleep through that. Look at them down there, prancing around that lantern like it was a bonfire. And him in the middle and leading them like he was Queen of the May.
Oh, shut that door. Captain, are you going to stand for it?
What can I do, Mr. Stagg?
Put him in chains.
Well, we'll be rid of him tomorrow in Bali.
What about that native crew down there? Ain't they going to be on board after tomorrow?
I'll take my chances with them when Dr. Walks is ashore.
Well, we know you're not scared, sir, but...
It doesn't matter whether you think I'm a coward, Mr. Stagg.
Oh, I didn't mean that.
Yeah, you know, Captain, it's going to be a sad blow to lose our passenger. Come to love him we have, haven't we, Mr. Stagg? Yes, sir. Bali's in luck to get a man like him. Holy and wholesome he is. Ain't every day we have a passenger like Mr. Walks.
Say, what's that?
Someone coming up from below.
Captain English. Captain English.
What do you want, Mr. Walks? This is the wheelhouse. Passengers are not admitted.
Captain English!
What is it?
No, sir. I am come. I am come to you from the ends of the earth, from the brine of the sea, a gift that fortune has bestowed upon you. Captain English!
Mr. Wrangell, kindly help Dr. Walks to his bunk.
My bunk. Bunk. What for, Captain English? Shall I close my eyes and count sheep? Man has no time to sleep. He'd count them all.
Dr. Walks, you have a fever. Your heavy clothes in this heat. What?
Sleep. Sleep is a rehearsal of death. I want to live.
Yes, but Dr. Walks, you...
Captain English, I would like the inestimable privilege of your help in going ashore. Tomorrow, in Bali, the Balinese, very ungodly, very ignorant people. Ignorant, Captain English. You worship the Karuga bird, an evil spirit.
Dr. Walks.
I shall free them. Free them from the Karuga bird.
Fainted. Take the wheel. Wrangell, give me a hand with him. Come on.
His heart's beating, sir.
Why? He's drunk.
Drunk, is he? Oh, blimey.
Well, at last there's something's got the best of that blasted Dutchman.
The next morning, we lay off the shallow water of Dulalong. As I leaned across the deck's railing, looking gratefully at the white coastline of the island that was to relieve my ship of its unwelcome passenger, waiting impatiently for the arrival of the government launch, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I glanced backward into the Dutchman's face. An impersonal smile buttered his lips.
Captain English, sir, I beg a word with you.
Surely, Mr. Walks, you're not so poor in words that you need to beg one.
I would buy it if I could, sir.
Oh, no need. If it's farewell, you're welcome to it. Gladly.
Captain English, I am a miserable and a repentant sinner. The devil has used me for his own ends. If you can find it in your heart to forgive and forget, Captain English, I am sure we can come to an equitable arrangement.
Your conduct is no concern of mine, Dr. Walks.
Precisely. You weren't paid to watch me, but if you're agreeable, I should now like to make my welfare your business. Here, here's $200 in the currency of God's own country.
Well, what's this for?
I'm hiring one of your lifeboats for the brief period of a half hour. Get ashore.
Well, it seems you're not yourself yet, Dr. Walks. Perhaps I'd better hold your money until you're master of it.
I knew I could rely on your discretion. Now for the lifeboats.
Very well, sir. As soon as the port authorities have come on board.
No. Now.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
Good Lord, man, that's what I'm paying you for. If you think I want to wait on your deck until my papers are inspected, do I have to explain?
I understand you well enough, sir. I prefer not to know the details. I'm as anxious as you to have you off my ship. But if you double the bribe, I wouldn't lower a line to save you.
Must I swim for it?
I wouldn't if I were you. That's the government launch now. See? Over there on the starboard side.
Ahoy there! Aboard the roundabout! Ahoy! And you make it?
There's still time. Now listen, man. It's your last chance. Yours as well as mine. Listen to me. Get me off this boat, or take the consequences. I swear it. You ransack the four corners of the globe, looking for this minute. Don't let it slip through your fingers. There's eternity in it.
A moment later, the authorities came on board.
Captain English.
Welcome, sir.
Oh, are you the captain?
I am.
I am Van Matzes, Chief Inspector of the Port of Bulalong.
A pleasure, sir. We've anticipated your arrival with impatience. We are anxious to clear port as soon as we can.
So? I look over your papers. Bills of lading, cotton goods, manifest. Thank you, Captain. Oh. What is this? A declaration. A passenger? You say here is a passenger?
As you see.
But what is this passenger doing on your ship? Here is not room for passengers, no?
A missionary. Will you examine his papers, please?
A missionary? You are sure?
Yes.
So? Very peculiar.
I see nothing peculiar about that.
But, Captain, there is not the possibility for a missionary here at Bali.
What's that?
We are not permitting a missionary here for many, many years. All the world knows this.
Well, I didn't know it, sir. I wouldn't have carried him if I had.
I can believe you, Captain. Yeah. Well, perhaps now we could see this passenger?
Of course.
Mr. Stagg. Yes, sir? Ask Dr. Walks to step to the side of the deck.
Yes. He is called Walks, this man?
Yes.
Walks, eh?
Dr. Walks. I'm here, Van Matzes.
Glad to meet you, sir.
Dr. Walks, eh?
Yes, Dr. Walks.
This morning I wake, the birds sing, the sun is shining. Why is no volcanic eruption warning me that you are coming, Dr. Walks?
My good sir, I am the eruption.
One moment. I don't understand. You mean you know this man?
Certainly I am knowing this man, your missionary. I am knowing him very well. Oh, he is such a clever man. How is it possible you are coming as a clergyman here to Bali? For so wrong.
But what is
My
it?
dear sir, this was the only suit that would fit me. I had no time for shopping.
You're not making clothes big enough to fit you, eh?
No.
No, nor countries either.
Here's my passport, sir.
A passport? This is a forgery. A clever forgery. What a pity. You have such a great talent, Mr. Walker.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. Such a good copy, this passport. It should be framed.
Thank you, sir. If it's that good, I should like it returned for future use. Thank you.
Such a talent. You could have been a Van Eyck, a Van Ostad, a Rembrandt van Rijn. If only you had been so lucky to be born a Dutchman.
What's that? What? He's not Dutch?
No, this gentleman is not a Dutchman. He is not a missionary. He is not even his own name.
What is he?
Here is an international figure, Captain. Everywhere he goes, he's making trouble. He's making trouble first in the West and now in the East. You have a famous man on your boat.
Oh, please be clear, sir. What does he do? What has he done?
Always he is making trouble with the natives. Last year, 5,000 coolies were following him from the cotton mills in Wuzhou, not 2 hours from Shanghai.
6,000 coolies, sir.
Yeah, 6,000, I beg your pardon. And in Cebu, he was leading the Filipinos in a trouble but was nearly closing the port.
It closed the port.
It closed the port, he knows. Now they have cabled us from Shanghai he is wanted there by the police, so now he is hoping he is landing here in Bali. But we are being too smart for him.
But what's his name? What's his country? What am I to do with him?
He has many names, but he has no country. Somebody is knowing, of course, but nobody is telling. The Dutch East Indies are close to him. I do not know where is not close to such a man. I doubt you will lose him. Ever.
But To whom does he belong, Herr Van Metzes? I refuse to be burdened with him.
You have no choice. Captain, I am sorry for you. Here he is on this ship. He belongs to you.
Would you turn me into a Flying Dutchman, sir?
A Flying Dutchman, that's right. Mr. Fox, that's what you are. You will sail from now until eternity.
Yes.
A Flying Dutchman.
A Flying Dutchman.
Listening to a CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in A Passenger to Bali by Ellis St. Joseph. The play will continue in just a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue now with A Passenger to Bali by Ellis St. Joseph, starring Orson Welles in the role of Raube Walks.
After Bali, the first 7 days were a week of doomsdays. The news of our Flying Dutchman flew like a screaming gull before our mast. In Makassar, Banjarmasin, Rembang, Batavia, Koba, Pekan, Singapore, Bangkok, the answers were all the same.
Captain, you cannot land him here. We don't want him. We won't have him. We want none of him. We know him. He's a pest, a plague, this man. We don't want him here.
This port is closed to Mr. Wolf. Moreover, so long as he is on your ship, the port is closed to your ship.
You can't land him here.
You can't land him.
You can't. Not here.
Not here.
Not here.
Not here.
No, not here.
Not here. Mr. Walks never attempted to escape, although heaven knows we gave him every opportunity. One day, we opened his 2 packing cases, which he had said were loaded with Bibles. One was filled with gin, the other with empty bottles. It is impossible to say when or how, but slowly, imperceptibly, our passenger came to take possession of the ship and all its crew. The native crew fell more and more deeply under his spell. I was their captain in name. He, in fact. Also, inevitably, as he filled the officers' minds, he ousted all other thoughts until he possessed them by their very hatred of him. We felt the restrictions of our forced association far more than he. We were his prisoners, not he ours. And when, at Mr. Spragg's suggestion, a concerted plan was attempted to put Walks into Coventry at mealtime, Walks, without opening his mouth, except to eat or closing it, except to smile, silenced the entire company. He all but emptied our stores with his huge appetite. At last, sacrificing all hope of profit, all hope of everything but emptying our ship of that loathsome passenger, we set our course west under ballast to Shanghai. Shanghai, where he was wanted by the police. Where we took him on, there we would finally put him off. I felt that the ship would rise 5 feet out of the water once relieved of the Dutchman's weight. We steamed up the Yangtze River early one morning and anchored off Shanghai. The port officials informed us that the British consul was to favor us with a personal visit. It was noon before he came aboard.
Captain English, he's here.
Mr. Chisholm, the consul?
Coming aboard, sir, with his portfolio under his arm like he was going to Geneva, and a monocle in his eye like the rising sun, but never sets on the British Empire.
Ah, Mr. Chisholm, I'm Captain English.
Oh, yes. It's so nice to meet you.
If you'll excuse us, Mr. Wrangler, I'd like to...
Yes, sir.
I'm very grateful to you, sir, to take so much trouble to come down personally to...
Oh, not at all, my dear man. The Chinese port authorities informed me of your predicament and asked me to handle it in my own manner.
Oh, so much the better for all of us.
According to their specific instructions.
Why, I don't understand.
My dear fellow, don't try. It's diplomacy. Only the stupid try to understand diplomacy, and they spoil the game for the rest of us. It's like playing blind man's buff with a really blind man, and that makes it too macabre. I say, won't you ask me to sit down?
Oh, please, please.
Thank you. I say there's a cold draft on my back. Would you mind closing the door?
A draft? What, in this heat?
Diplomacy, dear boy. A diplomatic way of suggesting we may be overheard.
Oh, and now, Mr. Chisholm.
Oh, yes. Where were we?
We hadn't begun.
To be sure, you're Flying Dutchman.
Yes, I'm awaiting your verdict.
Incredible man. Incredible situation.
Unendurable, sir.
Well, of course, you can't land him here. Shanghai doesn't want him. You'd better take him somewhere else.
What did you say?
Your passenger, what's his name? Mr. Walks. The men's a bounder, you know. Shanghai has its quota of bounders.
But I understood Shanghai wants him. The police are looking for him.
They were. They aren't now.
But how can that be?
Inevitable, my dear fellow. It's the philosophy of the flea. If you have them, you hunt them. If you don't, you don't go looking for them.
Did the Chinese tell you to say that?
The thought is theirs. The phrase is mine.
Good heavens, but how can they refuse him if he's broken their laws?
Mr. Walks would certainly be arrested if he sets foot on land, but he will not be given the opportunity. This saves the Chinese government a complicated legal procedure which might prove embarrassing.
And what of my embarrassment?
And likewise dispenses with the trouble and expense of providing for him.
And what of my trouble? What of my expense?
Really, my dear man, my heart bleeds for you, of course. It has its humorous aspect.
What's that you say?
If one suspends one's emotions and thinks.
Humor, Mr. Chisholm? All very well for you, but what of me? I'm the butt of the joke.
Really, my friend.
Our man is on my boat, and I can't get rid of him. No port will accept him. Worse than that, no port will receive us while he's on board. They've turned him into a Flying Dutchman, and they've turned us into a phantom ship. My crew is not allowed to land, not even to desert. You realize what that is? The sentence of death. Wholesale slaughter. Oh, what have I done to deserve this?
You've accepted him.
Well, is there nothing to be done with him? Absolutely nothing.
I'm afraid that your famous passenger is a man without a country. I'm helpless in the face of that.
Then what can you do for me, Mr. Chisholm? Am I expected to sail him around the world all the rest of my days?
It looks that way, doesn't it?
I'll scuttle the ship first.
Not a bad idea.
Oh, I'd hope that at least you, Mr. Chisholm, at least
if
you...
I might suggest...
Yes.
Mr. Walks is a child of nature. He relies upon force. You might meet force with force.
Force?
Remember this, my dear Captain. The man you have on your ship carries no passport, is claimed by no country. Legally, he doesn't exist. As such, no flag protects him. He has no rights, and if he were suddenly to disappear, no questions would be asked. Do you follow me?
Yes.
If I were in your shoes, Captain, I'd go for a walk with him on some dark night, around the deck and talk. You know, talk. Keep on talking to him until you come to the railing's end. And then...
But that's murder.
I fail to see how you can murder a man who doesn't exist.
He does exist. It's what none of you seem to realize. He's a man, the same as you and I.
He might commit suicide, you know. Well, I must leave now. I shall anticipate a bit and report that your passenger does not exist. I found no one on the boat that remotely resembles Mr. Walks.
My ghost, gentlemen.
He'd moved in so quickly that we'd not noticed his coming.
Is this the English consul? The august representative of Great Britain?
As I was saying, Captain, I shall report that there is no such person as Mr. Walks. Your passenger doesn't exist. Nevertheless, I must take the proper precautions. I shall report that I found plague on board. Cholera, I think.
Would you turn me into a disease?
No, bubonic would be better. Your ship will be placed in quarantine. Needless to say, no one will be allowed on nor off, and you will depart as soon as possible.
Shall I swing a bell and shout, unclean, unclean?
China can control bubonic, but she has no antidote for Mr. Walks.
You are quite clear, Mr. Chisholm.
Good day, my dear Captain.
Goodbye, sir. You don't, Mr. Chisholm. I'm big enough to fill this doorway. I wouldn't try to pass if I were you. I'm a catching disease. I warn you. The captain and the crew have caught me, and I'm fatal to them. Try to pass me, and you'll catch it yourself. You see, Mr. Chisholm, when I'm in your way, you've got to take notice of me. Why haven't I do exist, after all? That's all, sir. You may leave, with my permission. Well, Captain English, we are as we were.
No, Dr. Walsh.
No, how so? Shanghai, your last chance to lose me. It's out. I'm yours.
No.
No?
I must take Mr. Chisholm's advice.
Oh, she suggested one more port, still another. Is there such a place, such a land on earth?
Have no doubt. They will accept you there.
Will they? I should hardly have thought it possible. Even if I were to die, I doubt if you would lose me. You'd probably carry me back and forth between heaven and hell.
Mr. Walks was still on board when the roundabout weighed anchor and passed with the river out to sea. At night, the ship began to roll. The barometer fell. We headed the ship into the wind. I was unable to stay in the wheelhouse alone with my thoughts. Mr. Chisholm's whisper was blowing like a foghorn through my brain, urging me. I fled to the deck in the welcome company of my two mates. Mr. Wrangle.
Yes, sir.
Report to the wheelhouse. Take the wheel yourself, and don't let it out of your hands.
Very good, sir.
Mr. Wrangle.
Yes, sir.
If the wheel starts to kick up, call me. We may need to laxa.
Yes, sir.
Look bad, sir. Well, we're in typhoon waters, Mr. Stagg. Look bad, sir. Well, we're in typhoon waters, Mr. Stagg.
But it's past the season, ain't it?
A shark's tail is more dangerous than its tooth. I don't like the look of that hammered water or those oily clouds on the horizon.
Captain, I've been thinking a good deal these last 2 days about, you know, this situation of ours,
Yes.
about Walks. Now, I got an idea.
What is it?
You know, I don't know how to say it. Well, why not? What's to keep us from giving him a light boat and some food and setting him adrift?
Starve to death.
But we wouldn't be there to see it, would we?
Oh, no, that's impossible. It's inhuman.
Well, I suppose you'd sooner see him drowned. Kinder, eh?
Drowned?
Why not, sir? It's going to be a dark night, isn't it? The man fell overboard tonight.
Who told you to say that?
Why, nobody, sir. Stands to reason.
It's beyond reason.
Listen, sir. We can't carry him from now until the day of judgment. If he were on land, the law would do it for us. You're the law, see?
I refuse to discuss.
Think of him, sir. You think it'll be pleasant for him to spend the rest of his life at sea? Never to put foot on land? Have you thought of that?
I've thought of it. I don't want to think.
He's a Jonah, I tell you. Should be thrown to the whales. It isn't safe to have him on board.
Jack, report to the engine. Full speed ahead. Fire the boilers to stop steam. Keep her headed into the wind. Yes, sir. Batten down the hatches. Call all men on deck. Sit down in the engine room. Secure everything. I'll see to the wheel. Yes.
Dirty weather, eh, Captain?
What?
Why are you surprised? Were you thinking of me? Or were you conspiring with the wind and the waves?
What do you want? I told you before, you're not allowed in the wheelhouse.
Never?
Never.
I wish to speak with you.
I have nothing to say to you.
But I insist. Shall we take a turn about the deck? You're out, sir.
Very well. I'll be brief. There's a storm coming.
Yes, dark nights to say, but perhaps we won't notice it if we talk, you know. Talk. Keep on talking. Ah, you prefer to stop.
No, let's be going.
Railings in. Oh, but this is an excellent place. Chance has guided us. Pure accident. The railings in.
I must go onto the bridge, Dr. Walks.
Tell me, sir. Why do you hate me?
What?
This is no time for equivocation. If you must spare me that. Give me the reason, one good reason why you hate me.
You tricked me into accepting you on this boat, knowing very well what would happen if you were caught.
But your animosity began long before you knew me for the villain I am.
You had a demoralizing influence on the whole crew.
Before that, sir, it began before that.
Your ideas.
Captain English, think back. Certainly it began before I attempted to corrupt you with my ideas.
It began?
Yes?
The night I picked you up off the wharf. I suffered a physical revulsion the moment I laid eyes on you. I found my reasons later. That night, Mr. Walk, I disliked you without cause.
Thank you. You disliked me before you knew anything about me. And you must have disliked me for some reason within yourself, Captain. Perhaps you do right to blame me for making you conscious of it.
Mr. Walk, I must go to the bridge.
Wait a minute. You hold me responsibility for the undesired linking of our lives. That's no responsibility. It's yours to blame, not I. You and the civilized world, your world. They bound me to you.
Let me go. Let go my arm.
But civilization is rotten, Captain, because its origin is fear. The vacuum that nature abhors, like the center of this hurricane upon which the four winds of the earth are converging.
I must get to the bridge. Let me go, Mr. Walk.
Listen to me. Your society is tottering. For 2,000 years, the strong have been sacrificed to the weak. And with what result? To imprison the strong, the weak have imprisoned themselves.
The wheel, Captain English, the wheel.
That's why you abominate me, Captain, because I destroyed your illusion of freedom and betrayed you to yourself. I am the opposition.
The wheel, Captain English, help!
Captain English, I know what the British Council and your Mr. Stagg told you to do. Well, here we are at the railing's end. Why don't you do it?
Mr. Walk.
If our positions were reversed, Captain, do you think I'd hesitate for a minute? I'd move quietly. I'd take a sudden step forward.
By heaven, I will. You...
Fool. You're not strong enough. This ship is mine now. Mine. I'll never leave it. Get up! Give you back your life. You would have died with your conscience. You would never have survived me.
The wheel, Captain! The wheel! Rope! The wheel's loose! The wheels! You get size! The wheel!
Managed, I don't know how, to gain the wheelhouse. A flash of lightning showed the ocean pouring in through the broken portholes. Another flash, and we saw the whirring wheel, a huge wooden wheel in blurred outline, spinning. The rifle lay in the corner, crumpled in unnatural angles as the wheel had thrown him. He was dead. His body bore mute witness to the wheel's horrible force. It would chop our hands off if we touched it. It was overwhelming, inexorable. It had a diabolical mind of its own, intent upon our destruction, and we danced about it like idiots. The ship was shrieking in a death agony. Her life was a matter of moments. With an uncontrollable rudder, she would drive herself down into the deep. The great waves struck the walls and broke in the door and descended upon us. The ship raised her shoulders above the sea and the water washed out through the whirring wheel. We saw looming in the doorway of the wheelhouse an immense figure with the salt water running down him, dripping from his face and fingers. Mr. Walk might have risen from the sea itself.
Out of the way!
Mr. Walk, you can't stop that wheel.
And I?
Annie, you man! It'll kill you!
I'm not afraid of it. I'll stop it if I have to smash it.
Walk! He's got it. He's got the wheel on his back.
I have. I've got the ocean. The whole ocean on my back.
Can you hold it? Stagg, grab the wheel. Help him. Here, let me get at it too.
Good.
Rope. There's rope coming. Do you hear?
My collar. Open my collar. That's better.
We can hold it till the
I can hold it. Gentlemen, I doubt if it will be necessary.
What's that? What's that you say?
We're holding nothing. The ship's rudder just snapped.
Forasmuch as it has pleased Almighty God of his great mercy to take unto himself the soul of our dear brother Angus Randall, here departed, we therefore commit his body to the deep, to be turned into corruption, looking for the resurrection of the body when the sea shall give up her dead, and the life of the world to come to our Lord Jesus Christ, who at his coming shall change our vile body, that it may be like his glorious body, according to the mighty working whereby he is able to subdue all things to himself. Amen. Next morning, we took toll of the havoc. Through heaving silvery water and swirling fog, the roundabout drifted aimlessly. Lifting 30 degrees to starboard, the ship was a corpse, floating, face upward, wrecked and mangled beyond all recognition. All but one lifeboat was stove in or gone. 4 Kanaka boys had been washed overboard. Others had broken limbs. None of us was without a bruise of one kind or another. I took our bearings. We were 200 miles off the coast of China. We had no wireless. And the roundabout, past control or repair, might sink before she was sighted by another vessel. After a brief consultation with Mr. Stagg, I decided to abandon ship.
And your mind is made up, Captain?
Yes, Mr. Stagg. Are all men on deck?
Yes, sir.
And then who has been ringing the ship's bell?
Ghost!
No, sir.
A ghost bell. On a ghost ship.
Flat out, Walk. Rope is broken, Captain. Bell's ringing by herself. It's the swaying that does it.
This is the Flying Dutchman. Demon vessel. We drift rudderless in the fog in all directions. And to no port. Let the spectre bell boom its warning to all ships. Beware!
These Dutchmen. Been at it ever since last night.
Let Mr. Walks talk. Let the bell toll. We've no time for either of them. Men, we're abandoning ship. Get what belongings you have, nothing heavy. We're taking to the one lifeboat left.
Children first!
2, go to my cabin. You'll find the log there, my sextant. Bring them here.
Captain, lifeboat leaks pretty badly.
You'll do with bailing.
You have to do.
Be sure there's something to bail her on board.
Yes, sir. I'll get it myself.
Horse! Captain, ride around the deck and give your orders on horseback.
What's that? What are you talking about?
The roundabout is no more. This is manifold, the vast boat that is the whole world. The mountains are a mast. The nails of her hull are a pivot for the moon. Her cables are the circumference of St. Peter's Dome and extend around the globe.
The ship is sinking, Mr. Walks. I've more to do than listen to fairy tales.
Fairy tales is more truthful than the use of force.
2, go get provisions and water ready.
I tell you, this is manifold, Captain Manifold. Look about you. Her lower masts are so high that a boy becomes a gray-headed man before he reaches the buttock shrouds. It takes 100 years to tack, and when one of her sailors dies, she buries civilization.
I've no time for you, Mr. Walks.
Captain.
Yes, 2.
Log, 2 sextants here.
I don't need both of these. Put the log and one of them in the boat. Yeah, I'll take the other.
Yes. A long way to row, Captain. Me and Joe, who'll pick up a doomsday passenger. Row on, sir, row on. Captain, Captain, thou art mine. Captain, Captain, I am thine, thou mine, I thine. So long as the sea be brine.
Come on, men. Hurry up. Get your things in the boat. See that they don't overload, Mr. Stagg.
Yes, sir.
See, they leave room for me. I'm a man that likes to stretch his legs.
Are you so sure of yourself?
Sure as I am of you, Captain, I can say anything, do anything. And it wouldn't make any difference.
I suppose you can.
I rely upon your charity, pity, mercy, your holy virtues that are oil for the faulty machineries of justice.
Then it would be just to leave you behind.
You won't. don't. You'll take me with me. You don't dare leave me behind.
How well you know me, Mr. Walks. I suppose you even rely upon my gratitude.
Gratitude for what?
You saved the ship last night.
Gratitude I saved you last night as a soldier infested by lice might crouch beneath cannon fire and thus rescue himself and them from a common death. I gave you no thought.
I see.
Captain, better make it fast, sir.
How's she below, Stagg?
Water up her boiler, sir.
All right, Stagg, we're ready. Give the order to abandon ship.
Right. Abandon ship! All right, take it easy there. Don't cloud.
Careful, men. Watch it. One at a time.
Captain, this time I obey your order gladly.
It wasn't meant for you. Mr. Walks, you are not going.
What's that?
You always wanted my ship. I'm giving her to you. She's yours.
I'm not going!
Now you're the captain. I needn't remind you of a captain's duty to stay with his ship when...
You leave me on the roundabout?
He may float for a week or an hour. You'll be safe for a while, and there'll be food enough even for you. I wish you a pleasant journey wherever you're going.
I'll see you rot first.
The one consideration that might have made me take you was my gratitude for what you did last night. But your explanation has made things clear. Ready, Mr. Stagg?
Yes, sir.
Into the lifeboats, men!
Don't listen to him, sir.
Well,
Captain, I have no excuse. I'm the lowest of the low. My home is deeper than the grave, deeper than the sea. You're right to desert me. It's only justice.
then there's nothing more to say.
Now stay. The ship won't sink while a dying man repents. I am evil. Vile. I deserve to drown, and yet... Have you no pity, Captain? No charity? No mercy?
Oil, you called it.
Oh, I was drunk.
You still are.
I had a mother.
I don't believe it.
I don't ask to be excused, only to be forgiven.
I forgive you, Mr. Walks, and forget you. Into the boats, men!
Take your time there. Take your time now.
Goodbye, Mr. Walks.
Not so soon! Don't forget I'm your shadow, you doppelganger. You doomsday passenger.
Mr. Walks, I warn you, it's...
The end of your world, Captain, the beginning of mine. You stay on the roundabout. I'll take the lifeboat.
Look out, Captain.
Mr. Walks, stand back.
Your voice isn't loud enough for me to hear.
Stay where you are. Now, if I shout through the muzzle of this gun, you may hear the whisper.
I hear you very well now.
It's a pity that to end this way. I would move heaven and earth.
Heaven and earth will stay where they are, sir. And so will I.
Ready to lower the boat, sir.
I'm coming, Mr. Stagg. My sextant, Mr. Walks. You'll need it.
Not I. I'll shoot the sun and stars with more than a sextant before I die. Get along, sir, and whistle for the wind. We'll be meeting soon again. Lower away! Lower away!
We pushed off with no other sound than the movement of our oars. Walks followed us around the deck and finally lifted his hand and waved. We moved apart as the loom of the great hull grew shadowy, only a little heavier and darker than the enveloping whiteness. His colossal figure, like a ghostly apparition, appeared to dwarf the vessel. The roundabout rose gradually out of the black and silver water and heaved too in midair, as though awaiting a message. Then the hulk dilated in the fog and faded on the horizon like sea mists in the morning sun. We could see nothing. Our own strange faces dimly in the murky light.
tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations have presented the Mercury Theater on the Air in its 19th broadcast of dramatized great narratives. The story was A Passenger to Bali by Ellis St. Joseph. The adaptation for radio was made by the author himself, and Orson Welles directed the entire production. In the cast tonight were Captain English, played by George Coulouris, Mr. Stagg, Frank Reddick, Mr. Wrangle, Eustace Wyatt, Ben Mattis, Ray Collins, Mr. Chisholm, Alfred Shirley, and Mr. Walks, Orson Welles. The orchestra was directed by Bernard Herrmann, and Davidson Taylor supervised the production for CBS. Your announcer is Dan Seymour. Next Sunday night at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air will bring to life a masterpiece of humor, Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its associated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air. Tonight, for the 20th broadcast in this series of great narratives, dramatized, produced, and directed by Orson Welles, we turn again to one of the classics of the last century, The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in The Pickwick Papers, starring Orson Welles as Alfred Jingle and Sergeant Buzz Fuzz.
May the 12th, 1827. In special session of the Corresponding Society of the Pickwick Club, Samuel Pickwick, chairman, presiding. Unanimously resolved that the first expedition of the Society be devoted to the study of the habits and customs of the landed gentry of southern England, in pursuance of which places are to be reserved on a Commodore coach bound from Golden Cross to Rochester, whence the party will proceed by carriage to the manor of Dingley Dell in the county of Suffolk, England. Signed,
Samuel Pickwick, permanent chairman.
Nathaniel Winkle, permanent vice chairman. Tracy Tupman, permanent honorary treasurer.
Augustus Snodgrass, permanent secretary.
Commodore Express coach starting now for Slough, Chatham, Brompton, Eaglesville, and Rochester.
Bright and still was the day, balmy the air, and beautiful the appearance of every object as our illustrious chairman rose from his bed in Goswell Street and proceeded to put himself into his clothes and his clothes into his portmanteau. As he sat down to breakfast, a casual observer might possibly have remarked nothing extraordinary in the bald head and circular spectacles, which were intently turned towards the grilled kidney that lay on the plate before him. To those who knew that the gigantic brain of Pickwick was working beneath that forehead, and that the beaming eyes of Pickwick were twinkling behind those glasses, the sight was indeed an interesting one. And how much more interesting did the spectacle become when, starting into full life and animation, he rose from the table, seized his portmanteau, inserted a telescope in his greatcoat pocket and a notebook in his waistcoat, and bade a hearty farewell to Mrs. Bardell, his landlady, and started for the street. 6 minutes later, he reached the Golden Cross.
Commodore Express coach starting now for Slough, Chatham, Brompton, Eaglesville, Rochester.
Oh, bless me, that's our coach. This way, Mr. Pickwick, this way. Hurry there, hurry, Mr. Pickwick.
Oh, Mr. Pickwick, Mr. Pickwick.
There, my portmanteau, my portmanteau.
Already seated in the coach was a tall, thin young man in a shiny green coat, It was buttoned closely up to his chin, and Knowles stopped without a vestige of shirt ornamented his throat. His face was thin and haggard.
Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome, entirely welcome. Charming company. Pleasant journey. Lots of room. Brown paper parcel here. That's all. Other luggage gone by water. Packing cases nailed up. Big as houses. Heavy. Blasted heavy.
A moment later, we came out under the low archway which formed the entrance to Holborn Bridge.
Yes, sir. That's right. Take care of your heads. Terrible place, this. Dangerous work. Other day, 5 children. Mother, tall lady, eating sandwiches. Forgot the arch. Crash. Knocked. Children look around. Mother's head off. Sandwich in her hand. No mouth to put it in. Head of a family off. Shocking. Makes you think, eh, sir? Glad to meet you. Name is Jingle. Alfred Jingle. Yours, sir?
Samuel Pickwick, sir.
Philosopher, sir?
An observer of human nature, sir.
So am I. Most people are when they've little to do and less to get. Poet, sir?
My friend, Mr. Augustus Snodgrass here, has a strong poetic turn.
So have I. Epic poem, 10,000 lines, Revolution of July, composed on the spot. Mars by day, Apollo by night, bang the field piece, twang the lyre.
You were present at that glorious scene, sir.
Present? Snodgrass? Think I was. Fired a musket, fired with an idea, rushed into wine shop, wrote it down, back again, whiz, bang, another idea, wine shop again, pen and ink, back again, cut and slash. Noble time, sir. Sportsman, Mr. Pickwick?
My friend, Mr. Nathaniel Winkle here, is a famous sportsman.
Fine pursuit, sir, fine pursuit. Dog, sir?
Not just now.
You should keep dogs, Winkle. Fine animals, sagacious creatures. Dog of my own once. Pointer, surprising instinct. Out shooting one day. Entering enclosure. Whistle. Dog stopped. Whistled again. Ponto. No go. Stock still. Called it again. Ponto. Ponto. Wouldn't move. Dog transfixed. Staring at the board. Looked up. Saw an inscription. Gamekeeper has orders to shoot all dogs found in his enclosure. Wouldn't pass it. Wonderful dog. Valuable dog, that, sir. Very.
Singular circumstance, that, Mr. Jingle. Will you allow me to make a note of it?
Certainly, sir, certainly. 100 more anecdotes, the same animal. Fine girl in that carriage, sir. Do you, favor the sex, sir?
Mr. Tracy Tupman here.
Oh, Mr. Jingle. Irresistible creatures.
English girls, Tupman, not so fine as Spanish. Noble creatures, Spanish girls. Jet hair, black eyes, lovely forms. Sweet creatures, beautiful.
You've been in Spain, sir?
Lived there, ages.
Many conquests, sir?
Conquests, thousands. Don Bellaro Fisgig, grandee, only daughter, Donna Christina, splendid creature, loved me to distraction, jealous father, high-souled daughter, handsome Englishman, Donna Christina in despair, prussic acid, stomach pump in my portmanteau, operation performed, old Bellaro in ecstasies, consent to our union, join hands and flood of tears. Romantic story, very.
Is the lady in England now, sir?
Dead, sir, dead. Never recovered the stomach pump, undermined constitution, fell a victim.
And her father?
Remorse and misery, sudden disappearance, talk of the whole city, search made everywhere without success, public fountain in the great square suddenly ceased playing, weeks elapsed, still a stoppage, workmen employed to clean it, water drawn off, father-in-law discovered sticking headfirst in the main pipe with full confession in his right boot. Took it out, and the fountain faded away again as well as ever.
Will you allow me to note that little romance down,
Certainly, sir, certainly. 50 more if you'd like to hear them. Strange life, sir, mine. Rather curious history. Not extraordinary, but singular. Very singular.
We slept that night at the Bull Inn at Rochester. Next morning, there was no sign of our new acquaintance. After breakfast, Mr. Pickwick called to order a special meeting of the Corresponding Society of the Pickwick Club. Mr. Pickwick rose and slowly mounted into the Windsor chair on which he had been previously seated. What a study for an artist did that moment present. There stood the illustrious Pickwick, with one hand gracefully concealed behind his coat-tails and the other waving in the air to assist his glowing declamation. His elevated position revealed those tights and gaiters which, had they clothed an ordinary man, might have passed without observation, but which, when Pickwick wore them, inspired universal awe and respect.
Fame, gentlemen, is dear to the heart of every man.
Here.
Poetic fame is dear to the heart of my friend Snodgrass. The fame of conquest is equally dear to my friend Tupman, and the desire for earning fame in the sports of the field, the air, and the water is uppermost in the breast of my friend Winkle. I will not deny, gentlemen, that I have been influenced by human passions and human feelings.
Cheers.
Possibly by human weaknesses.
Loud cries of no.
I, sir, am an humble individual.
Cries of no, no.
Still, I cannot but feel that in electing me as your leader, you have selected me for a service of great honor and some danger. Traveling is in a troubled state, and the minds of coachmen are unsettled. Look abroad, gentlemen, and contemplate the scenes which are enacting around you. Stagecoaches are upsetting in all directions. Horses are bolting, boats are overturning, and boilers are bursting. Will these things daunt us, gentlemen? Members of the Pickwick Society?
Cries of no.
Will these perils deter us from prosecuting to their glorious consummation those researches in the cause of science and learning to which, as members of this club, we stand pledged?
Cries of no, never.
Gentlemen, I have your answer. I thank you.
Loud cheers. Meeting adjourned. It was late in the afternoon when we reached Dingley Dell. On the doorstep stood our host, Mr. Wardle. Beside him stood an enormous red-faced boy with his eyes closed.
Hey there! Hello!
Hello.
Why, where have you been? We've been waiting for you all day. Well, you do look tired. Not hurt, I hope, eh? No? Well, I'm glad to hear that. Very, very glad to be sure. Joe! Wake up, Joe!
Yes, sir.
Let down the steps of the gentleman's shade.
Yes, sir. Our friend Winkle had a little trouble. Unusually large horse.
Spilt, eh, Mr. Winkle? Never mind. Common accident in these parts. Joe! Blast that boy. He's gone to sleep again. Hey, Joe! Joe! Oh, well, gentlemen, we'll soon have you put to rights. This way. Welcome to Dingley Hall. Joe! Joe! Well, I'll be blowed if that boy hasn't fallen asleep again.
A number of persons who were assembled in the parlor rose to greet Mr. Pickwick and his friends upon our entrance. Two young ladies, still in their teens.
My daughters, gentlemen, my gals, these are Isabel and Emily, and that's my sister, Miss Rachel Wardle. She's a miss, she is, and yet she ain't a miss, eh? Eh, Rachel?
No, brother.
My sister, Miss Pickwick.
How do you do?
Mr. Snodgrass, my sister Rachel.
How do you do?
Mr. Winkle.
How do you do? How do you do?
And Mr. Tupman, my sister Rachel.
How do you do, Mr. Tupman?
Charmed to make your acquaintance, ma'am.
In the post of honor in the right-hand corner of the chimney-piece sat a very old lady with an ear trumpet in one hand and an orange in the other.
Mr. Pickwick, Mother.
I can't hear you.
Mr. Pickwick, Mother.
Oh, well, it don't matter. He don't care for an old woman like me, I dare say.
I assure you, ma'am, that nothing delights me more than to see a lady of your time of life leading so fine a family and looking so fine and well.
It's all very fine, I dare say, but I cannot hear him. Not a word, not a word.
At the vast dinner table that night, Mrs. Wardle occupied one end of the table. At the other end sat Mr. Wardle and Mr. Winkle, myself between the two girls, and on the other side, Miss Rachel Wardle and Mr. Tupman.
Do you think my niece is pretty, Mr. Tupman?
Oh, I should if their aunt wasn't here.
You naughty man. But really, if their complexions were a little better, don't you think they'd be nice-looking girls by candlelight?
Oh, yes, I think they would.
Oh, you quiz. I know what you were going to say.
What, ma'am?
You were going to say that Isabel stoops. I know you were. You men are such observers. Well, so she does. It can't be denied. I often tell her that when she gets a little older, she'll be quite frightful. Well, you are a quiz. What a sarcastic smile you have, Mr. Tupman. I declare I'm quite afraid of you.
Afraid of me, ma'am?
Oh, you can't disguise anything from me. I know what that smile means very well.
What, ma'am?
You mean that you don't think Isabel's stooping is as bad as Emily's boldness. Well, she is bold. You cannot think how wretched it makes me sometimes. I'm sure I cry about it for hours together. Oh, Mr. Tupman, I know what you're thinking now.
Oh, Joe, wake up, Joe. Oh, Mr. Snodgrass, you're closest to him. Be good enough to pinch him, sir. In the leg, if you please. Nothing else quite wakes him up. Oh, thank you. Joe, open another bottle of wine and pass it to the gentleman. Joe!
Yes, sir.
Are you awake?
Yes, sir.
Blast the boy.
Very extraordinary boy, that. Does he always sleep in this way?
Sleep? Pickwick? He's always asleep. Goes on errands asleep and snores as he cleans the silver.
Oh, very odd.
Odd indeed. I'm proud of that boy. Wouldn't part with him on any account. is a natural curiosity. Dear Joe, wake up, Joe!
Next morning, when our chairman awoke, the rich, sweet smell of the hayricks rose to his chamber window, and all around he heard the birds singing.
Hello! Hey, Pickwick! Hello! How are you?
Wardle! Is that you?
I'm out in the garden. Beautiful morning. Make haste. Come down. Come out.
I say!
Yes?
What's going on? What are you doing with that gun under your arm?
Why, your friend Mr. Winkle and I are going rook shooting before breakfast. He's a very good shot, ain't he?
I've heard him say he's a capital one. I admit I never saw him aim at anything.
Now then, all ready, Winkle?
I say, wait a minute. What are those boys doing climbing those trees?
Only to stop the game.
To what?
Why, in plain English, Mr. Tupman, to frighten the rooks.
Oh, is that all?
Very well. Shall I begin, Mr. Winkle?
If you please.
Stand aside, then. Now for it.
Oh, hey, you got one, sir.
Take him up, Joe. Now, Winkle, your turn. By the way...
Blasted, my gun misfired.
Odd. I never knew one of my guns to misfire before. Let me see it. Why, I don't see anything of the cap.
Oh, bless my soul. I declare I forgot the cap.
Well, here you are. Here's the cap. Try again. Now ready. All right, boys.
Ow!
What's wrong?
Oh, good heavens.
What happened?
I'm not sure, Mr. Wardle, but I think I've just killed Mr. Tupman.
The surgeon came. Mr. Tupman's arm was examined, the wound dressed, and pronounced to be a very slight one. And now it is evening at Dingley Dell. Leaving Mr. Tupman to the care of the ladies, Mr. Wardle, Mr. Pickwick, and the rest of us had gone to the cricket match at Muggleton. Isabel and Emily had strolled out. The deaf old lady had fallen asleep in her chair. From the distant kitchen penetrated the low and monotonous sound of the fat boy.
Mr. Tupman.
Miss Wardle, you are an angel.
Mr. Tupman.
Nay, I know it but too well.
All women are angels, they say.
Then what can you be? Or to what, without presumption, can I compare you, Miss Wardle? There was a woman ever seen who resembled you. Where else could I hope to find so rare a combination of excellence and beauty? Where else could I see?
Men are such deceivers.
Oh, they are. But not all men. There lives at least one being who can never change. One being who would be content to devote his whole existence to your happiness. Who lives but in your eyes. Who breathes but in your smiles. Who bears the heavy burden of life itself. Only for you, Miss Wardle.
Could such an individual be found?
Ah, but he can be found. He is found. He is here, Miss Wardle, on his knees at your feet.
Mr. Tupman, rise.
Never. Oh, Rachel. Rachel. Oh, Rachel. Say you love me.
Mr. Tupman, I can hardly speak the words, but you are not entirely indifferent to me.
Rachel.
Mrs. Wardle! Mrs. Wardle!
Good gracious. What is it, Joe?
Oh, Mrs.
Now, Joe, I'm sure I've always been a good mistress to you, Joe. You've invariably been treated very kindly. You've never had too much to do, and you've always had enough to eat.
I know he has. But oh, Mrs.
Then what can you want to do now?
I wants to make your flesh creep. What do you think I see in the arbor just now?
Bless us, what?
The strange gentleman, him as had his arm hurt, a-kissing and a-hugging.
Who, Joe? None of the servants, I hope.
Worse than that.
Not one of my granddaughters.
Worse than that.
Worse than that? Who was it, Joe?
Miss Rachel.
What? Speak louder.
Miss Rachel.
My daughter? And she suffered it?
Yes, ma'am, and what's more, I see her a-kissing of him again.
Oh!
Then
Captain. 12. 12 o'clock had struck, and the gentleman had not returned from the cricket match. Consternation reigned at Dingley Dell.
My goodness! Is anything the matter?
Nothing the matter. We're all right. I say, Wardle, we're all right, aren't we?
I should think so. Rachel, here's my friend, Miss Jingle. Miss Pickwick's friend. Miss Jingle has come on a little visit to Dingley Dell.
Nothing the matter, ma'am. No cause for alarm in feminine breasts, none whatsoever. Cricket dinner, glorious party, capital songs, old port, claret, good, very good wine, ma'am. Wine, wine.
We won't go home till morning. We won't go home till morning. We won't go home till morning. Till daylight doth appear.
Early next morning, Mr. Jingle arose. Since none else in the house was about at that hour, he had the honor of breakfasting alone with Mrs. Wardle. Of what transpired between them, nothing is known, but this much is known, that later that morning, finding the door to the parlor partially open, he peeped in.
Miss Rachel, forgive intrusion, short acquaintance, no time for ceremony. All discovered.
Sir?
Hush. Large boy, dumpling face, round eyes, Joe, treacherous dog, overheard everything. Told the old lady furious, wild, raving, Arbor, Tupman, kissing and hugging, all that sort of thing, eh, ma'am, eh?
Mr. Jingle, if you have come here, sir, to
Not at
insult
all,
me...
not at all, by no means. Old lady told me over scrambled eggs, came to warn you of your danger, tender services, prevent the hubbub. Never mind, think it an insult, leave the
Oh,
room.
dear, what shall I do? My brother will be
Of
furious.
course he will, outrageous.
Oh, Mr. Jingle, what can I say?
Things dreamt it, nothing more easy. Blackguard boy, lovely woman, fat boy, horsewhipped. You believed, end of matter, all comfortable. Oh.
You seem unhappy, Mr. Jingle. May I not inquire into the cause?
Unhappy cause and your love bestowed upon a man who is insensible to the blessing who even now, but no, he is my friend. I will not expose his vices. Miss Wardle, farewell.
Stay, Mr. Jingle. You have made an allusion to Mr. Tupman. Explain it.
Never.
Mr. Jingle, I entreat, I implore you, if there is anything dreadful mystery connected with Mr. Tupman, reveal it.
Can I see lovely creatures sacrificed at the shrine, heartless avarice? Tupman, madam, only wants your money.
Oh, Mr. Wardle! Mr. Wardle! They've gone.
What are you talking about?
They've gone, master. Gone right clean off, sir.
Who's gone? Are you off your head, boy?
That's Sir Jingle and Miss Rachel. Off to London to get married, they said.
The scoundrel.
They let in a poach, eh? West this morning they did from Blue Lion, Muggleton. I was there, Mr. Wardle, but I couldn't stop them, so I ran off to Teddy.
Good Lord, what should we do? You? Joe, where's the gig?
The gig.
I'll get a chaise to the lion, I'll follow them.
I'll go with you.
You're a good fellow, Pickwick. Are you ready?
I'm ready. All right, here's the gig, sir. Ready to go.
Come on, Pickwick. We'll catch 'em this side of London, or we'll break our necks flying. Hey, Blue Lion! Chaise and four directly. Out with them, hurry!
Right, sure, Mr. Wardle. Now, boys, chase and four out. Think tight. On the line there.
How much are they ahead?
Oh, about 2 hours.
Which way did they go?
London Road, sir.
London Road. In you get, Pickwick. Off with you, coachman. The 7-mile stage is less than a half an hour, and the guinea's yours. Hey there! Hey, have you seen the chaise come in?
I did, sir. Not more than an hour ago.
Lady and gentleman?
Yes, sir.
Tall gentleman, clean coat, long legs, thin body?
Yes, sir.
Elderly lady, thin face, rather skinny, eh?
Yes, sir.
By heaven, Wardle, it's them. It is, Pickwick. It is, by Jove. Chaise and paw instantly. Give me a piece, boys. Give me a piece.
Hey there.
Boots!
Yes, sir.
Boots!
Yes, sir.
Is this the White Hart Inn?
It is, sir.
This is a curious old place of yours, my friend.
If you'd sent word you was a-coming, we'd had it repaired.
The fact of the matter is that if you'll stop polishing those boots for a minute and answer our questions, you won't regret it.
Won't regret it, eh?
We want to know who you got stopping here at present.
Who we got stopping here?
Well, there's a wooden leg in number 6. There's a pair of Hessians in 13. There's 2 pair of half shoes in the commercial. There's easier painted tops in the snuggery inside the bar. And 5 more tops in the coffee room.
Nothing more.
Hey, stop a bit. Yes, there's a pair of Wellingtons, a good deal worn, and a pair of ladies' shoes in number 5. Come in less than an hour ago.
What sort of shoes?
Country, mate.
Any maker's name?
Brand.
Where of?
Muggleton.
Muggleton? It is them. Pickwick, we found them.
Yeah, easy there. The Wellingtons went out half hour ago. The doctor's Cummings. Come back with a license.
With a license?
Then we're just in time. Come on. Show us the room, Boots.
Weller's the name, sir. Sam Weller.
Well, here's a sovereign, Weller. You see this?
I do, sir.
Show us into that room at once without announcing us, and it's yours. Understand?
Right, trivet. This way, gentlemen.
What is it?
It's me. Open the door. Open the door, Rachel. We break it in.
Oh, you're a nice scoundrel, aren't you, Jingle?
I'll have you prosecuted, indicted. I'll ruin you. You hear? And you, Rachel, at a time of life when you ought to know better. What do you mean by running away with a vagabond, disgracing your family, and making yourself miserable? Get on your bonnet, quickly.
Do nothing of the kind, my dear, nothing of the kind. Leave the room, sir. No business here. Ladies free to act she pleases. More than 1 in 20.
More than 1 in 20, more than 1 in 40.
I'm not.
You are. You're 50 if you're an hour.
As for you, Jingle, I've a good mind to break every bone in your body.
Idle threats, sir, idle threats, impetuous nature. Mr. Wardle, you and I, men of the world, one thing another. Do sit down, sir. Humble lodgings, talk it over. Pro and con. Surely, Mr.
No
Wardle.
compromise with the likes of you, sir.
One moment, Pickwick. Mr. Jingle, how much will you take? 50 pounds?
It won't do. Not half enough.
Think it over. There's a great deal to be done with 50 pounds, my dear sir.
More to be done with 150.
Won't waste time in splitting straws. Say 70.
Won't do, sorry.
80. I'll write you a check at once.
Won't do.
Will you tell me what will do?
Expensive affair, this, sir. Expensive affair. Money out of pocket, posting, £9, license, 3, that's 12, compensation, 100, 112, breach of honor, and loss of lady.
Yes, never mind the loss. Say 100. Come.
And 20.
Come, I'll write you a check. I'll make it payable the day after tomorrow, and we can get her away meanwhile. I'm writing you a check for 100 pounds.
120.
Very well, then, 120. Here you are. And mind you, Pickwick, that nothing should have induced me to make this compromise. Not even regard for my family. If I hadn't known that the moment this man gets any money in that pocket of his, he'll go to the devil faster, if possible, than he would without it. And now, sir, will you leave this house?
Off directly. Bye-bye, Wardle. Bye-bye, Pickwick. Here's the license. Get the name altered. Take home the lady. Do for Tupman.
CBS and its affiliated stations are presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in an original dramatization of Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers. We pause a moment now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers, brought to you by the Mercury Theater on the air and starring Orson Welles as Alfred Jingle and Sergeant Buzz Fuzz.
August the 25th, 1827. Mr. Pickwick's apartments in Goswell Street, although on a limited scale, were particularly adapted for the residence of a man of our chairman's genius and observation. There were no children in the house, no servants, no fowls. His landlady, Mrs. Bardell, the widow and sole executrix of a deceased customs house officer, was a comely woman of bustling manners and agreeable appearance. The infantine sports and the gymnastic exercises of Master Bardell, her son, aged 10, were exclusively confined to the neighboring pavements and gutters. Cleanliness and quiet reigned throughout the house, and in it the will of Mr. Pickwick, our chairman, was law.
Mrs. Bardell? Mrs. Bardell.
Sir?
Your little boy is a very long time going. It's over an hour since I sent him out.
Why, it's a good long way to the White Hart Inn, sir. A good 2 miles.
Ah, very true, so it is. Mrs. Bardell.
Sir?
Mrs. Bardell, do you think it a much greater expense to keep 2 people than to keep 1?
La, Mr. Pickwick, what a question.
Well, but do you, Mrs. Bardell?
That depends. That depends a good deal upon the person, you know, Mr. Pickwick, and whether it's a saving and careful person, sir.
That's very true. But the person I have in my eye, Mrs. Bardell, I think possesses these qualities and has, moreover, a considerable knowledge of the world and a great deal of sharpness. Mrs. Bardell, which may be of material use to me.
La, Mr. Pickwick.
To tell you the truth, Mrs. Bardell, I have made up my mind.
Dear me, sir.
You will think it very strange now that I ever consulted you about the matter and never even mentioned it till I sent your little boy out this morning, eh? Well, what do you think, Mrs. Bardell?
Oh, Mr. Pickwick, you're very kind, sir.
It will save you a good deal of trouble, won't it?
Oh, I never thought anything of the trouble, sir. And of course I should take more trouble to please you then than ever. But it is so kind of you, Mr. Pickwick, to have so much consideration for my loneliness.
Oh, to be sure. I never thought of that. When I'm in town, you'll always have somebody to sit with you. To be sure, so you will.
I'm sure I ought to be a very happy woman.
And your little boy.
Mrs. Hart.
He, too, will have a companion, a lively one, who'll teach him, I'll be bound, more tricks in a week than he would ever learn in a year.
Oh, you dear. Oh, you kind, good, playful dear.
Mrs. Bardell.
Oh, you darling.
Mrs. Bardell, what are you doing? Oh, Mrs. Bardell, your arms. You're choking
Oh,
Oh,
you
me.
dear,
Bless my soul, Mrs. Bardell.
Oh.
My good woman. Oh, dear me, what a situation. Pray consider. Please, Mrs. Bardell, don't if anybody should come.
Oh, let them come. I'll never leave you, you dear, good, kind
Oh,
soul.
mercy upon me. Let me go, will you? I
Oh,
hear somebody coming up the
dear
stairs.
Mr.
Don't.
Pickwick.
Don't. There's a good creature. Don't.
Great heavens.
Well, for heaven's sake.
Lord.
Gentlemen.
Why, what's the matter?
I don't know. Stop staring, Snodgrass. Tupman, Winkle, come here. Help me. Let's lead this woman downstairs.
Oh, I'm better now, Mr. Pickwick.
Let me lead you downstairs, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll go by myself. I'd rather go by myself. Oh, Mr. Pickwick. Dear Mr. Pickwick.
I cannot conceive, gentlemen. I cannot conceive what has been the matter with that woman. I was merely trying to announce to her my intention of hiring a manservant when she fell into the extraordinary paroxysm in which you found her. Very, very extraordinary thing.
Very.
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 Placed me in such an extraordinarily awkward situation.
Very.
Very. Very.
Gentlemen, fellow members, surely you don't suspect me.
There's a man at the door now.
It's the man I spoke to you about. A most remarkable fellow. I sent for him up at the White Hart Inn this morning. Come in.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, this is Mr. Weller, Sam Weller. You remember me, I suppose?
From the White Hart? I should think so. Queer customer, that there Jingle. But he was one too many for you, wasn't he? Up to snuffing a pinch or two over, eh?
Never mind that matter now. I want to speak to you about something else. Sit down.
Thank you, sir. Business first and pleasure afterwards, as King Richard III said when he stabbed t'other king in the tower afore he smothered the babies.
Now, with regard to the matter on which I sent for you, Mr. Weller...
That's the point, sir. With it, as the father said to the child when he swallowed an ape name.
We want to know in the first place whether you have any reason to be discontented with your present situation.
Before I answers that there question, gentlemen, I should like to know, in the first place, whether you're going to provide me with a better.
I have half a mind to engage you myself.
Have you, though? Wages?
£12 a year.
Clothes?
2 suits.
Work?
To attend upon me and travel about with me and these gentlemen here. Do you accept the situation?
The terms is agreed on. I'm let to a strange gentleman, and if the clothes fits me off as well as the place, they'll do. Take a bill, Dan.
Before the night had closed in, Mr. Weller was furnished with a grey coat with our Pickwick Club button, a black hat with a cockade to it, a pink striped waistcoat, light breeches and gaiters, and a variety of other necessaries, too numerous to recapitulate. Mr. Weller regarded himself in the mirror.
Well, if me father could see me there, I don't know whether I meant to be a footman or a groom or a gamekeeper or a seedsman. I looks like a sort of compo of every one on him. Never mind. There's change of air, plenty to see and little to do. And all this suits my complaint and common will. So long life to the picnic, says I.
The next morning, led by Mr. Pickwick and accompanied by his new servant, the three active members of the illustrious Pickwick Club climbed upon the upper seat of the Bristol coach, little suspecting how thickly the clouds were at that moment gathering about the head of their illustrious chairman. 3 days later, whilst they sat at breakfast in the tap room of the George and Vulture, the storm broke.
Who is it?
I say, sir, this is a private room, sir, a private room.
No room's private to His Majesty when the street door's once passed. That's the law. Some people maintain that an Englishman's house is his castle. That's gammon.
Here, young fella. It's my opinion that you're coming in a great deal too strong. As the mail coachman said to the snowstorm when it overtook him.
Quiet, you. Which one of you is Mr. Pickwick?
My name's Pickwick.
My name's Law.
What?
Law, civil power, and executive. Them's me titles. There's me authority. In the name of the peace of our suffering Lord the King, studied on that case, made and provided, and all regular. In pursuance of which I deliver to you, Pickwick, this communication.
What do you mean by this insolence? Leave the room, sir.
That I will, and gladly, sir. No offence taken, I hope, where none meant. Good day, gentlemen.
On the table before our chairman lay a paper neatly sealed with a wafer and directed in a round hand. Mr. Pickwick picked it up and opened it.
Oh, mercy on us. What's this? It must be a jest. It can't be true. What is it? What's the matter?
Nobody dead, is there?
Oh, Tupman, you read it.
Yes. Freeman's Court, Cornhill, August 28, 1830. Bardell against Pickwick. Sir, having been instructed by Mrs. Martha Bardell, landlady of 28 Goswell Street, to commence an action against you for a breach of promise of marriage, for which the plaintiff lays her damages at £1,500, we beg to inform you that the writ has been issued against you in this suit in the Court of Common Pleas. We are, sir, your obedient servants, Dodson and Fogg.
It's a plot. Yes, it is a plot, gentlemen. A vile attempt to extort money. A base conspiracy.
Bottle versus Pickwick! Bottle versus Pickwick!
Sergeant Buzfuzz.
I am for the plaintiff, Blood.
Who's with you, Brother Buzfuzz?
Mr. Simpkins, rise, Mr. Simpkins.
Sergeant Snubbin.
I appear for the defendant, my lord.
Anybody with you, Brother Snubbin?
Mr. Funky, my lord.
Sergeant Buzfuzz and Mr. Skimpern for the plaintiff. The defendant, Sergeant Snubbin and Mr. Monkey.
Beg your lordship's pardon, Funky.
Oh, very good. Go on. Sergeant Buzfuzz, you open the case.
I do, my lord. My lord, gentlemen of the jury, never from the very first moment of my applying myself to the study and practice of the law have I approached a case with feelings of such deep emotion or with such a heavy sense of the responsibility imposed upon me, a responsibility which I could never have supported were it not buoyed up and sustained by a conviction so strong as to amount to a positive certainty that the case of truth and justice must prevail with a high-minded and intelligent dozen of men whom I now see in that box before me. This is an action, gentlemen, for a breach of promise of marriage in which the damages are laid at £1,500. The plaintiff, gentlemen, is a widow. Yes, gentlemen, a widow.
Her name is Mrs. Bardell. The late Mr. Bardell, after enjoying for many years the esteem and confidence of his sovereign, as one of the guardians of his royal revenues, glided almost imperceptibly from the world to seek elsewhere for that repose and peace which a custom house can never afford. Some time before his death, he had stamped his likeness upon a little boy. With this little boy, the only pledge of her departed exciseman, Mrs. Bardell shrunk from the world and courted the retirement and tranquility of Goswell Street. And here she placed in her front parlor window a written placard bearing the inscription, "Apartments furnished for a single gentleman. Inquire within." I entreat the attention of the jury to the wording of this document. Apartments furnished for a single gentleman. Mrs. Bardell's opinions of the opposite sex gentleman were derived from a long contemplation of the inestimable qualities of her lost husband. She had no fear, she had no distrust, she had no suspicion. All was confidence and reliance. Mr. Bardell, said the widow, Mr. Bardell was once a single gentleman himself. To single gentlemen, I look for protection, for assistance, for comfort, and for consolation. In single gentlemen, I shall perpetually see something to remind me of what Mr. Bardell was when he first won my young and untried affections. To a single gentleman, then, shall my lodgings be let. Actuated by this beautiful and touching impulse, the lonely and desolate widow dried her tears, furnished her first floor, caught the innocent boy to her maternal bosom, and put the bill up in her parlor window. Did it remain there long? No. No, the serpent was on the watch. The train was laid. The mine was preparing. The sapper and miner were at work. Before the bill had been in the parlor window, 3 days, gentlemen. A being, erect upon 2 legs, and bearing all the outward semblance of a man, and not a monster, knocked at the door of Mrs. Bardell's house. He inquired within. He took the lodgings, and on the very next day, he entered into possession of them. This man was Pickwick. Pickwick, the defendant. Of this man, Pickwick, I will say little. The subject presents but a few attractions. And I, gentlemen, am not the man, nor are you, gentlemen, the men, to delight in the contemplation of revolting heartlessness and of systematic villainy. I say systematic villainy, gentlemen. And when I say systematic villainy, let me tell the defendant, Pickwick, if he be in court, as I am informed he is, and that it would have been more decent in him, more becoming, in better judgment, and in better taste, if he had stopped away. Let me tell him, gentlemen, that any gestures of dissent in which he may indulge in this court will not go down with you. But will you know how to value and how to appreciate them? Be his name Pickwick or Noakes or Stokes or Stiles or Brown or Thompson. I shall show you, gentlemen, that for 2 years, Pickwick continued to reside constantly and without interruption or intermission at Mrs. Bardell's house. I shall show you that Mrs. Bardell, during the whole of that time, waited on him, attended to his comforts. I shall show you that. And I shall show you that on many occasions he gave halfpence and on some occasions even sixpence to a little boy. I shall prove to you, gentlemen, that on August 25th of last year he distinctly and in terms offered a marriage. And I am in a situation to prove to you on the testimony of 3 of his own friends, most unwilling witnesses, gentlemen, most unwilling witnesses, that on that morning he was discovered by them holding the plaintiff in his arms and soothing her agitation by his caresses and endearments. And now, gentlemen, but one word more. 2 letters have passed between these parties. Letters which are admitted to be in the handwriting of the defendant and which speak volumes indeed. They are not open, fervent, eloquent epistles, breathing nothing but the language of affectionate attachment. No, they are covert, sly, underhanded communications. Let me read the first. Garraway's, 12 o'clock. Dear Mrs. B, chops and tomato sauce, yours, Pickwick. Gentlemen, what does this mean? Chops and tomato sauce, yours, Pickwick. Chops! Gracious heavens and tomato sauce! Gentlemen, is this the happiness of a sensitive and confiding female to be trifled by such shallow artifices as these? The next has no date whatever, which is in itself suspicious. Dear Mrs. B, I shall not be at home till tomorrow. Slow coach. And then follows this very remarkable expression. Don't trouble yourself about the warming pan. The warming pan. Why, gentlemen, who does trouble himself about a warming pan? When was the peace of mind of man or woman broken or disturbed by a warming pan, which is in itself a harmless, a useful, and I will add, gentlemen, a comforting article of furniture? Why is Mrs. Bardell so earnestly entreated not to agitate herself about this warming pan unless, as is no doubt the case, it is a mere cover for hidden fire, a mere substitute for some endearing word or promise agreeably to a preconcerted system of correspondence artfully contrived by Pickwick with a view to his contemplated desertion, and which I am not in a condition to explain. But enough of this, gentlemen. It is difficult to smile with an aching heart. It is ill jesting when our deepest sympathies are awakened. My client's hopes and prospects are ruined, but Pickwick, gentlemen, Pickwick, the ruthless destroyer of this domestic oasis in the desert of Goswell Street, Pickwick, who has choked up the well and thrown ashes on the sward, Pickwick, who comes before you today with his heartless tomato sauce and warming pans, Pickwick still rears his head with unblushing effrontery and gazes without a sigh on the ruin he has made. Damages. Damages, gentlemen. Heavy damages is the only punishment with which you can visit him, the only recompense you can award to my client. And for those damages, she now appeals to an enlightened, a high-minded, a rightful feeling, a conscientious, a dispassionate, a sympathizing, a contemplative jury of her civilized countrymen.
First witness.
Tracy Tupman.
Tracy Tupman.
Nathaniel Winkle.
Nathaniel Winkle. Nathaniel Winkle.
Here, Your Honor.
Now, don't look at me, sir. Look at the jury.
Now, sir, have the goodness to let his lordship and the jury know what your name is, will you?
Winkle.
What's your Christian name, sir?
Nathaniel, sir.
Daniel? Any other name?
Nathaniel, sir. My lord, I mean.
Nathaniel Daniel or Daniel Nathaniel?
No, my lord. Only Nathaniel, not Daniel at all.
What did you tell me it was Daniel for, then, sir?
I didn't, my lord.
You did, sir. How could I put Daniel down in my notes unless you told me so, sir?
Oh, I don't know, Your Honor.
You'd better be careful, sir.
Now, Mr. Winkler, attend to me if you please, sir. And let me recommend you, for your own sake, to bear in mind his lordship's injunction to be careful. I believe you are a particular friend of Pickwick, the defendant. Are you not?
I have known Mr. Pickwick now as well as I recollect at this moment.
Pray, Mr. Mr. Winkle, do not evade the question. Are you or are you not a particular friend of the defendant?
I just about...
Will you or will you not answer the question, sir?
If you don't answer the question, you'll be committed, sir.
Come, sir, yes or no, if you please.
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are. Why couldn't you say so at once, sir? Perhaps you know the plaintiff, too, eh, Mr. Winkle?
I don't know her. I have seen her.
Oh, you don't know her, but you've seen her. Now have the goodness to tell the gentlemen of the jury what you mean by that, Mr. Winkle.
I mean that I am not intimate with her, but I have seen her when I went to call on Mr. Pickwick in Goswell Street.
Pray, Mr. Winkle, do you remember calling on the defendant Pickwick at these apartments in the plaintiff's house in Goswell Street on one particular morning in the month of August last?
Yes, I do.
Were you accompanied on that occasion by a friend of the name of Tupman and another by the name of Snodgrass?
Yes, I was.
Are they here?
Yes, they
Pray
are.
attend to me, Mr. Winkler, never mind your friends. Now, sir, tell the gentlemen of the jury what you saw on entering the defendant's room on this particular morning. Come out with it, sir. We must have it sooner or later.
The defendant, Mr. Pickwick, was holding the plaintiff in his arms with his hands clasping her waist, and the plaintiff appeared to have fainted away.
Did you hear the defendant say anything?
I heard him call Mrs. Bardell a good creature, and I heard him ask her to compose herself. For what a situation it was if anybody should come, or words to that effect.
Now, Mr. Winkle, I have only one more question to ask you, and I beg you to bear in mind his lordship's caution. Will you undertake to swear that Pickwick, the defendant, did not say on the occasion in question, "My dear Mrs. Bardell, you're a good creature. Compose yourself to this situation, for to this situation you must come," or words to that effect?
I didn't understand him so, certainly. I was on the staircase and couldn't hear distinctly. The impression on my mind
is... Gentlemen of the jury, what? None of the impressions on your mind, Mr. Winkle, which I fear would be of little service to honest, straightforward men. You were on the staircase and didn't distinctly hear, but you will not swear that Pickwick did not make use of the expressions I've quoted? Do I understand that?
No, I will not.
That is all, Your Honor. Call Samuel Weller.
Samuel Weller!
Samuel Weller?
Witness.
Yes, me lord?
What's your name, sir?
Sam Weller, me lord.
You spell it with a V or a W?
It depends upon the taste and fancy of the speller, me lord. I never had occasion to spell it more than once or twice in my life. But I spells it with a V.
Quite right, too, Sammy Bill, quite right. Put it down a V, me lord. Put it down a V.
Who is that? Who dares to address the court? Usher! Usher!
Yes, my lord.
Bring that person here instantly.
Yes, my lord.
Witness, do you know who that was?
I rather suspect it was the Alden.
Who?
Me father, me lord.
Do you see him here now?
No, I don't, me lord.
If you could have pointed him out, I would have committed him instantly. Sergeant Busbuzz, your witness.
Now, Mr. Weller.
Now, sir?
I believe you are in the service of Mr. Pickwick, the defendant in this case. Speak up, if you please, Mr. Weller.
I means to speak up, sir. I am in the service of that there gentleman. And a very good service it is, too.
Little to do and plenty to get, I suppose.
Quite enough to get, sir. As the soldier said when they ordered him 350 less.
You must not tell us what the soldier or any other man said, sir. It's not evidence.
Very good, me lord.
Do you recollect anything particular happening on the morning when you first engaged by the defendant? Eh, Mr. Weller?
Yes, I does, sir.
Have the goodness to tell the jury what it was.
I had a regular new fit out of clothes that morning, gentlemen of the jury. And that was a very particular and uncommon circumstance with me in them days.
You had better be careful, sir.
So Mr. Pickwick said at the time, me lord. And I was very careful of that there suit of clothes. Very careful indeed, me lord.
Do you mean to tell me, Mr. Weller, that you saw nothing of this fainting on the part of the plaintiff in the arms of the defendant, which you have heard described by the witnesses?
Certainly not. I was in the passage till they called me up, and then the old lady wasn't there.
Now attend, Mr. Weller. You were in the passage, and yet saw nothing of what was going forward. Have you a pair of eyes, Mr. Weller?
Yes, I have a pair of eyes, and that's just it. If they was a pair of patent double-million magnifying gas microscopes of extra power, Perhaps I might be able to see through a flight of stairs and a deal door. But being only high, you see, my vision's limited.
Now, Mr. Weller, I'll ask you a question on another point, if you please.
If you please, sir.
Do you remember going up to Mrs. Bardell's house one night in August last?
Oh, yes, very well.
Oh, you do remember that, Mr. Weller. I thought we should get at something at last.
I rather thought that too, sir.
Well, I suppose you went up to have a little talk about this trial, eh, Mr. Weller?
I went up to pay the rent, but we did get a talking about the trial.
Oh, you did get a talking about the trial. Now, what passed about the trial? Will you have the goodness to tell us, Mr. Weller?
With all the pleasure in life, sir. After a few unimportant observations from the two virtuous females as was there, the ladies gets into a very great state of admiration at the honourable conduct of Mr. Dodson and Fogg. Them two gentlemen as is sitting near you now.
The attorneys for the plaintiff, my lord. Well, they spoke in high praise of the honourable conduct of Messrs. Dodson and Fogg, the attorneys for the plaintiff, did they?
Oh, yes. They said what a very generous thing it was of them to have taken up the case on spec and to charge nothing at all for costs, unless they got him out of Mr. Pickwick.
My lord, it's perfectly useless attempting to get any evidence through the impenetrable stupidity of this witness. I will not trouble the court by asking him any more questions. Stand down, sir.
Would any other gentleman like to ask me anything?
You may go down, sir!
Thank you, sir.
Good work, Sunnyville. Good work.
After this, Sergeant Stubbin addressed the jury on behalf of the defendant, and a very long and very emphatic address he delivered, in which he bestowed the highest possible eulogisms on the conduct and character of Mr. Pickwick. Then Mr. Justice Starley summed up in the old established and most approved form. If Mrs. Bardell were right, it was perfectly clear that Mr. Pickwick, the defendant, was wrong. And if they thought the evidence of Mrs. Bardell, the plaintiff, worthy of credence, they would believe it, and if they didn't, why they wouldn't. The jury then retired to their private room to talk the matter over, and the judge retired to his private room to refresh himself with a mutton chop and a glass of sherry. A quarter of an hour later, the jury came back. The judge was fetched in.
His Honor the Judge! Gentlemen of the jury, are you all agreed upon your verdict?
We are.
Do you find for the plaintiff or for the defendant?
For the plaintiff.
With what damages, gentlemen?
£750.
Defendant, have you anything to say?
Mr. Pickwick took off his spectacles, carefully wiped the glasses, folded them into his case, and put them into his pocket. Then, having drawn on his gloves with great nicety, he rose to his feet.
I wish to say, my lord, that not one farthing of costs or damages will you ever get from me. You may try and try and try again, Messrs. Dodson and Fogg, but not one penny will you get if I spend the rest of my existence in a debtor's prison.
Sad days followed for the Pickwickians. With their leader in jail, the club suffered from internal dissensions. Our meetings were rare and melancholy. And then at last there dawned a glorious day. On November the 4th, 1828, Mr. Pickwick and his servant Weller emerged from the fleet. On November the 5th, the members of the Pickwick Club once more gathered together at the feet of their illustrious leader, heard him deliver upon that joyful occasion an oration which has been carefully preserved in the minutes of the society.
Gentlemen,
Cheers.
fellow members,
Loud cheers.
I shall never regret having devoted the greater part of 2 years to mixing with different varieties and shades of human character. Frivolous as my pursuit of novelty may have appeared to many.
Cries of no.
Nearly the whole of my previous life having been devoted to business and the pursuit of wealth, numerous scenes of which I had no previous conception have dawned upon me. I hope to the enlargement of my mind and the improvement of my understanding.
Cheers.
If I have done but little good, I trust I have done less harm, and that none of my adventures will be other than a source of amusing and pleasant recollection to me in the decline of life. God bless all.
Loud and prolonged cheering.
Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations have brought you a Mercury Theater on the Air production of The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. The adaptation for radio was made by Orson Welles, who also directed the entire production. This has been the 20th in the weekly CBS series featuring this brilliant Broadway company in dramatized narratives from the world's great literature. In the cast tonight
was Samuel Pickwick, played by that unstarred star of the Mercury Theater on the Air, Mr. Ray Collins. Augustus Snodgrass, by Mr. Alfred Shirley. Mr. Tracy Tupman, he of the excruciatingly warm heart, by Mr. Frank Reddick. Nathaniel Winkle, the huntsman, Mr. William Podmore, Mr. Wardle, Mr. William Pringle. Joe, the fat boy who always slept, was Elliot Reed. Rachel, the spinster sister of Mr. Wardle, was Mary Wicks. Sam Weller was Mr. Eustace Wyatt. Mrs. Bardell, Brenda Forbes. Mr. Fogg, McGregor Gibbs. Sergeant Snubbins, Edgar Berrien. And finally, Sergeant Buzzfuzz and Mr. Jingle, whom you probably recognize.
The orchestra was directed by Bernard Herrmann, and Davidson Taylor supervised the production for CBS. We invite you to be with us next Sunday at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air. Dan Seymour speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Air. Ladies and gentlemen, the element of suspense is so vital to our story tonight that our sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer, are omitting their usual commercial message during the intermission between the acts, so that our play will go uninterrupted from spooky start to spooky finish. We of the Mercury reckon that a story doesn't have to appeal to the heart, it can also appeal to the spine. Sometimes you want your heart to be warm, sometimes you want your spine to tingle. Well, the tingling, it's to be hoped, will be quite audible as you listen tonight to a classic among radio thrillers. Its author is one of the most gifted of all the writers who've ever worked for this medium, Lucille Fletcher, who wrote the greatest single radio script ever written. Sorry, wrong number. The title of this, her terrifying little tale of Gru for this evening, is another spine tingler by name The Hitchhiker. I am in an auto camp on Route 66, just west of Gallup, New Mexico. If I tell it, maybe it'll help me. It'll keep me from going crazy. But I must tell this quickly. I'm not crazy now. I feel perfectly well. Perfectly well. Except that I'm running a slight temperature. My name is Ronald Adams. I'm 36 years of age, unmarried, tall, dark, with a black mustache. I drive a 1940 Ford, V8, license number 6B7989. I was born in Brooklyn. All this I know. I know that I'm at this moment perfectly sane. That it is not me who's gone mad, but something else. Something utterly beyond my control. But I must speak quickly. At any moment, the link with life may break. This may be the last thing I ever tell on earth. The last night I ever see the stars. 6 days ago, I left Brooklyn to drive to California.
Goodbye, son. Good luck to you, my boy.
Goodbye, Mother. Here, give me a kiss, and then I'll go.
I'll come out with you to the car.
Ah, it's raining. Stay here at the door.
Oh.
Hey, what's this, tears?
Oh, it's just the trip, Ronald. I wish you weren't driving.
Oh, Mother, there you go again. People do it every day.
I know, but you'll be careful, won't you? Promise me you'll be extra careful. Don't fall asleep or drive fast or pick up any strangers on the road.
Strangers, don't you worry. There's anything going to happen. It's just 8 days of perfectly simple driving on smooth, decent, civilized roads with a hot dog or a hamburger stand every 10 miles. I was in excellent spirits. Drive ahead. Even the loneliness seemed like a lark. But I reckoned without him. Crossing Brooklyn Bridge that morning in the rain, I saw a man leaning against the cables. He seemed to be waiting for a lift. There were spots of fresh rain on his shoulders. He was carrying a cheap overnight bag in one hand. He was thin, nondescript, with a cap pulled down over his eyes. He stepped off the walk, and if I hadn't swerved, I'd have hit him. I almost did. Almost did hit him. Now, I would have forgotten him completely, except that just an hour later, while crossing the Pulaski Skyway over the Jersey Flats, I saw him again. At least he looked like the same person. He was standing now with one thumb pointing west. I couldn't figure out how he'd got there, but I thought maybe one of those fast trucks had picked him up, beat me to the Skyway, and let him off. I didn't stop for him. Then, late that night, I saw him again. It was on the new Pennsylvania Turnpike between Harrisburg and Pittsburgh. It's 265 miles long with a very high speed limit. I was just slowing down for one of the tunnels when I saw him standing under an arc light by the side of the road. I could see him quite distinctly. The bag, the cap, even the spots of fresh rain spattered over his shoulders. He hailed me this time. I stepped on the gas like a shot. That's lonely country through the Alleghenies, and I had no intention of stopping. Besides, the coincidences, or whatever it was, gave me the willies. I stopped at the next gas station.
Yes, sir.
Fill her up, will you?
Check your oil?
No, thanks.
Nice night, ain't it?
Yes, yeah. It hasn't been raining here lately, has it?
Not a drop of rain all week.
Oh, no? I suppose that hasn't done your business any harm.
Well, people drive through here all kinds of weather. Mostly business, though. Ain't many pleasure cars out in the turnpike this season of the year.
I guess not. What about hitchhikers?
Hitchhikers here?
Why, what's the matter? Don't you ever see any?
A guy'd be a fool to start out to hitchhike on this road. Look at it.
Then you never see anybody?
No. Maybe they get a lift before the turnpike starts. I mean, you know, just before the toll house. But then it's a mighty long ride. Most cars wouldn't pick up a guy for that long a ride. This is pretty lonesome country here, mountains and woods.
Yeah.
Hey, you ain't seen nobody like that, have you?
Oh, no. It's just a technical question.
Oh, I see. Well, that'll be $1.49 with the tax.
The thing gradually passed from my mind as coincidence. I had a good night's sleep in Pittsburgh. I didn't think about the man all next day until just outside of Zanesville, Ohio, I saw him again. It was a bright, sunshiny afternoon. The peaceful Ohio fields, brown with the autumn stubble, lay dreaming in the golden light. I was driving slowly, drinking it in, when the road suddenly ended in a detour. In front of the barrier, he was standing. Let me explain about his appearance before I go on. I repeat, there was nothing sinister about him. He was as drab as a mud fence, nor was his attitude menacing. He merely stood there, waiting, almost drooping a little, the cheap overnight bag in his hand. He looked as though he'd been waiting there for hours. And he hailed me. He started to walk forward.
Hello!
I'd stopped the car, of course, for the detour. For a few minutes, I couldn't seem to find the new road. I realized he must be thinking that I'd stopped for him. No, I'm... Not just now. I'm sorry.
Going to California?
No, not today. The other way. I'm going to New York. Sorry. After I got the car back onto the road again, I felt like a fool. Yet the thought of picking him up, of having him sit beside me, was somehow unbearable. Yet at the same time, I felt more than ever unspeakably alone. Hour after hour went by. The fields, the towns ticked off one by one. The lights changed. I knew now that I was going to see him again. And though I dreaded the sight, I caught myself searching the side of the road, waiting for him to appear.
Yep. What is it? What's you want?
You sell sandwiches and pop here, don't you?
Yep, we do. In the daytime. But they close up for the night.
I know, but I was wondering if you could possibly have a cup of coffee. Black coffee.
Not at this time of night, mister. My wife's a cook and she's in bed.
Well, now, listen, just a minute ago, there was a man standing here, right beside here, and he was a suspicious-looking man.
Henry? Who is it, Henry?
It's nobody, Mother. Here's a fella thinks he wants a cup of coffee. Go back into bed.
I don't mean to disturb you, but you see, I was driving along when I just happened to look, and there he was.
What was he doing?
Nothing.
You've been hitting a bottle. That's what's the matter with you. You got nothing better than do than wake decent folk out their hard-earned sleep. Now get going. Go on.
But he looked as though he was going to rob you.
I ain't got nothing in this stand to lose. Down your way before I call out Sheriff Hoke.
I got into the car again and drove on slowly. I was beginning to hate the car. If I could have found a place to stop to rest a little, but I was in the Ozark Mountains of Missouri now. Few resort places there were closed. I had seen him at that roadside stand. I knew I'd see him again. Maybe at the next turn of the road. I knew that when I saw him next, I'd run him down. But I didn't see him again until late the next afternoon. I'd stopped the car at a sleepy little junction just across the border into Oklahoma. Let a train pass by when he appeared. Across the tracks. He was leaning against a telephone pole. It was a perfectly airless, dry day. The red clay of Oklahoma was baking under the southwestern sun. Yet there were spots of fresh rain on his shoulders. I couldn't stand that. Without thinking, blindly, I started the car across the tracks. He didn't even look up at me. He was staring at the ground. I stepped on the gas hard, veering the wheel sharply toward him. I could hear the train in the distance now, but I didn't care. Then, something went wrong with the car. It stalled right on the tracks. train was coming closer. I could hear its bell. Heard its cry, its whistle crying. Still, he stood there. And now I knew that he was beckoning. Beckoning me to my death. Well, I frustrated him that time. The starter had worked at last. I managed to back up, but after the train had passed, he was gone. I was all alone in the hot, dry afternoon. After that, I knew I had to do something. I didn't know who this man was or what he wanted of me. I only knew that from now on, I mustn't let myself be alone on the road for 1 minute. Hello there. Hello. Like a ride?
What do you think? How far are you going?
Amarillo. I'll take you to Amarillo.
Amarillo, Texas?
Yeah, I'll drive you there.
Gee.
Hop here.
Mind if I take off my shoes? My dog's killed.
No, go right ahead.
Oh, gee, what a break this is. Swell car and decent guy driving all the way to Amarillo. All I've been getting so far is trucks.
You hitchhike much?
Sure. Only it's tough sometimes in these great open spaces to get the break.
Yeah, I think it would be, but I'll bet, though, if you got a good pickup and a fast car, you could get to places faster than, well, say another person in another car.
I don't get you.
Well, you take me, for instance. Suppose I'm driving across the country at a nice, steady clip of about 45 miles an hour. Couldn't a girl like you just standing beside the road, waiting for lifts, beat me to town after town, provided she got picked up every time in a car that was doing 65 or 70 miles an hour?
I don't know. Maybe she could, maybe she couldn't. What difference does it make?
Oh, no difference. It's just crazy idea I had sitting here in the car.
Oh, imagine spending your time in a swell car thinking of things like that.
What would you do instead?
What would I do if I was a good-looking fellow like yourself? Well, I'd just enjoy myself. Every minute of the time. I'd sit back and relax. If I saw a good-looking girl along the side of the road... Hey!
Did you see him, too?
See who?
That man, standing beside the barbed wire fence.
I didn't see anybody.
Right there.
There wasn't nothing, just a barbed wire fence. What did you think he was doing, trying to run into that barbed wire fence?
There was a man there, I tell you. A thin, gray man with an overnight bag in his hand. I was trying to run him down.
Run him down? You mean kill him?
I'm trying to get rid of him. Or at least prove that he's real. But you say you didn't see him back there. You sure?
I didn't see a soul. As far as that's
Well, watch
concerned...
for him. Watch for him the next time. And keep watching. Keep your eyes peeled on the road. He'll turn up again. Maybe any minute now. There! Look there!
How's this door work? I'm getting out of here.
Did you see him that time? Did you see him?
No, I didn't see him that time. And personally, mister, I don't expect never to see him. All I want to do is go on living. And I don't see how I will very long driving with
look,
you.
I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. Please, don't go.
So if you'll excuse
Please,
me,
you can't go. Listen, how'd you like to go to California? I'll drive you all the way to California.
Pink elephants all the way? No, thanks.
Listen, please, just 1 minute.
You know what I think you need, big boy? Not a girlfriend, just a good dose of sleep. There, I cut it now.
No. No, you can't go.
Lay your hands off of me, here. Lay your hands.
Come back here, please. Come back. She ran from me. As if I was some kind of monster. A few minutes later, I saw a passing truck pick her up. I knew then that I was utterly alone. I was in the heart of the great Texas prairies. There wasn't a car on the road after the truck went by. Trying to figure out what to do, how to get hold of myself. How I could find a place to rest or Even if I could sleep right here in the car. Just a few hours. And sleep. Just along the side of the road. I was getting my winter overcoat out of the back seat to use as a blanket. Just as a blanket. When I saw him coming toward me. Coming toward me. Emerging from the herd of moving steer. I didn't wait for him to come any closer. Maybe I should have spoken to him then. Fought it out then and there, for now he began to be everywhere. Whenever I stopped, even for a minute, for gas, for oil, for a drink of pop, a cup of coffee, a sandwich, he was there. I saw him standing outside the auto camp in Amarillo that night when I dared to slow down. He was standing near the drinking fountain, a little camping spot just inside the border of New Mexico. He was waiting for me outside the Navajo reservation where I stopped to check my tires. I saw him in Albuquerque where I bought 10 gallons of gas. I was afraid now. Afraid to stop. I began to drive faster and faster. I was in lunar landscape now. The great arid mesa country of New Mexico. I drove through it with the indifference of a fly crawling over the face of the moon. And now he didn't even wait for me to stop. Unless I drove at 85 miles an hour over those endless roads. He waited for me. And every other mile, I'd see his figure. Shadowless. Flitting before me. Still in its same attitude. Over the cold and lifeless ground. Flitting over dried up rivers. Over broken stones cast up by old glacial upheavals. Flitting in the pure and cloudless air. Myself when I finally reached Gallup, New Mexico this morning. There's an auto camp here. It's cold. Almost deserted this time of year. I went inside and asked if there was a telephone. I had the feeling that if I could speak to somebody familiar, somebody that I loved, I could pull myself together.
Number, please.
Long distance.
Thank you. This is long distance.
I'd like to put in a call to my home to Brooklyn, New York. I'm Ronald Adams. The number is Beechwood 9970.
Thank you. Thank you. What is your number?
My number? It's 312.
Albuquerque. New York for Gallup. New York. Gallup, New Mexico, calling Beechwood 9970.
I'd read somewhere that love could banish demons. It was in the middle of the morning. I knew Mother'd be home. I pictured her tall, white-haired, in her crisp house dress going about her tasks. It would be enough, I thought, just to hear the even calmness of her voice.
Will you please deposit $3.85 for the first 3 minutes? When you have deposited $1.50, will you wait until I have collected the money? All right. Deposit another $1.50. you please deposit the remaining 85 cents? Ready with Brooklyn. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Mrs. Adams' residence.
Hello? Hello, Mother?
This is Mrs. Adams' residence. Who is it you wish to speak to?
What? Who's this?
This is Mrs. Whitney.
Mrs. Whitney? I don't know any Mrs. Whitney. Is this Beechwood 9970?
Yes.
Where's my mother? Where's Mrs. Adams?
Mrs. Adams is not at home. She's still in the hospital.
The hospital?
Yes. Who is this calling, please? Is it a member of the family?
What's she in the hospital for?
She's been prostrated for 5 days. A nervous breakdown.
Nervous?
Who is this calling?
Nervous breakdown. My mother's never...
It's all taken place since the death of her oldest son, Ronald.
Since the death of her oldest son, Ronald. Hey, what is this? What number is this?
This is Beechwood 9970. It's all been very sudden. He was killed just 6 days ago in an automobile accident on the Brooklyn Bridge. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Sir, your 3 minutes are up.
And so, I'm sitting here in this deserted auto camp in Gallup, New Mexico. And so I'm trying to think. I'm trying to get a hold of myself. Otherwise I'll go crazy. Outside, it is night. The vast, soulless night of New Mexico. 1,000,000 stars are in the sky. Ahead of me stretch 1,000 miles of empty mesa and mountains, prairies, desert. Somewhere among them, he is waiting for me. Somewhere I shall know who he is and who I am.
Now, here is Orson Welles.
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we bring to your radio another Mercury favorite. We hope a favorite of yours. You've asked for it many times. We've performed it many times. Jane Eyre. And Jane will be played by a Mercury actress who was heard tonight and has been heard so often on our shows. One of the most gifted people we know in our business, Miss Alice Frost. Jane Eyre, then, with Alice Frost and your obedient servant. That's the same time next week, same station. Please join us. Until then, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer, for all of us on the Mercury Theater, including Bernard Herrmann, who wrote and conducted the music on this program, I remain, as always, obediently yours. Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat at one of the greatest plays ever produced. And now is America's most famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles.
Our story tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is an original for radio by that most original of radio writers, Miss Lucille Fletcher. Its title, The Search for Henri Lefebvre. Mercedes and Cambridge will be heard as Madame Lefebvre, and so that our story may move without interruption, there'll be no between-acts intermission on this broadcast, our sponsors having very kindly omitted their usual commercial message at that time. So right now, before we get started, let's give Jim Amici a chance to say his say about
Blended, Splendid, Pabst Blue Ribbon. Friends, as you relax in the comfort of the summer evening to enjoy Mr. Wells' exciting radio drama, I hope that right beside you, on chair, arm, or table, is a tall, frosted, foam-capped glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon. Believe me, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon are doing their best these thirsty days and nights to supply your dealer, and thus supply you, with all this truly great beer you'd like. Occasionally, conditions make this pretty difficult, but of this you can be sure. Every bottle you do get will be, as always, the happy result of blending never less than 33 fine brews into one great beer. As always, 33 fine brews blend their individual taste tones to give you that splendid flavor. Not too light, not too heavy, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through just the way you like it. So please keep right on asking for it. It's sure worth asking for. Blended, Splendid, Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Orson Welles and his own Mercury production of The Search for Henri Lefebvre.
I had just set down the last note on paper. Do you know what it is to write a piece? The agony, the drudgery, the exultation. To wrest the thought out of the drab days of rain. To hear music in one's head, while outside the drizzle patters down, and the heads of the mountains are shrouded in mist. And then, one morning it comes. It is spring in the branches outside the window. The mountains glitter. The air is blue and bright. And the melody comes into your heart and nestles close, as though it had always been there. A fever consumes you. Hours melt away at the piano. Time, people mean nothing. The world revolves around this rocking song, this tender magic. There are no terrors, save to break the spell. So it was with this piece. I had just set down the last note on paper. I was happy and weary and full of peace. I lay down on the sofa to relax before Miss Warren brought in my supper. There is a radio near the couch. That night, I turned it on. Horror crawls upon me sometimes out of the shadows, like an animal thing. It grimaces at me from the corner of my room. But this time it was upon me. It was in my brain. For that music on the radio, playing now, was the music I had just set down on paper. Miss Warren! Miss Warren! Miss Warren,
Mr. Flynn.
come here. Listen to this thing. You hear it, don't you? That is real music playing.
Yes, sir. The radio's playing real music.
It is not an illusion, an hallucination of some kind in my own brain.
Oh, of course it's real music. And very pretty, too.
Pretty?
Oh, you don't like it? We'll turn it off.
No, leave it alone. Listen to it. Sit there beside the radio. I'll get it for you.
What, sir?
My score. Here, look at it. Note for note, even as they play.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Flynn. I can't read music. I don't understand.
Perhaps someone in this building has heard me playing, but... No, the orchestration is the same. The orchestration is a secret, quiet thing that one does alone. Perhaps they've stolen the score or someone has copied it. But I only finished it this afternoon. It has been here in this drawer and on the piano. Unless someone else. There is someone else. Someone like me with my brain, my soul,
my genius a kind of double. Kind of double.
It's over now, sir. Do you want me to turn it off?
No. See what they announce. See what they dare to say.
You have been listening to the elegy for orchestra, Opus 42, by Henri Lefebvre. This concludes...
Henri Lefebvre. Henri Lefebvre. Huh? Henri Lefebvre. After she left, I sat there staring at the freshly written pages. My brain was reeling. It was my music, every little note, every turn of phrase. The silent radio faced me like a mocking, sardonic sphinx.
Adolphus, my good fellow.
Oh, Picard. Excuse me, old friend. Miss Warren, did you call the broadcasting station?
Yes, sir.
And what did they say?
Calm yourself,
What
my dear
did
fellow.
they say,
They
Miss
said-
Warren?
Oh, Mr. Picard, I'm afraid.
They said, Adolphus, that it was composed by this Henri Lefebvre. An old piece. He wrote it nearly 15 years ago.
15 years ago, but I finished it today. If I'd remembered it, Picard, even in my own subconscious, it would have flowed out like a dream, but I had to struggle. Look at these erasures and these cuts, this coda.
And you say it was exactly this way on the radio?
Exactly, as though they had copied out the parts in the twinkling of an eye, and an orchestra was reading my score.
Very strange.
The man
but
either
still-
stole my piece somehow, or... Well, there's some terrible coincidence, some simultaneous crooked streak of identical inspiration that leaped across the world.
Things don't happen.
15 years ago, they said. 15 years ago, he set it down. And finally, like a wave traveling slowly across a boundless ocean, it came to me.
Adolphus.
Who is this Henri Lefebvre?
He was a rather famous composer.
But what's happened to him? Is he still alive?
I don't know, Adolphus. I'm not a musician.
But could you find out for me soon?
I suppose I could, but do you really think it wise? What good would it do you to see this man, this perfect stranger?
I must confront him, do you hear? There is some horrible linkage between this man and myself, some string vibrating in his brain, which has caused a like vibration in my own. I must find him. I must somehow break the spell.
And supposing this Henri Lefebvre is dead?
Dead or alive, I must find him. I must find him, Picard. I must find him.
Henri Lefebvre, born 1885, Rouen, France. Educated at the École Normale. Fellowship student in composition, the Paris Conservatoire. Won Prix de Rome, 1908. Do you want me to go on, Mr. Flynn?
No, Miss Warren. These dictionaries tell you nothing. They make everything smell of dust. Dust and corruption.
Adolphus.
Oh, Picard.
I have a letter from his publishers. He's still alive.
Thank God.
But there's some mystery about him. They wouldn't give me his present address.
What do you mean?
They say they haven't heard from him in 10 years. His musical output has ceased. He submits nothing, doesn't answer their letters.
Then how do they know he's still alive?
Well, they hear occasionally from Madame Lefebvre.
Madame Lefebvre.
He has a wife who lives in Rouen.
Madame Lefebvre. Rouen. Rouen. Word came at last from the Red Cross.
Home of Henri Lefebvre in Rouen, destroyed by bombs. Whereabouts of composer and Madame Lefebvre, unknown.
He's alive, I tell you, he's alive.
Oh, what Adolphus?
If he were dead, I would not feel it. I would be free. But I cannot take up my pen. I cannot write. I cannot even think one thought without wondering whether it may not already be his.
How can you think such things, Adolphus? This poor, hounded, homeless man is probably ill, old, dying.
Even dying, he's reached out a hand to clutch away my genius. Picard, was I ever lazy? My musical outfit has been enormous. Symphonies, operas, tone poems, songs. Now what do I do all day long? I stand at my window and stare out at the mountains. And at night, I'm tortured by visions. Nightmares. Nightmares of crooked fallen streets and church steeples and bells run by clockwork, the bells of tolling the hours. I dream of rooms, dark, ugly little rooms, and a little girl. Yes, a little girl. With long, honey-colored hair, who cries and cries.
You have been reading too much, Adolphus. Your brain is tired.
No, don't you understand? These streets, these rooms, that little girl, it is his life of which I am dreaming. It is Rouen. You think me mad, don't you, Picard?
Mr. Picard?
Yes?
There's a lady downstairs to see Mr. Flynn.
Lady?
She says she heard that Mr. Flynn was making some inquiries about her husband.
Madame Lefebvre.
Adolphus.
Madame Lefebvre, bring her up. Bring her up at once. I stood quite motionless in the center of the room. A woman dressed in black confronted me across the waste of polished floor. She was thin, middle-aged, a little stooped. Her pale eyes looked washed out with crying. Yet there was another look in them. A look of some drowned and monstrous terror.
I am Cécile Lefebvre. I have heard that you are searching for my husband.
Yes, madame.
Why do you wish to see him?
Why do I wish to see him? You have not heard of my strange predicament, madame. And what of your husband?
My husband remained in Switzerland.
Switzerland?
He has lived there for many years.
But why? I thought they said your home was in Rouen.
Rouen was my home. My husband and I have been estranged for the last 10 years.
Oh. You've not seen him for 10 years. Do you know his Opus 42, his elegy for orchestra?
I do.
When did he write it, please?
About 15 years ago.
15 years ago. Then you would know the music when you see it. Is this the piece, madame?
Yes.
I wrote this music, madame, a month ago, out of my own head.
Impossible, monsieur.
Impossible, but I tell you, it is so.
But how could this be? This is my husband. I remember the night he wrote it. A hot midsummer night. The windows were open. We could hear the bells of Rouen ringing the hour. He could not sleep. Our little daughter had been crying.
Your little daughter?
He rose from his bed saying that his head ached. A little while later, I heard the piano begin to play softly. I called down to him and warned him not to waken Louise.
Louise?
Our little daughter, who had been crying.
Yes.
Then I fell asleep. Next morning when I woke up, the bed was empty. He was downstairs at the piano writing out the final chords.
Go on.
He said it was her piece. It belonged to Louise. And that he had been thinking of her crying all the time he set it down. It was as though all the sadness that was in his love for her had gone into that melody.
Sadness, but I still don't understand. I wrote this music out of beauty, out of and wind and birdsong and joy.
My husband used to say this piece held in its heart all the horror of life.
Horror?
He could never understand why it was so popular. He did not want to publish it. He hid it away, saying it was like a premonition, that it had come to him from some other world, like a hideous omen from another world. And he was right, monsieur.
How do you mean?
Our little daughter, Louise. She died a little while later.
Madame Lefebvre.
I beg your pardon for crying.
I do not want to see your husband or hear this music ever again. My search is ended. Do you believe in ghosts, madame?
No. I have been through too much to believe in poor, sad ghosts.
Oh, but I do. I believe that neither your husband nor myself wrote that piece. There is some further horror. Some demon force at work in this music. It captured him. It has captured me.
I do not know. My husband was always a wretched, melancholy man.
Tell me, Madame Lefebvre, did your husband write any music after he wrote this piece?
Not much more.
You mean it wrecked his brain as it has wrecked mine, leaving him without inspiration?
No, it was not that. He continued to write. He still writes, but nothing he has written for 10 years has had any meaning.
What do you mean?
Mr. Flynn, have you not already guessed the truth? My husband has gone mad. He has been mad for the last 10 years, shut up in an asylum in Switzerland.
Oh.
I have told this to very few people. It is a form of horrible neurosis. Work neurosis, the doctors call it. He seems to have lost his heart. The events of his past life are meaningless to him. He has forgotten Noah. He has forgotten me. He has forgotten our little dead Louise.
Oh, terrible.
Now he sits in a bare room and writes music all day long. He has become a slave, a machine. They tell me that his shelf is packed with scores, but all of them are only an endless jumble of notes such as a child might scrawl across a paper.
And it was the music. The ghost music that did this.
Who knows? Terrible things happen. The mind snaps.
Terrible.
If I told you I should betray my husband, I should tell you something which has never passed my lips till now.
But you must tell me. Do you not see how vitally important it is to me? I am linked somehow with your husband. And perhaps I, too, am destined to go mad.
No, monsieur, you must not think such things.
There were the seeds of madness in this thing, even from the beginning. There was something uncanny. Why should that radio play that music just after I had finished the piece? Why should you, a perfect stranger, have come here and found me?
Mr. Flynn, believe me, people do not go mad so easily. To be destroyed as my husband was destroyed, one must have deep sadnesses and love. One must have human ties, a wife, a beautiful little child. You have no such ties, have you?
No, I have no ties. I have no ties.
My husband went mad because he loved too much. When our little Louise died, he thought that he had killed her. She died of simple pneumonia, but he could never understand that. He became insane with grief. He thought he was her murderer. Don't you see, Mr. Flynn, you who live here alone, whose life is so quiet.
Madame Lefebvre.
I beg your pardon?
I have seen you before, Madame Lefebvre. I have met you somewhere. I have heard your story. You have come here before.
No, I have never come here before.
Then why should your face seem so suddenly familiar and your words? There's something uncanny about this thing, Madame. For a moment, I thought I knew.
You knew what?
I thought I knew you and your husband and Louise. Louise. I thought I'd lived. Maybe it was only one of my nightmares, but somehow...
Yes, I try to remember.
Remember.
The little house in Rouen, the stone house, the tree in the garden, the coffee on Sunday afternoons, the Bechstein piano by the window, the bedroom with the calico curtain, the
little doll carriage underneath the stairs. Louise's doll carriage. Louise.
Coffee.
What have they done to her? They've taken her away and I killed her. Her little doll carriage waits at the bottom of the stairs. But she'll never come back. Never come back.
No. She has been dead for 10 years. You must not think of her anymore. No. You are getting better now. Dr. Picard says you are getting
better. Doctor, Richard.
Your doctor, darling.
What are you talking about? I have no doctor.
Don't you see, my darling, your long search is over.
No.
You are Henri Lefebvre.
Huh?
And your own music has come back to you at last. And little by little it will all come back. Your memories, your genius. You will be able to go out into the world again.
I am Henri Lefebvre.
Yes, darling.
It's the little old madman. Huh? I locked up in the walls of a lunatic asylum for 10 years, writing a jumble of notes like a little child. Then, who is Adolphus Flynn?
A name you made up, my darling, a poor mad name.
My symphonies are rubbish, you say. My adoring public are only shadows running across the walls. And these mountains beyond my window, these mountains. You are lying to me! I tell you my name is Adolphus Flynn!
Look, Harry, look! This room, these bare white walls, these bars across the window, this door one cannot open from the inside. For 10 years, Henri. For 10 years I have waited. For a glimmer to come, for some little memory like that music. For 10 years I have prayed for you every day.
For 10 years? That's what I said here. I do not believe it.
Henri, my dear fellow.
You call me Henri, too?
I cannot tell you how happy I am, Madame Lefebvre. The experiment has worked beyond our fondest hope.
Picard. Am I Henri Lefebvre?
Yes.
I have been mad for 10 years. You deceived me for 10 years.
Not deceived you, my dear fellow. We only humored your whims, hoping that you'd snap back someday. It was your whim to think that you were a composer named Adolphus Flynn. Your whim to sign your name to all these scores. Your whim to live utterly alone and work all day and half the night. You were quite happy until one day a little piece you'd composed for your daughter long ago came back into your mind. Memory began again. You began the search for your lost self. Naturally, after 10 years, one cannot be cured overnight. But you will see, in a few months, we may hope for something quite remarkable. Monsieur and Madame Lefebvre.
In a few months, I would be able to go back. I would take up the threads of my old life as Henri Lefebvre. I'm still here in this room, with its bare white walls and its door that locks from the outside. I'm still here. Although I know now for sure that my name is Henri Lefebvre. The sadness is in my heart. An unutterable sadness and pain that I can never conquer. Rouen has come back. The stone house, the little doll carriage underneath the stairs. And my arms ache with a longing for a little dead child. With long, honey-colored hair. There is no music in me now. No music save that one tune, which sings in my head all day long. My song for Louise. If I could only get it out of my mind, I might be able to work again. I might be happy. As I once was happy. I might look out of my window and find a symphony and a sunset on the mountains. That is why I will not go back. I will not leave this room. I will not leave this home until I find him again. Until I find Adolphus Flynn.
You've just heard Orson Welles' Mercury production of The Search for Henri Lefebvre, a radio play by Lucille Fletcher. Mr. Wells will be back in just a few seconds to tell you about next week's offering of the Mercury Summer Theater. But first, a few words from our sponsors on a very important subject. The makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon are holding their prices at the levels established by OPA last month. Also, ever since government price control ended, they have urgently counseled each household distributor of Pabst Blue Ribbon throughout the country to do likewise. Further, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon strongly urge beer retailers all over the country to do the same. For we believe it's up to all of us to do our utmost in the...
So before we continue with the next episode, which would have been Heart of Darkness, we're going to do that in a little bit. I wanted to throw on, for those of you that have never heard it, the original War of the Worlds from 1938. Yes, I know I played it last night too, or early this morning around 2 a.m. But I'd like to play it again for everyone. This is a much more cleaned up version of it. By cleaned up, I mean a lot less staticky, and it's at 136 kbps. So we'll see if this sounds better, and I hope you all enjoy it very much, because this was one of my favorite broadcasts, and maybe you'll see why those that missed the beginning and missed the end of the broadcast thought that they only heard the middle portion, thought that the world really was at war, as you'll see with aliens.
Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in The War of the Worlds by... The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of the Mercury Theater and star of these broadcasts, Orson Welles.
We know now that in the early years of the 20th century, this world was being watched closely by intelligences greater than man's, and yet as mortal as his own. We know now that as human beings busied themselves about their various concerns, they were scrutinized and studied, perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water. With infinite complacence, people went to and fro over the earth about their little affairs, serene in the assurance of their dominion over this small, spinning fragment of solar driftwood.
the green where the new spring heals the black watch the sightseers. Enter the museum where the dissembled parts of the Martian machine are kept on public view. Strange when I recall a time when I ladies and gentlemen, out of character, to assure you that the War of the Worlds has no further significance than as the holiday offering it was intended to be. The Mercury Theater's own radio version of dressing up in a sheet and jumping out of a bush and saying boo. Starting now, we couldn't poke all your windows and seal all your garden gates. By tomorrow night, so we did the best next thing. We annihilated the world before your very ears and utterly destroyed the CBS. You will be relieved, I hope, to learn that we didn't mean it, and that both institutions are still open for business. So goodbye, everybody, and remember, please, for the next day or so, the terrible lesson you learned tonight. That grinning, glowing, globular invader of your living room is an inhabitant of the pumpkin patch, and if your doorbell rings and nobody's there, that was no Martian, it's Halloween. Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliate station, Coast to Coast, has brought you the War of the World by H.Q.F. 17th is weekly series Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air. Next week we present a dramatization of three favorite short stories. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
For 17 weeks past, Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air have brought you Mr. Welles' own dramatizations of literary classics, both of the past and from our own time. On all broadcasts but one, the presentation has been a single narrative. On one occasion, the Mercury players offered in dramatic form 3 of the world's great short stories. The success of that experiment led to nationwide requests for other brief narratives of contrasting emotional appeal. And so tonight, in their 18th broadcast, Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air bring to life 2 famous short stories, each dealing with a different fundamental human emotion. The authors are Joseph Conrad and Clarence Day. Tonight, Mr. Welles will not only appear in several parts, but will also speak for the 2 authors as narrator. And here, ladies and gentlemen, is the star and director of the Mercury Theater to tell you about the first presentation, Mr. Orson Welles.
Good evening. There was a man called Kosciuszko, an agitator for Polish freedom in the 50s, who was exiled by the Tsar. On the journey, his child was taken ill, and when he begged an official to let him stop on his way to nurse it, the official said, "Not to bother. What's one baby's life among all these thousands?" said the official. "If it's dying, leave it behind." Luckily, this expedient was found unnecessary, and the happy ending of the story is that little Joseph Conrad Kosciuszko lived to drop his last name and to learn that careful, fortunate English which he practiced to the everlasting glory of our literature. Tonight we present you with a dramatization of one of the best regarded and most typical of the works of Joseph Conrad. The Heart of Darkness could be described as a deliberate masterpiece, or a downright incantation. A fine piece of prose work at the least. Its best aspects are an artful compound of sympathy for humankind and a high tragical disgust. Its successful contrivance of mood hides its craft as an octopus hides in its own ink. And almost we are persuaded that there is something, after all, something essential, waiting for all of us in the dark alleys of the world, aboriginally loathsome, immeasurable, and certainly nameless. The yawl swung to her anchor without a flutter of the sails. It was at rest. The flood had made the wind was nearly calm, and being bound down the river, the only thing to do was to come and wait for the turn of the tide. The sea reach of the Thames stretched before us like the beginning of an interminable waterway. In the offing sea and sky were welded together without a joint. The air was dark above Gravesend, and farther back still it seemed condensed into a mournful doom, brooding motionless over the biggest and greatest town on earth. Then in the darkness, my friend Marlowe spoke.
This also has been one of the dark places on the earth.
His remark didn't seem at all surprising. Marlowe was a sailor. It was just like him.
I was thinking of very old times when the Romans first came here. 1900 years ago. Some decent young citizen in a toga. Perhaps too much dice, you know. Coming out here to mend his fortunes. Land in a swamp, march through the woods, and in some inland post feel the savagery, the utter savagery that closed around him. Growing regret, the longing to escape, the powerless disgust, the surrender, the hate. I don't know if I ever told you, I was in such a place once. There I met a man just like that. It was a long time ago. I had a job with a concern at the time, a trading society in Western Africa. One of their captains had been killed in a scuffle with the natives. They needed a man to replace him on one of the river boats, and they weren't particular whom they took. I left in a German steamer, and she called at every port on the way. It was 30 days before I saw the mouth of the big river. The coast was the edge of a colossal jungle, so dark green as to be almost black. The sun was fierce. The land seemed to glisten and drip with steam. Here and there, grayish-white specks showed up, clustered inside the white surf with a tin shed and a flagpole. And all around, the jungle.
You know, it's funny, Mr. Marlowe, where some people will live for a few francs a month.
Well, it looks like a dreary country, Captain. No mistake.
I wonder what becomes of those fellows when they go up country.
I expect to see that soon.
So? Don't be too sure. Last year I took up a man who hanged himself on the road. He was a Swede.
Hanged himself? Why?
Who knows? Sun was too much for him, or the country, perhaps. There's your company station. I'll send your things up. $4, you said so. Very well. Good luck to you.
Goodbye, Captain. As I climbed up the steep hill to the company station, I met a white man in such an unexpected elegance of get-up. In the first moment, I took him for a sort of vision. I saw a high-starched collar, white cuffs, a light alpaca jacket, snowy trousers, a clear necktie, and varnished boots. No hat. Hair parted, brushed and oiled under a green-lined parasol.
Here you are, Mr. Mallow.
Yes.
And the company's accountant. Step into my office.
What's that?
You don't disturb yourself. An agent from up country. Fever.
Will you just leave him there?
There is no place else to put him until well, as long as he's alive. It's a nuisance all around. His groans distract my attention. And it's difficult enough to guard against clerical errors in this country.
Yes, I suppose so.
So you're going into the ivory country, Mr. Mallow? Interesting.
I've gathered that impression already.
For my part, I like books better. Entries and all that. And by the way, you'll meet Mr. Kurtz up there, you know.
Who is Mr. Kurtz?
Mr. Kurtz is the agent at the farthest station inn. He sends down more ivory than all the others put together.
That must make him a valuable man to the company.
Indeed, he'll go far, very far. Over the heads of many of us that... Well, I won't go into detail. When you see Mr. Kurtz, please tell him that everything is very satisfactory. I'd write him, but you can't tell who might get hold of a letter at the central station. Oh, I forgot this sick man. I don't know. It's all right. He doesn't hear.
Do you mean?
Oh, no, not yet. Yes, this Mr. Kurtz. He's a very remarkable person.
Next day, I started for the central station, 200 miles inland. Paths. Paths everywhere, spreading over the empty land, through the long grass, through thickets, down and up chilly ravines, up and down stony hills ablaze with heat and solitude. Great silence around and above. On the 15th day, I came in sight of the big river again. Hobbled into the central station. It was on a black water surrounded by scrub and forest, with a pretty border of smelly mud on one side, and the three others enclosed by a crazy fence of rushes. White men with long sticks in their hands appeared languidly from amongst the buildings. They made no effort to welcome me. In fact, paid no particular attention to my arrival, except for a casual glance. I walked up to the largest hut in the enclosure. How do you do? My name is Marlowe. Captain Marlowe of the riverboat.
Oh, yes. You've been a long time coming, Marlowe. Your boat is wrecked, Captain.
What did you say, sir?
Wrecked. Her bottom was torn out on stones, and she sank near the south bank. But everyone behaved splendidly. You will have to fish her out. It will be some time before you will be able to make the trip up the river. For some months, in fact.
Why, that's unbelievable.
You'll believe it when you see her. I want you to have a look at her and let me know how soon she'll be ready.
Who are you, sir?
I'm the manager here, the company's manager. The situation here is grave, very grave. I don't yet know who is dead and who is alive. And with the boat laid up, we don't know how things stand. But there are rumors, grave rumors, that a very important station is in jeopardy. And Mr. Kurtz, our manager, is ill.
Kurtz? I think I heard his name down on the coast.
Ah, so they talk of Mr. Kurtz down there, do they?
They do? He must be a very unusual man.
Quite so. A very unusual man. Very successful, too. You can understand my anxiety. You should be ready to start in 3 months. Yes, 3 months. That ought to do the affair.
Went down and looked at my battered, twisted tin pot steamboat. She rang under my feet like an empty biscuit tin kicked along the gutter. I didn't realize at the moment how accurately the manager had estimated the time required for the affair, as he called it. Weeks of waiting. Weeks of waiting for a box full of rivets to come up from the coast. And in those weeks, I saw the station full of white men with long sticks in their hands, strolling aimlessly about like a lot of faithless pilgrims bewitched inside a rotten fence. The word ivory rang in the air, with whispers and with sighs. You'd think they were praying to the great god Ivory. I've never seen anything so unreal in my life. One evening, I happened to be in the hut of the assistant manager. I noticed on his table a small sketch in oils representing a woman draped and blindfolded carrying a lighted torch. Tell me, did you paint this?
Oh, no, that was painted by Mr. Kurtz in the station more than a year ago. Mr. Kurtz painted it while waiting for means to go to his trading post.
Oh, Mr. Kurtz, eh?
Mr. Kurtz is the chief of the inner station. Oh, he's a prodigy. He sends down more ivory than any of our other agents. Besides that, he's an emissary of pity and science and progress. And so he comes here, a special being. So today, Mr. Kurtz is the chief of the best station. Next year, he will be assistant manager. 2 years more and... but I dare say you know what he will be in 2 years' time. You're one of the new gang, Captain. Oh, I know what I'm talking about. I have my own eyes to trust.
You read the company's confidential correspondence.
What do you mean?
With Mr. Kurtz as general manager, you won't have the opportunity. Well, the rivets arrived just in time to make good the manager's prediction. In 3 months, almost to a day, I set out to the interior to relieve Mr. Kurtz at the inner station. Heavy, sluggish. There was no joy in the brilliance of the sunshine. As we steamed deeper into the jungle, the roll of drums behind the cordon of trees kept a distant, constant tremor. Guessing at the channel, watching for something stone that would have ripped the life out of the tin pot steamboat and drowned us all. Still the drums beat on behind us, ahead of us, on all sides of us. The steamer toiled along slowly on the edge of a black and incomprehensible frenzy. The prehistoric man, cursing us, praying to us, welcoming us. Who could tell? Not far below the inner station, we came upon a hut of reeds, an inclined and melancholy pole with the unrecognizable tatters of what had been a flag of some sort flying from it. The manager and I, who went ashore, found a flat piece of board with some faded pencil writing on it. It read, "Hurry up to inner station. Coach, Orson." There was a signature, but it was illegible. Not put.
What do you make of it, Captain?
Someone trying to be mysterious.
Approach cautiously. Approach what?
We better push on the light to find out. We're only 8 miles from Kurtz now, aren't we?
8 miles of dangerous river. Sun getting low. After this morning, I prefer to approach the station by daylight.
But Kurtz may need us. He may be in trouble.
I hope not. It wouldn't sit well with the company if something happened to Mr. Kurtz before we reach.
Is your only concern what the company thinks?
Just what do you mean?
How about Kurtz? Don't you want Kurtz to come back?
Why, Captain Marlowe, what an extraordinary notion. Of course, we want Mr. Kurtz to come back. Such a remarkable man.
When the sun rose next morning, there was a white fog, very warm and clammy and more blinding than the night. It stood all around us like something solid. At 8 or 9, perhaps, it began to lift as a shutter lifts. We had a glimpse of the growing multitude of trees, of the immense matted jungle with the blazing little ball of the sun hanging over it. At last, the opaque water, still and treacherous, was dimly visible from the wheelhouse where I stood beside my pilot. The company men, their alpaca suits whiter than the fog, stood on the deck below me.
Undercover, everybody. Bank are they all? All around us. Oh, Captain.
Yes?
Can't you get us on the way?
It's the natives of the rocks. Take your choice.
Try the river, Captain. They'll board us if we stay on shore.
Lie below. Even the chain. Steam ahead. Watch those eddies, pilot.
Watch, Captain.
Half steam below.
Look out there! Arrows!
Arrows! Close the shutters on your side, pilot.
Smoke. Can't see another.
Keep it straight, pilot. Stay below. Stop firing. Oh, wait. Here's something that'll do more than your confounded guns.
Are you up there, Captain?
All right. Well, thanks to your target practice.
Well, we beat them off.
You beat them off. The steam whistle beat them off. The gun smoke nearly wrecked us.
Captain Marlowe, you behaved admirably. Everyone behaved admirably. A credit to the company.
Well, I'm afraid they got one of the crew.
Yes, it is on the deck. Poor devil. He's got an arrow sticking through his chest. Give me a hand with his arrow. Steady there. It's got a steel tip. Strange. There's no steel in the Belgian Congo. I wonder if by any chance Mr. Court.
To reach Kurtz was becoming an obsession with me. The current was more rapid now. The steamer seemed at her last gasp. The stern wheel flopped languidly. I caught myself listening always for the next beat of the engine. I expected the wretched thing to give up every moment. It was like watching the last flickers of a light. At last we drew into sight of a dreary shore, and there was a clearing that rose to a slight knoll overlooking the river. The inner station was a long, tumble-down building perched on a hill, half buried in the high grass, with the thick, meshed jungle hanging over its rotted roof. I stopped the engines. The boat drifted slowly to the slimy bank. We let out the anchor chain to the stump of a tree. As soon as the gangplank was lowered, the company's manager and his three satellites set out with their brisk efficiency toward the silent house of Kurtz. After a moment, I became aware of a strange, ragged figure on the wharf. Hello down there.
Captain.
Come up here to the pilot house.
Captain, I'm glad you've come.
Did we come in time? How is Mr. Kurtz?
Mr. Kurtz, sir. Still Mr. Kurtz.
We were just attacked by natives on the river.
Oh, yes. They are simple people. They meant no harm. It was one of Mr. Kurtz's little jokes. Now, allow me to introduce myself. Sekosov, Russian. Son of an archpriest. Government of Temple. A great pleasure to talk with a white man, Captain.
Don't you talk with Mr. Kurtz?
Well, you don't talk with that man. You listen to him. Mr. Kurtz, Captain, has enlarged my mind. We've talked of everything. Everything. He made me see things.
And ever since, you've been with him, of course.
Oh, on the contrary. Very often I had to wait for days before he would turn up. It was worth waiting for, though. Sometimes.
What was he doing? exploring, or what?
Oh, yes, of course. He's discovered many villages, a lake, too. I'm not sure exactly in what direction. Dangerous to inquire too much. Most of these expeditions were for ivory.
He had no goods to trade with by that time, did he?
There's a lot of good cartridges left, even yet.
You mean he raided the country?
Not alone.
Kurtz got the tribes to follow him, did he?
Oh, they adore him. They think him a god. They worship him with ivory. What can you expect? He came to them with thunder and lightning, you know. They'd never seen guns before. He could be very terrible. You can't judge Mr. Kurtz as you would ordinary man. Now, just to give you an idea, I don't mind telling you he wanted to shoot me, too, one day. But I don't judge him.
Shoot you? What for?
Well, I had a small lot of ivory, and he wanted it, and wouldn't hear reason. He said he'd shoot me unless I gave him the ivory and paid out. I gave him the ivory. Of course, I did. But I didn't clear out. I couldn't leave him. I offered to go back with him, and he would say yes, and then he would disappear on another ivory hunt. Forget himself among these people. Forget himself. You know.
Why? The man's mad.
We don't say such things here.
I followed the frightened glance of the Russian to the house above the shore. I saw that the round knobs that stood on stakes by Kurtz's door were not ornamental, but were symbolic. Food for thought, and also for vultures. They would have been even more impressive, those heads on the stakes, if their faces had not been turned to the house. Suddenly, round the corner of the house, a group of natives appeared, as though they had come up from the ground. They waded waist-deep in the grass, in a compact body bearing an improvised stretcher in their midst. Now, at last, I was to see Kurtz. Behind the stretcher, two of the agents carried his arms. 2 shotguns, a heavy rifle, and a light revolver carbine. The thunderbolts of that pitiful Jupiter. By now I knew what I watched was not merely the departure of Mr. Kurtz from the inner station, but the last jungle rites of one who had become its supreme being. The dark warm of the wilderness breathed out an immense horde of naked men. A black circle that writhed and stamped around the small white center of frightened Europeans. In the rear of this strange procession came a moving chain of black bodies, carrying on their shoulders the gleaming white ivory. The stretcher was carried up the gangplank. From the pilot's deck, I looked down on the long, gaunt figure of Kurtz. The hollow cage of his ribs. The bald skeleton head like an ivory ball.
Put him down there. Get the cabin ready. Open the door. Careful with him. Careful.
A moment later, the manager came up to the pilot's bridge.
Oh, Captain Marlowe.
Yes?
I think we should steam up as soon as the ivory is loaded. No telling about these natives.
Mr. Kurtz.
Mr. Kurtz is a very sick man. We've done all we could for him, though, haven't we? But there's no disguising the fact that Mr. Kurtz has been more harm than good to the company. There's a remarkable quantity of ivory, but his methods have been unsound.
You call it unsound methods?
Without doubt, don't you?
No methods at all. But he got the ivory. I consider Mr. Kurtz a remarkable man.
He was. A most remarkable man.
So we swung downstream, and thousands of eyes from the jungle followed the splashing river demon, beating the water with its terrible tail and breathing black smoke into the air. Through the dense forest, the brown current ran swiftly out of the heart of darkness, bearing us down towards the sea with twice the speed of our progress upstream. And Kurtz's life was running swiftly, too, ebbing out of his heart into the sea of inexorable time. Evenings, when the boat was anchored and I was free from the wheel, I went down to Kurtz's cabin. On the third night, I found him weakening fast.
Yes.
How are you tonight, Mr. Kurtz?
Well enough to be back at my station. That place is mine. You've no right to take me away. It's that manager, that stupid scoundrel. He wants my ivory. He's blocked me at every turn.
Don't excite yourself, Mr. Kurtz. You're sick, you know.
Sick? Sick? Not so sick as you'd like to believe. Never mind. I'll carry out my ideas yet. I will return. I'll show you what can be done here. You with your little peddling notions. You're interfering with me. I will return. I have more to do than die here in this stinking jungle.
You're not going to die, Mr. Kurtz.
Of course I'm not going to die. I have too much to accomplish. Close the shutter, will you? That light. Did you close the shutter, Mr. Marlowe?
The shutter is closed, sir.
Tighter, tighter. I can't stand the light. I tell you. You must show them you have in you something that is really profitable. The methods you use aren't important. I was driven. No matter. You must take care of the motives, Mr. Marlowe. Right motives, always. That's the thing.
Very true, sir.
It was the manager, that noxious fool, who drove me to it. He pried into my boxes when I was not looking. He destroyed me with the company. But I was the company. I was the company. I sent them more ivory. More ivory. That's what they wanted. Ivory.
You must be quiet, sir.
Ivory. That light, shut up. That light.
There is no light, sir.
It's the ivory. The ivory. Horror. Horror.
The next day, soon after dawn, they lowered his body into a muddy hole in the bank of the Mercury River. We started downstream again. Among his belongings was a packet of letters and the photograph of a girl. 6 months later, those letters and the picture took me to a house in Antwerp. I stood before the mahogany door on the first floor.
Dear Mr. Marlowe, please come in.
I have certain letters for you.
Yes. You were his friend. You must have been if he gave you these and sent you to me.
Yes. I was his friend.
Who was not his friend who had heard him speak once? Who drew men towards him by what was best in them? It was the gift of the great. But you have heard him. You know.
Yes. I know.
And all of this, all of his promise, and of all his greatness, of his generous mind, of his noble heart, nothing remains. Nothing but a memory. You and I.
We shall always remember him.
And his example. Men looked up to him. His goodness shone in every act. I believe in him more than anything on earth. Forgive me. I've mourned so long in silence. In silence. You were with him to the last.
At the very end. I heard his very last words.
Repeat them. I want something to live with. His last word to live with. Don't you understand? I loved him. I loved him. I loved him.
The last word he pronounced was your name.
My friend Marlowe ceased. The story was over. Nobody moved for a time.
Well, we've lost the first of the ebb.
I raised my head. The offing was barred by a black bank of clouds, and the tranquil waterway leading to the uttermost ends of the earth flowed somber under an overcast sky and seemed to lead into the heart of an immense darkness.
Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air have just brought you an original dramatization of The Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, with Orson Welles as the author and as Kurth. The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations are presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in two famous stories dramatized for radio. And here again is Orson Welles.
Our radio adaptation of Life with Father is nothing more than a selection of our favorites from among those tales that Clarence Day swore were true about Clarence Day Sr. Life with Father is, of course, too good for us and too good to resist. As radio writers, we promise not to touch, but do just let us read it to you aloud. And finally, may I say that any similarity in the following broadcast to persons in real life is just as it should be. Up to the late 1890s, we lived in one of the long rows of comfortable-looking brownstone houses on Madison Avenue. Father went downtown each morning on the 6th Avenue elevated, but Mother felt that horse cars were better. She didn't like the soot and cinders from the steam engine that pulled the 4-passenger cars, and the toot of the whistle made her nervous. No telegraph poles were allowed on 5th Avenue, but they stood in long rows on other thoroughfares. We had wires in our house, but they were good, honest, old-fashioned wires, and to make them work, we had to pull them. There was none of this dangerous stuff called electricity in them. Electricity was too risky a thing to put in a home. All we knew about it was that there were electric batteries in the Eden Museum which could and did give anyone who paid 25 cents a shock. Telephones had been invented, but like most people, Father hadn't installed one. Messenger boys were quite enough of a nuisance, suddenly appearing at the door and expecting an answer, but they came only a few times a year, and a telephone might ring every week. Little by little, however, telephones came into use, and after about 10 or 15 years, in spite of still having misgivings, Father got one. It was put on a wall on the second floor where everybody could hear its loud bell. From the first, I can assure you, it made trouble.
I'm coming.
I'll go. I'll answer the cursed thing. Hello? Speak up, can't you hang it? What is it? Who are you? I can't hear a word you're saying. I can't hear a blasted word, I tell you.
Here, give me that telephone. You know you don't know how to use it.
I will not give you this telephone. You let me alone. I'm trying to find out who the devil this person is. Hello? I say hello there. You hear me? Who are you? Hello? What's that? Oh, it's you, Mrs. Nichols. Yes, Mrs. Day's here. How are you? Oh, you wish to speak to Mrs. Day. Oh, very well, then. Wait a moment. Vinny, it's for you. It's Mrs. Nichols. Why don't you answer the telephone yourself, my dear? One day, a friend of mine, a girl who had moved to live in a settlement house downtown, telephoned to invite me to lunch with some visiting Russians. Father answered the telephone. Hello, yes? This is Mrs. Day. Speak up, hang it. Don't mumble at me. Who are you? What? Come to lunch. I've had lunch. Next Friday? Why, I don't want to lunch with you next Friday. No. Where? Where do you say? In Rivington Street, the devil. Yes, my name is Clarence Day, and I told you that before. Don't repeat. Lunch with you in Rivington Street? Good Lord, I never heard of such a thing in my life. Russians? I don't know any Russians. No, I don't want to either. No, I haven't changed. I never change. What? Goodbye, madam. Blast.
I think that was a friend of mine, Father.
A friend of yours? Oh. It sounded to me like some impudent peddler's wife this time, arguing with me about lunching with her somewhere down in the slums. I can't stand it, that's all I have to say. I'll have the confounded thing taken out. One day, when I was about 10 years old, and my brother George 8, Father suddenly remembered an intention of his to have us taught music. Now, there were numerous things he felt every boy ought to learn, such as swimming, blacking his own shoes, and bookkeeping. He now recalled that music, too, should be included in our education. He held that all children should be taught to play on something and sing. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do.
But, Father, I can't sing.
It's very simple, Clarence. Of course you can sing. It's the natural expression for a child.
But, Father, I have no ear. You know when I tried to learn the piano...
Nonsense. Now, here. This game. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do. Now, you sing it. I'll accompany you.
But, Father, I can't sing.
Nonsense, my boy. What do you know about what you can or can't do? Just do whatever I tell you and you'll be all right. Do, re. Once again.
Do.
No. Do.
I'm sorry, Father. I don't understand exactly.
Don't understand what? It's perfectly simple. You just sing now. Do, re. Follow me.
Do, re, mi. But, Father, you see your voice matches the piano. I don't know how to make mine.
All right, then. Try to learn one note at a time. If you can't sing the whole scale, just sing do. Do. Once again. Do.
But, Father, it doesn't mean anything.
Do. It's a note, don't you understand? A note in music. Try again now. Do. 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 Do.
Claire, what are you doing?
What am I doing, Vinny? Can't you hear what I'm doing? I'm trying to teach your oldest son to sing.
But Claire, can't you hear how it sounds?
Will you please go away, my dear, and leave me alone with my son? If his voice is painful to you, go away. You can't hear it.
But Claire.
Dash it, I will not be interfered with. I'm sick and tired of being systematically thwarted and hindered in my own house. Can't stand it another moment. Think I can't teach him? You teach him.
You only have to come right back down again. The soup being put on the table.
I don't want any dinner.
Oh, Claire, please. It's oyster soup.
Don't want any.
So we sat down, frightened at table. Mother, my brother George, and I. The soup was a lifesaver. It was more like a stew, really. Milk and oyster juice and big oysters. I put lots of small, hard crackers into mine and a slice of French toast. The hot toast soaked in soup was delicious, only there wasn't much of it. And as Father particularly liked it, we had to leave it for him. Father came down in the middle of it, still offended, but he ate his full share. Father was often offended when he tried to teach us boys things, but not as badly as when he tried to teach Mother. Father was always trying to teach Mother to keep track of the household expenses.
But Claire, I do try.
Upon my soul, I almost believe you don't know what system is. You don't want to know either. Now, here, for instance. Here in my notebook, I see that I gave you $6 in cash on the 25th of last month to buy a new coffee pot.
Yes, but you broke the old one. You threw it right on the floor.
I'm not talking about that, Vinny. I'm simply endeavoring to find out from you if I can.
But it's so silly to break a nice coffee pot, Claire, and that was the last of those French ones. I spent $4.50 for that new umbrella. I told you I wanted, and you said I didn't need a new one, but I did very much. And that must have been the week I paid Mrs. Tobin for an extra 2 days washing, so that makes $6.50. And that's another 6.50 you owe me.
I don't owe you anything, Vinny. You have managed to turn a coffee pot for me into an umbrella for you. If this sort of thing keeps on, I might just well not keep account books at all.
Father sighed and got out his pencil and wrote new umbrella for V in his notebook. Sort of thing left him very discouraged. Father got annoyed with us when he didn't stay well. He usually stayed well himself, and he expected us to be like him and not to faint and slump on his hands and thus add to his burdens.
All this talk about germs, a lot of newfangled nonsense. When I was a boy, there were no germs that I knew of, and if they do exist, what of it? I'm as healthy as they are. If any blasted germs want to have a try at me, bring them on!
Aside from colds, which he had very seldom, his only foes were sick headaches. When one of these headaches started, Father lay down and shut his eyes tight and yelled. The severity of a headache could be judged by the volume of sound he put forth. His idea seemed to be to show the headache he was just as strong as it was and stronger. When he and a headache went to bed together, they were a noisy pair. From Father's point of view, Mother didn't know how to handle an ailment. Even when she had a cold, he became fretful. He pished and pooed to himself and muttered that it was silly. He usually came up from office about 5 or 6, and then he'd look around the house to find Mother. It made his home feel queer and empty to him when she wasn't there. He'd go up to her room. The smell of witch hazel was in the air, mixed with spirits of camphor. On the bed, huddled under an Afghan, Mother lay still in the dark.
Vinny? Are you there, Vinny?
Go away.
What?
Go away. Oh, go away.
Good Lord.
Claire.
What is it?
Won't you please shut my door again?
After supper, he didn't seem to know what to do with himself, so he'd go up and stand at the foot of Mother's bed, look gloomy.
What is it, Claire?
Nothing.
Well, for mercy's sakes, don't stand there looking like that, Claire.
What do you mean, looking like that?
Oh, go away. When people are sick, they like to see a smile or something. I never will get well if you stand there and stare at me that way. Please shut my door quietly this time and leave me alone.
Father came downstairs. He looked more cheerful.
Well, my boy. Mother's all right again. She isn't out of bed, but sounds much better this evening.
One evening, Father found Mother worrying because Aunt Emma was sick with influenza.
Oh, pooh. There's nothing the matter with Emma. You can trust people to get any ailment whatever that's fashionable. They hear a lot of other people having it, and the first thing you know, they get scared and think they have it themselves. Then they go to bed and send for the doctor. The doctor, oh, poppycock.
Well, but Claire, dear, if you were in charge of them, what would you do instead?
Cheer 'em up. Cheer 'em up. That's the way to cure 'em.
Well, how would you cheer them up, darling?
All right. I tell 'em, bah.
One late afternoon, when Father came home from downtown, he found his home very much upset. Our cook had walked out and left us. I was a child of 4, my brother George 2, and there was a new baby besides. Mother was ill. She hadn't been able to leave us to go to an agency, and she was no hand at cooking herself. The outlook for dinner was poor.
What do you intend doing, Vinny? What's become of us?
Claire, why don't you go dine at your club for once?
Ridiculous. I never dine at the club. I won't do it. Any time I can't have my dinner in my own home, this house is for sale. I'm ready to sell the place this very minute if I can't live here in comfort, and we can all go and sit under a palm tree and live on breadfruit and pickles.
I'll try to get to an agency in the morning, Claire. See what I can do.
In the morning? Good heavens. Where is this place? I'm going there right now.
So Father put on his hat and gloves and started out for the agency. There was nobody in the place except a woman sitting at a desk.
Good day. Where are they?
I beg your pardon, sir. What did
Where do you keep them? I'm asking, where do you keep them?
Well, the girls are in there, but the clients are not allowed in that room. If you will tell me the kind of position you wish me to fill for you, I'll have one of them come out. We don't allow that. But, sir, you simply mustn't go.
Father had thrown open the door and gone in. There sat a crowd of girls, young and old, sickly and brawny, of all shapes and sizes. Father pointed his cane at a little woman in the corner who sat there with honest gray eyes, shrewd-looking and quiet.
I'll take that one.
But, sir, I don't even know what position you...
Cook.
But Margaret doesn't wish to be a cook. She wants...
You can cook, can't you?
I did cook for one family once, sir.
Of course she can cook. I knew at once she could cook.
But you're going to take her anyhow, whether she cooks or not. What day would you wish her to come, and would you please give me your name?
Name? Why should I give you my name? Come on, Margaret. You come right home with me now. Goodbye, ma'am.
Margaret followed Father back, and he set her right down to the kitchen to cook dinner.
I don't know why people make such a fuss about engaging new servants. It seems simple enough to me.
And it was, too. Margaret stayed with us 26 years. And Margaret was just the kind of cook Father wanted. Lots of cooks can do rich dishes well. Margaret couldn't, but she cooked simple, everyday dishes in a way that made our mouths water. Father said her apple pies were the most satisfying he ever tasted. Her warmed-up potatoes were so delicious, he used sometimes to make a whole dinner of them. Yet even Margaret sometimes miscalculated. A large, royal-looking steak would be set before Father, which upon being cut into would turn out to be underdone. Father's face would darken with disappointment. He would raise his foot under the table and stamp slowly and heavily 3 times on the rug.
At this solemn signal, we could hear Margaret leaving the kitchen far below. Margaret?
Yes, Mr. Day.
Margaret? That's steak.
Oh, the Lord bless us and save us.
She would then seize the platter and make off it to better it the best way she could. Father would gloomily wait and eat a few vegetables and pour out a fresh glass of claret. But sometimes a dish came up that was so perfect that Father's face would crinkle with pleasure, and with a wink at us, he would summon Margaret. Margaret?
Yes, Mr. Day.
Margaret? That fricassee chicken is good. Margaret would turn her wrinkled face aside and look down and push the platform out towards Father. The same gesture she used when she said, "Get along with you, the platform." She couldn't say that to Father, but she would beam at him and turn and roll out and dump back down the dark stairs without ever a word. In the end, Father had to get used to another cook because Margaret died. At alternate meals, Father talked of how good her things always tasted. Well, this pie's good, Vinny. Nobody could say it compared with Margaret's.
I wish she could hear you. If anybody was ever sure of going to heaven, I know it was Margaret.
Yeah, look her up when I get there. Have her take care of me.
But Claire...
What's the matter?
Well, Claire, dear, Margaret must be in some special sort of heaven. She was so good. You'd be very fortunate, Claire, to get to the same part as Margaret.
Huh. I'll make a devil of a row if I don't.
Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System has presented the 18th Weekly Hour featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air. In just a moment, Orson Welles will return to the microphone with an announcement regarding his future plans. Meanwhile, a word about tonight's production of two famous stories. Mr. Welles spoke for each of the authors as narrator. In The Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, Ray Collins was featured as the narrator Captain Marlowe. The accountant was played by Alfred Shirley, the assistant manager George Coulouris, the second manager Edgar Barrier, the agent William Alland, Kurtz's intended bride Anna Stafford, Cherkosov, Frank Rettig, Kurtz by Orson Welles. And the African music was directed by Asadata Dafora Horton, whose drummers have been heard in the African dance drama Kai Kunkor and Mr. Welles's production of Macbeth. The excerpts from Life with Father by Clarence Day, which concluded the program, featured the mother, Mildred Natwick, the employment office manager Mary Wicks, Margaret Alice Frost, the boy Clarence Arthur Anderson, father Orson Welles. The orchestra was conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and Davidson Taylor supervised the production for CBS. This is Dan Seymour speaking. Next Sunday night at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air will bring to life a modern story of romance and adventure. The story of a man who lost a great love and who could have no quiet and no sleep until he found that love again. The famous novel, One Life to And now again, the star and director of the Mercury Theater, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy at this time to announce that starting Friday, December 9th, from 9 to 10 p.m., and each Friday thereafter, we of the Mercury Theater will be sponsored over most of these stations by the makers of Campbell's Soups. Good night.
Columbia Broadcasting System.
the Mercury Theater on the air. No theatrical organization has done more in recent years to stimulate interest in the American stage than the Mercury Theater, whose outstanding productions of last winter under the direction of Orson Welles were the sensation of the theatrical season. Julius Caesar in Modern Dress, The Shoemaker's Holiday, Mark Blitzstein's The Cradle Will Rock, Bernard Shaw's Hot Break House proved to the public the vitality and genius of this new organization. This summer, the Columbia Network introduced Orson Welles and his company for the first time to radio. And tonight we present the Mercury Theater on the air in the 5th broadcast of its unique new series, dramatizing famous narratives by great authors. CBS again welcomes Mr. Welles and his associates to Columbia stations and to the stations of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. And here is Orson Welles to tell you about these stories himself. Mr. Welles.
Good evening. Tonight, as you were duly warned last week, we are trying out something altogether new. We're telling 3 stories instead of 1. 3 short stories instead of a single long one. Stories about love and ghosts and horse races. 3 stories in the first person singular about young people for grown-ups. I'm a Fool by Sherwood Anderson is the first of the 3. It began at 3 o'clock one October afternoon. As I sat in the grandstand at the fall trotting and pacing meet, Sandusky, Ohio. It was a good heart jolt for me, and it all came about through my own foolishness, too. Summer before, I'd left my hometown with a fellow called Bert French with 2 horses that was campaigning through the race meets that year. Gee, it was fun. We had Bucephalus, a big black pacing stallion that could do 209 or 210 if he had to, and a little gelding called Dr. Fritz that never lost a race all fall when Bert wanted him to win. Gee whiz, it was fun. You got to a county seat town, maybe say on a Saturday or Sunday, and the fair began the next Tuesday, and you took your horses to the track and fed them and got your good clothes out of a box and put them on, and the town was full of farmers gaping because they could see you were horse race people, and you went into a saloon, the 2 of you, Bert and I, and all the dudes came and stood around asking questions, and all you did was to lie, and lie all you could about what horses you had, and I said I owned them, and then some fella'd ask us to have a drink of whiskey with him, and Bert'd lead him on.
What was that you said, sir? I asked you, gentlemen, if you'd have a drink with me. Oh, well, all right. I'm agreeable to a little nip. Tell you what I'll do, sir. I'll split a quart with you. All right.
Gee whiz. That isn't what I want to tell my story about. We got home late November, and I promised Mother I'd quit the races for good. There's a lot of things you got to promise a mother because you don't know any better. I got a job driving a laundry van, and then, as I started to tell you, the fall race came to Sandusky. I got the day off, and I went. Had on my good clothes and my new-bound derby hat and a stand-up collar. And I had $40 in my pocket and 3 25-cent cigars and a drink of whiskey inside me that was bought me at the West House by a fellow with a cane and a Windsor tie. Gee, it was fun being on a track again.
George, George, here, guys, down, get the best down, right, right. What are you doing for Flanagan? 5-2, Flanagan, 5-2, no,
I looked around for Bert French, and there he was, standing around with his horses. Hello, Bert.
Why, hello, Joe.
How you been, Bert?
Never better. See, you got any money, Joe?
Sure.
How'd you like to watch it grow?
Like it fine, Bert.
All right, come over here, then. I'll tell you something. Listen, Joe. In the second race, the 2:18 pace, there's a horse I'm handling, Abdul Ben Hammond. There he is, number 7. That gelding's as fast as streak, Joe. Belongs to a fellow called Mather in Marietta, Ohio. We got him marked at 2:21, but he can step in 08.
Gee.
In the first heat, don't you touch him. He'll go round like an oxen hitched to a plow. After that, you go right down and lay on your pile.
Well, thanks, Bert, a lot. Have a cigar?
Why, thanks, Joe.
Well, sir, I went and bought myself the best seat I could get right in the grandstand. I didn't go in for any of those boxes. Well, that's putting on too many airs. Well, right in front of me in the grandstand that day, right in front, there was a fellow with a couple of girls. And they was about my age. The young fellow was a nice guy, all right. He had his sister with him and another girl, and the sister looked around over his shoulder, accidentally at first, not intending to start anything. She wasn't that kind. And her eyes and mine happened to meet. You know how it is. Gee, she was a peach. She had on a soft dress, kind of blue stuff, and I blushed when she looked right at me, and so did she. She was the nicest girl I ever seen in my life. She wasn't stuck on herself. She could talk, proper grammar without being like a school teacher or something like that. What I mean is, she was okay. And then, pretty soon the horses came out for the 218 pace, and there was Bert's horse in among the rest.
What do we bet on this car?
What do you say? You know as much about it as I do.
What about the brown one there with the long tail?
Hank, ma'am, that mare couldn't beat a streetcar. Well, they looked up kind of surprised. But they didn't seem mad. And anyway, I'd done it now, and I might as well go on. There's a horse in this race, number 7, that's as fast as Streak. Abdul Ben Hamid.
Is that a horse's name?
That's right. Abdul Ben Hamid. But look, don't you go letting on this first heat, because... Don't bet on him, because he'll pace it like a lame cow. You see if he don't. But when the first heat is over, go right down, lay a pile on Abdul Ben Hamid. He'll come right out and skin him alive.
Will he really?
That's the dope. Well, that's what I told her. Gee, you should have seen the way they looked at me. And then you know what she did? Gee whiz. She asked this man that was with her, Wilbur. Well, she asked him, and there was a fat man sitting beside the little girl that had looked at me twice by this time, and I had heard both blushing, and what did that young fellow do but have the nerve to turn and ask the fat man to get up and change places with me so I could sit with his crowd?
I want you to meet Miss Eleanor Woodbury.
Pleased to meet you.
And this is my sister, Lucy Wesson. My name's Wilbur.
I suppose it was their having such swell names. Got me off my trolley, and then that girl. You know how a fella is. There's something that kind of nice clothes and the kind of nice eyes she had and the way she looked at me a while before over her brother's shoulder and me looking back at her and both of us blushing. I couldn't show her up for a boob, could I? I made a fool of myself, that's what I did. Glad to know you all. My name's Walter Mathis.
How do you do, Mr. Mathis?
From Marietta, Ohio. Have a cigar, Wilbur?
Thanks.
And you really think this horse is going to win, Mr. Mathis?
Then I told him all the smashingest lie you ever heard. I said my father owned this horse. You know, Boo Ben Adam. It was supposed to be a secret because our family was proud and never gone in for racing that way. Abdul Ben Hamid, I mean. Here's what I think of that horse, Wilbur. Will you do me the favor when you go down to place these 30 bills on Abdul Ben Hamid at whatever odds you can get? Just about then, the bell for the first heat come off, and sure enough, Abdul Ben Hamid went off his stride up the back stretch and looked like a wooden horse or a sick one, came in to be last. See, folks, what'd I tell you? Like a lame cow.
You certainly were right, Mr. Mathis.
Then this Wilmer Weston went down to the betting place onto the grandstand, and this Miss Woodbury with him, and Lucy Weston and I was left alone together, like on a desert island.
Butter popcorn, crisp, and strawberry mine. Butter popcorn, crisp, and strawberry mine. Fresh cherry, butter popcorn.
Gee, Miss Lucy. Gee, I'd like to show you our place down in Marietta. It's on a hill, a great old red brick house with the stables behind it, way up on a hill, up above the Ohio River.
I like rivers.
Her eyes were shining, and then she kind of, with her shoulder, you know, kind of touched me. Not just tucking down. I don't mean that. You know how a woman can do. They get close, but not getting gay either. You know what they do. Gee whiz, I begin to wish I was on the square with her and to see what a fool I'd been, but there wasn't any way of getting myself on the square now. There ain't any Walter Mathis, like I said to her, and there ain't ever been one, but if there was, I bet I'd go to Marietta, Ohio, and shoot him tomorrow. And then Wilbur Weston came back with Miss Woodbury, and he'd gone and bet $50 on this horse, and the girls had gone put in $10 each of their own money, too. Gee, I was sick then, but came out okay. Then Adam stepped the next 3 heats like a bushel of spoiled eggs going to market before they could be found out.
There he goes!
Look at him, Mr. Mazers. Look at him coming up.
Abdul bin Hamid!
Oh, he's third.
There he is. He's coming up. Abdul bin Hamid.
Second, oh, Mr. Mazers is going to win. He's going to win. He's winning. He's winning.
Well, we all got 9-2 for our money. After the race, we had a hack downtown, and Wilbur stood us a swell supper at the West House and a bottle of champagne besides, and there was I with that girl, big boot that I am. She wasn't saying much, and I wasn't saying much either. One thing I know. She wasn't stuck on me because of the lie about my father being rich and all that. There's a way, you know. Crap so mighty, there's a kind of girl you see just once in your life, and you don't get busy and make hay, then you're gone for good, and all you might just as well go jump off a bridge, because what it means is you want that girl to be your wife, and you want nice things around her, like nice flowers and swell clothes, and you want her to have the kids you're going to have. You want good music played and not ragtime gee whiz. Well, there's a place over near Sandusky across a kind of bay, and it's called Cedar Point, and after we'd had supper, we went over to it in a launch. Just the 4 of us. By ourselves.
What time does the train leave, Wilbur?
10:40.
And is that the last train?
Yeah, that's the last train.
Oh, Shaw.
Well, over at Cedar Point, we didn't stay around where there was a gang of common cattle at all. There was big dance halls and dining places for yaps, and there was a beach you could walk along and get where it was dark. We went there. She didn't talk hardly at all. And neither did I. I was thinking how glad I was my mother was all right. Always made us kids learn to eat with a fork at table and not spill soup and not be noisy and rough like a gang you see around a racetrack, you know, that way.
Hey, Lucy! Lucy, we're going up to meet you. Are you coming?
Go on ahead. We'll wait for you here. I feel kind of tired, don't you?
Yeah. I guess so. Miss Lucy?
Why don't we sit down a while? It's nice here.
Lucy and I sat down in a dark place where there was some roots of old trees and the water had washed up.
Feel that wood, how smooth it is. It's like silk.
Yeah. And there was a watery smell. And the night was like as if you could put your hand out and feel it. So warm and soft and dark and sweet, like an orange. After that, the time till we had to go back in the launch and they had to catch their train wasn't nothing at all. It went like winking your eyes.
Lucy! Lucy, it's nearly 10.
Lucy!
I've got to go. We've got to go to the train now. Will you kiss me goodbye?
She was most crying then. But she never knew nothing I knew. She couldn't be so all busted up as I was. Gee whiz. Sometimes I hope I have cancer and die. Guess you know what I mean. We went in a launch across the bay to the train like that. And it was dark, too.
What are you thinking about?
Gee whiz. Only she knew.
You know what I was thinking?
What?
I was thinking you and I could get out of this boat right this minute and walk on the water.
Sounded foolish, all right. But I knew what she meant. And then quick, we were right at the depot. There was a big gang of yaps crowded, milling around like cattle, and how could I tell her?
It won't be long because you'll write and I'll answer you.
I got a chance like a hay barn afire, a swell chance I got to answer her.
Stand up, gate, 5, green, Skipper. All aboard.
Yeah, maybe she'd write me down at Marietta that way and the letter'd come back. And stamped on the front of it by the USA. There ain't any such guy. Or something like that. Whenever they stamp on a letter that way.
Bye, Walter. Thanks for the tip-off. Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye. Bye.
Goodbye. When that train went, I busted out and cried like a kid. Gee, I could have run after that train and made man o' war look like a freight train after a wreck, but socks almighty. What's the use? Did you ever see such a fool? Me trying to pass myself off for a big bug and a swell. To her. Did you ever see such a fool? I'll bet you what. If I had an arm broke right now or a train had run over my foot, I wouldn't go to no doctor at all. I'd go sit down, let it hurt and hurt. That's what I'd do, big fool that I am. I'll bet you what. I bet you if I hadn't drunk that booze, I never been such a boob as to go tell such a lie. A lie that couldn't ever be made straight to a lady like her. I wish I had that fellow right here that bought me that drink. I'd smash him for fair gosh darn his eyes. He's a big fool, that's what he is. If I'm not another, you just go and find me one and I'll quit working and be a bum, give him my job. I don't care for working and earning and saving it for no such boob as myself.
The second story of tonight's program by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater is The Open Window by Saki.
My name is Frampton Nuttall. I am a very nervous man. The doctors are not entirely in agreement in the matter of my diet. They have agreed to a man in ordering me complete rest, an absence of mental excitement, an avoidance of anything in the nature of violent physical exercise. It was the doctor's idea that I should go to the country for a week for my health. But it was my sister, Matilda Nuttall, who insisted on Mole Barrington.
I know how it'll be, Frampton. You will bury yourself down there and not speak to a living soul, and your nerves will be worse than ever from moping.
I'm not given to moping, Matilda.
Oh, yes, you are, Frampton. I shall give you letters to all the people I know in Mole Barrington. Some of them, as far as I can remember, are quite nice. You will call on them.
That is how I came to visit Mrs. Sappleton.
Hello.
I would like to see Mrs. Sappleton. My name is Frampton Nuttall.
Really?
I have a letter to Mrs. Sappleton from my sister.
I see. Won't you come in and sit down?
I was led into the drawing room by a young lady of about 15 with unnaturally long legs, a great many freckles on her face, and gray eyes.
I'll tell my aunt you're here. What did you say your name was?
Nuttall. Frampton Nuttall.
I'll tell my aunt, Mr. Nuttall.
I wondered whether Mrs. Sappleton was in the married or widowed state. An indefinable something about the room seemed to suggest masculine habitation. A large French window opened on the garden. Through it I could see a well-kept lawn, and beyond that the darker green of the fens. The scene was delightfully peaceful.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nuttall. My aunt will be down presently. In the meantime, you must try and put up with me.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Nuttall?
Yes?
Do you know many of the people around here?
Not a soul. My sister was staying here at the rectory, some 4 years ago, and she gave me letters of introduction to some of the people here.
Then you know practically nothing about my aunt, Mr. Nuttall?
Only her name and address.
Oh. My aunt's great tragedy happened just 3 years ago. 3 years ago. That would be since your sister's day.
Her tragedy?
Yes. We try not to talk about it. You may wonder why we keep that window open on an October afternoon?
Why, it's quite warm for the time of year.
That's not why we keep it open, Mr. Miller.
It hasn't anything to do with the tragedy, has it?
Yes, it has, Mr. Nettle. Out through that window, 3 years ago today, my aunt's husband and the 2 young brothers went off for their day's shooting. They never came back. In crossing the moor to their favorite snipe shooting ground, they were all 3 engulfed in a treacherous piece of bog. It had been that dreadful wet summer, you know, and places that were safe in other years gave way suddenly without warning. Their bodies were never recovered. That was the dreadful part of it.
Oh.
Poor aunt always thinks they'll come back someday. They and the little brown spaniel that was lost with them, and walk in at that window just as they used to do. That is why the window's kept open every evening till it is quite dusk.
Oh.
Poor dear aunt. She often told me how they went out. Her husband with his white waterproof coat over his arm, and Ronnie, her youngest brother, singing, Bertie, why do you bound like this? I said, Bertie, why do you bound? As he always did to tease her, because she said it got on her nerves. Do you know, sometimes on still, quiet evenings like this, I almost get a creepy feeling that they'll all walk in through that window.
It was a relief when Mrs. Sappleton came into the room.
Oh, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Nuttall. I do hope Vera has been amusing you.
She has been very interesting.
It's so nice of you to come and see us, Mr. Nuttall. I do hope you don't mind the open window.
Why, no. Open window? No.
My husband and brothers will be home directly from hunting, and they always come in this way. They've been out for snipe in the marshes today, so they make a fine mess over my poor carpet. So like you men folk, isn't it? Do you hunt, Mr. Nuttall?
It was horrible the way the poor woman's mind dwelt on the topic of hunting. I looked up and the girl's eyes caught mine. She shook her head sadly. I tried desperately to change the subject. I told her that I was in Lowell Barrington for my health. But I was conscious that Mrs. Sappleton was giving me only a fraction of her attention, and her eyes were constantly staring past me to the open window and the lawn beyond. Then, suddenly, I saw her stiffen. She was staring at the window.
Here they are. Here they are now, just in time for tea.
I turned toward the niece. The child was staring through the open window with dazed horror in her eyes. I turned and looked in the same direction. In the deepening twilight, 3 figures were walking across the lawn toward the window. They all carried guns under their arms, and one of them carried a white waterproof coat hung over his shoulders. A tired brown spaniel kept close at their heels. Noiselessly, they neared the house. Oh, good heavens. Oh, good heavens! Help! Help!
Lucy, who on earth was that bolted off the drive as we came in?
That was Mr. Nuttall. I can't imagine what came over him.
I expect it was a spaniel that did it. Mr. Nuttall told me he had a horror of dogs.
Vera?
Yes, Aunt Lucy.
Vera, what did you say to Mr. Nuttall before I came into the room?
Nothing, Aunt Lucy. Mr. Nuttall did all the talking. I didn't say anything. He told me the strangest things. He was once hunted into a cemetery somewhere on the banks of the Ganges by a pack of pariah dogs and had to spend the night in a newly dug grave with the creature snarling and grinning and foaming just above his head. Enough to make anyone lose their nerve, Aunt Lucy.
You are listening to the Columbia Network's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater in 3 famous short stories. You have just heard the first 2 of these, I'm a Fool and The Open Window. We will present the 3rd story in a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Network is presenting three famous short stories. And now the Mercury Theater and Orson Welles resume with My Little Boy by Carl Ewald.
My little boy is beginning to live. Carefully, stumbling now and then on his little knock-kneed legs, he makes his way through the world, looks at everything that there is to look at, and bites at every apple, both those that are his due and those which are forbidden him. He is not a pretty child, but he is charming. His face can light up suddenly and become radiant. He can look at you with quite cold eyes. He has a strong intuition, and he is incorruptible. He has never yet bartered a kiss for candy. He has bad habits, too. He is apt, for instance, suddenly and without the slightest reason, to go up to people whom he meets in the street and hit them with his little stick. What is in his mind when he does so, I do not know. And so long as he does not hit me, it remains a matter between himself and the people concerned. He has an odd trick of seizing his words in a grown-up conversation, storing them for a while, and then asking me for an explanation.
Father?
Yes?
What is life?
I give him a tap on his little stomach and roll him over on the carpet and conceal my emotion under a mighty tussle. Later, when we're sitting together, breathless and tired, I give him his answer. Life is delightful, my little boy. Don't you be afraid of it. My little boy is given a penny by Mary, the cook, with instructions to go to the baker's and buy some biscuits. I stand at my window and see him cross the street in his slow way and with bent head. Only he goes slower than usual with his head bent more deeply between his small shoulders. He stands long outside the baker's window, where there is a confused heap of lollipops and chocolates and sugar sticks. Then he lifts his hand, opens the door, disappears, and presently returns with a paper bag, eating with all his might. And I, who, heaven be praised, of myself been a thief in my time, go all over the house and give my orders. My little boy enters the kitchen.
Put the biscuits on the table.
He stands still for a moment and looks at Mary and at the table and at the floor. Then he goes into the living room where his mother is sitting.
You're quite a big boy now that you can buy biscuits for Mary.
His face is very long. He says nothing. He comes quietly to me, sits on the edge of a chair.
Hello.
Hello. You've been over the way at the baker's. What'd you buy at the baker's?
Lollipops.
Oh, well, I never. What fun. I had some lollipops this morning. Who gave you the money this time?
Mary.
Really? Well, Mary is certainly fond of you, isn't she? Remember the lovely ball she gave you for your birthday?
Father, Mary told me to buy a penny's worth of biscuits.
Oh, dear. It is very quiet in the room. My little boy cries bitterly, and I look anxiously before me and stroke his hair. Well, you fooled Mary badly. She needs those biscuits, of course, for her cooking. She thinks they're on the kitchen table, and when she goes to look, she won't find any. Mother gave her a penny for biscuits. Mary gave you a penny for biscuits, and you go and spend it on lollipops. What are we going to do? If only we had a penny, then you could rush across the street and fetch the biscuits.
Father, there's a penny on Mother's writing table.
Oh, is there really? Oh, no, I'm afraid that's no use to us, my little boy.
That penny belongs to Mother. The other was Mary's.
People are so terribly fond of their money and get so angry when you take it from them. I can understand that, for you can buy such an awful lot of things with money. You can get biscuits and lollipops and toys and clothes and half the things in the world. And it's not so easy to make money either. Now, Mary, she has to spend the whole day cleaning rooms and cooking dinner and washing up before she gets her wages. And out of that, she has to buy clothes and shoes. And you know she has a little girl whom she has to pay for at Mrs. Olson's. She must certainly have saved very cleverly before she managed to buy you that ball for your birthday.
Father, haven't you got a penny?
Here's my purse. Look for yourself. Not a penny in it. Spent the last this morning. We walk up and down. We sit down and get up and walk about again. We're very gloomy. We're bowed down with sorrow and look at each other with great perplexity. There might be one hidden away in a drawer somewhere.
Oh, yes.
If only we could find a penny.
Oh, here's one. Hooray. Look, Father. A penny.
Hooray!
It's a penny.
Hurry now. You go this way through my door. Then run back quickly up the kitchen stairs with the biscuits and put them on the table. I'll call Mary so that she doesn't see. We won't tell anybody. He's down the stairs before I've done talking. I run after him. Hey there! Hey! Wasn't it a splendid thing we found that penny?
Oh, yes, yes.
And he laughs for happiness. And I laugh too. His legs go like drumsticks across to the baker's. From my window, I see him come back, running with red cheeks and glad eyes. He's committed his first crime. He's understood it. He has not the sting of remorse in his soul, nor the black badge of forgiveness on his cap. The mother of my little boy and I sit until late at night talking about money, which seems to us the most difficult matter of all. For our little boy must learn to know the power of money and the glamour of money and the joy of money. He must earn much money and spend much money.
Yet there were 2 people yesterday who killed a man to rob him of $4.37.
My little boy is engaged to be married. She's a big, large-limbed young woman, 3 years his senior. Her name is Gertie. By a misunderstanding, however, which is pardonable at his age and, moreover, quite explained by Gertie's appearance, he calls her Dirty. Little Dirty, and by this name she will be handed down to history.
I want a girl for myself.
Quite right, my boy. Either I know very little of mankind, or he has made a fortunate choice. No one is likely to take Dirty from him. Like the gentleman that he is, he at once brings the girl home to us and introduces her. Owing to the formality of the occasion, he does not go by the kitchen way as usual, but rings the front doorbell. I open the door myself. There he stands on the mat, hat in hand, with Dirty, his bride, and with radiant eyes.
Father, this is little Dirty. She's my sweetheart. We're going to be married.
That's what people usually do with their sweethearts. Come in, Dirty, and be welcomed by the family.
Wipe your feet, Dirty.
The mother of my little boy doesn't think much of the match.
Why, she's a perfectly dreadful little thing. I have a good mind not to let her in the house.
We can't do that. I'm not in ecstasies over her either, but it's not at all certain that it will last.
Yes, but...
Do you remember what little use it was when your mother forbade me the house? We used to meet in the most incredible places and kiss each other terribly. I can quite understand that you've forgotten, but you ought to bear it in mind now that your son's beginning.
My dear.
Besides, I must remind you that it is spring, and so Dirty is accepted. But when she calls, she is first to undergo a short quarantine, while the mother of my little boy washes her and combs her hair thoroughly. Dirty doesn't like this, but the boy does. He looks on with extraordinary eagerness.
No. Look, Mother, look. There's a place you haven't washed.
There's a good deal of cruelty in love.
He himself hates to be washed, or perhaps it is merely his sense of duty. Last Friday, in cold blood, he allowed Dirty to wait outside on the step for half an hour until his mother came home. Another of his joys is to see Dirty eat. I can quite understand that. Here is something worth looking at. The mother of my little boy and I would be glad, too, to watch her if there were any chance of giving Dirty her fill. But there is none. At least not with my income. When I see all that food disappear without as much as a shade of satisfaction coming into her eyes, I tremble for the young couple's future. But he is cheerful and unconcerned. My little boy and I have had a very interesting walk in the park. There was a mouse which was irresistible. There were two sparrows, husband and wife, who built their nest right before our eyes, and a snail which had no secrets for us. And there were flowers, yellow and white and green leaves, which told us the oddest adventures. Now we are sitting on a bench, digesting our impressions.
What was that?
Oh, that was the lion in the zoo.
What's the zoo, Father?
The zoo, my boy, is a horrid place where they lock up wild beasts who've done no wrong. Animals who are accustomed to walk about freely in far-off countries where they come from. The lion is there. You just heard him roaring. He's so strong that he can kill a policeman with one blow of his paw. He has great haughty eyes and awfully sharp teeth. They caught him one day in a trap, tied him with ropes and dragged him here and locked him in a cage with iron bars to it. The cage is about half the size of the kitchen at home. And there the king walks up and down, and gnashes his teeth with sorrow and rage, and roars so that you can hear him miles away. And outside his cage stand curious people who laugh at him because he can't get out, and eat them up, and poke their sticks through the rails and tease him.
Would he eat them up if he got out?
In a moment.
He can't get out, can he, Father?
No. That's awfully sad. He can't get out.
Well, Father, let's go and look at the lion.
I pretend not to hear. And go on to tell him of the strange birds there. Great eagles that used to fly over church steeples and over the highest trees and mountains. Now they are sitting in cages on a perch like canaries with clipped wings and blind eyes. I tell him of gulls which used to fly all day long over the stormy sea. Now they splash about in a puddle of water, screaming pitifully. I tell him of wonderful blue and red birds, which in their youth used to live among wonderful red and blue flowers in forests 1,000 times bigger than this park. Now they sit there in very small cages and hang their beaks while they stare at tiresome boys in dark blue suits and black stockings and rubbers and sailor hats.
Are these birds really blue?
Sky blue and utterly broken-hearted.
Father, can't we go and look at the birds?
I don't think we will. Why should more silly boys go and look at them? You can't imagine how it goes to one's heart to look at those poor captive birds.
Father, I should so much like to go to the zoo.
Take my advice and don't. The animals there are not the real animals you see. They are ill and ugly and angry because of their captivity, and their longing and their pain.
But I should like so much to see them.
Now, let me tell you something. To go to the zoo costs 5 cents for you and 10 cents for me. That makes 15 cents altogether. That's an awful lot of money. We won't go there now, but we'll buy the biggest money box we can find. One of those money boxes shaped like a pig. Then we'll put 15 cents in it, and every Thursday we'll put 15 cents in the pig. By and by, that'll grow to be quite a fortune. Such a fortune that when you're grown up, you can take a trip to Africa yourself into the desert and hear the wild, the real lion roaring and tremble just like the people tremble down there.
Father, I'd rather go to the zoo now.
Shall we go and have some ice cream at Josty's?
I'd rather go to the zoo.
You're not going to the zoo. Now we'll go home. And home we go, but we're not in a good temper. Of course, I get over it and buy him an enormous money box pig. We put the money into it, and he thinks that most interesting. But later in the afternoon, I I find him in the nursery, engaged in a piteous game. He has built a cage in which he has imprisoned the pig. He is teasing it and hitting it with his whip.
Can't get out and bite me, you stupid pig. You can't get out, do you hear? You can't get out. You can't get out.
Dirty is paying us a visit, and my little boy is sitting at her feet. She has buried her fingers in her hair and is reading. Reading.
Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant.
The boy watches her with tender compassion. And he comes to me.
Father, must Dirty do all the 10 Commandments say?
Yes?
Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt honor thy father and thy mother. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Father, when I grow big, must I do all the 10 Commandments say?
Yes?
Father, do you do all the 10 Commandments say?
Yes?
Well, Father, I don't believe that I can do all those things that the 10 Commandments say.
There is a great hullabaloo among the children in the courtyard. I hear them shouting something, and I go to the window and see my little boy in the front rank of the ruffians, screaming, fighting with clenched fists, without his cap. I know that he'll come up before long and tell me about it. Presently appears. He stands still, as is his way, by my side. Says nothing. I steal a glance at him. He's greatly excited and proud and glad, like one who has fearlessly done his duty. Well, what fun you've been having down there.
Well, it was a Jewish boy we were beating up.
What? A Jewish boy? You beating him up?
Yes.
What had he done?
Nothing.
He seems puzzled. I look so queer suddenly. Now I snatch my hat and run out of the door as fast as I can. Come! We must find this Jewish boy and beg his pardon. My little boy hurries after me. He does not understand a word of it, but he is terribly in earnest. What's his name?
Nathan.
Nathan! Nathan! There's nobody in the courtyard. We go out in the street. Nathan! All in vain. The Jewish boy and his persecutors are blown away into space. So we go and sit up in my room again. Well, nothing to be done now. Hope you'll meet that Jewish boy someday so that you can give him your hand and ask him to forgive you. You must tell him that you did it only because you were stupid. But if another time anyone does him any harm, I hope you'll go in and help him and beat up the other fellow as long as you can move a limb.
Yes, Father.
I can see by my little boy's face that he is ready to do what I wish. So now I have to explain. Now, let me tell you. The Jews are by way of being quite a wonderful people. You remember David, about whom Dirty reads at school? He was a Jewish boy. And the child Jesus, whom everybody worships and loves, although he died 2,000 years ago. He was a Jew, too. My little boy stands with his arms on my knee. Now, the old Hebrews rise before us in all their splendor and power. They ride on their camels in coats of many colors and with long beards. Moses and Joseph and his brethren, and Samson and David and Saul. We hear wonderful stories. The walls of Jericho fall at the sound of the trumpet.
What next? Go on, Father, go on.
The whole day is devoted to Jews. We learn that many of the most famous men in the world are Jews. And when evening comes, and Mother sits down at the piano and sings the song which Father loves above all other songs, it appears that the words were written by one Jew and the melody composed by another. My little boy is hot and red when he falls asleep that night. He turns restlessly in his bed and talks in his sleep.
He's a little feverish tonight.
We're spending the summer in the country. A long way out where the real country is. Cows and horses, pigs and sheep, a beautiful dog and hens and ducks form our circle of acquaintances. The sun burns us. We eat like farmhands, sleep like guinea pigs, and wake like larks. Presently, for better or worse, we get neighbors. They're regular city people. The pearl of the family is Erna. Erna is 5 years old. Her very small face is pale green, with watery blue eyes and yellow curls. She is richly and gaily dressed in a broad and slovenly sash, a daintily embroidered dress, short open-work socks, and patent leather shoes. I at once perceived that my little boy's eyes have seen a woman. Altogether, there's no doubt as to the condition of his heart. One morning, he proposes. He's sitting with his beloved on the lawn. Close to them, her aunt is nursing her rheumatism under a red parasol. Up in the balcony above, I sit, like Providence, and see everything, myself unseen.
Nana, you shall be my sweetheart. I have a sweetheart already at home. Her name is Dirty.
This communication naturally by no means lowers Erna's suitor in her eyes, but it immediately rouses all Auntie's moral instincts.
If you have a sweetheart, you must be true to her.
But Erna's going to be my sweetheart.
Listen, child, you're a very naughty boy. If you have given this, Dirty. Well, that's an extraordinary name. But if you've given her your word, you must keep it till you die. Otherwise, you'll never, never be happy.
My little boy understands not a word and answers not a word, but later, after lunch, he comes up to where his mother and I are sitting, puts his hands in his pockets, looks straight before him.
Father, can't you have two sweethearts?
The question comes quite unexpectedly. But at the moment, I don't know what to answer.
Well?
I pull my waistcoat down and my collar up. Yes. Yes, you can have two sweethearts. But it is wrong. It leads to more fuss and unpleasantness than you can possibly imagine.
Are you so fond of Erna?
Yes.
Do you want to marry her?
Yes.
Well, then, the thing is settled. We'll write to Dirty and give her notice. Well, there's nothing else to be done. I'll write now, and you can give the letter yourself to the postman when he comes this afternoon. If you take my advice, you'll make her a present of your boar, and she'll not be so much upset.
She can have my goldfish, too, if she likes.
Oh, excellent, excellent. We'll give her the goldfish. Then she really will have nothing in the world to complain of. My little boy goes away. But presently he returns.
Father, have you written a letter to Dirty?
Not yet, my boy. There's time enough. I shan't forget it.
Father, I'm so fond of Dirty.
She was certainly a dear little girl.
Father, I'm also so fond of Erna.
We look at each other. This is no joke. Perhaps we'd better wait with the letter till tomorrow. Or perhaps it would be best if we talk to Dirty ourselves. We get back to town. Then my eyes surprise an indescribable smile on our mother's face. All a woman's incapacity to understand man's honesty is contained within that smile. And I resent it greatly. Come. Let us go. My little boy and I go out to a place we know of, far away behind the hedge, where we lie on our back and look up at the blue sky and talk together sensibly, as two gentlemen should. My little boy is going to school. We can't keep him at home any longer, says his mother. He himself is glad to go, of course, because he doesn't know what school is. I know what it is, and I know also that there is no escape for him, but I am sick at heart. So we go for our last morning walk along the road where something wonderful has always happened to us. We sit down by the edge of our usual ditch, and suddenly my heart triumphs over my understanding. I just want to tell you that school is a horrid place. You can have no conception of what you'll have to put up with there. They will tell you that 2 and 2 are 4.
Mother's taught me that already.
Yes, but that is wrong. 2 and 2 are never 4. Only very seldom. And that's not all. You will never have any more time to play in the courtyard with Einar. When he shouts to you to come out, you'll have to sit and read about a lot of horrible old kings who've been dead for hundreds and hundreds of years, if they ever existed at all, which, for my part, I simply don't believe. My little boy doesn't understand me, but he sees that I am sad. Puts his hand in mine.
Mother says that you must go to school to become a clever boy. Mother says that Einar is ever so much too small and stupid to go to school.
I bow my head and nod and say nothing. I take him to school. See how he gallops up the steps without so much as turning to look back at me. Here ends this story about my little boy. What more can there be to tell? He's no longer mine. I have handed him over to society.
There was nothing else to be done.
Really? Was there nothing else to be done? I wonder. Small boys have a bad time of it, you know.
They had a worse time of it in the old days.
That's poor comfort. The world is still full of parents and teachers who shake their stupid heads and turn up their old eyes and cross their flat chests with horror at the wickedness of youth. Children are so disobedient, they say, so naughty, so self-willed, and talk so disrespectfully to their elders. And what do? We who know better.
We do what we can.
She says it in such a way, and looks at me with 2 such sensible eyes. They're so strong and so true that I suddenly think things quite well for our little boy. And I become quiet and cheerful like herself. Those teachers of his better look out, though. My little boy, for all I care, may take from them all the English and geography and history that he can, but they shan't throw dust in his eyes about the important things. I shall keep him awake, and we shall have great fun finding them out.
And I shall help him with his English and geography and history.
Tonight, the Columbia Network has brought you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in dramatized versions of 3 famous short stories. I'm a Fool by Sherwood Anderson, The Open Window by H.H. Munro, Saki, and My Little Boy by Carl Ewald. We now present the star and director of these broadcasts, Orson Welles.
My little boy grew up to be a writer like his father, Carl Ewald. And according to Mr. Alexander Wolcott, who made widely known that indescribably lovely testament of love, my little boy has chiefly distinguished himself in Denmark as the translator of successful English novels, including The Green Hat. The second and somewhat sinister posy in this evening's children's garland was The Open Window by H.K. Munro, who signed himself Saki. It has been said of Hector Munro that he was entirely incapable of boring a fellow creature. It is, God knows, eternally true of Saki. Indeed, his sister's earliest recollections of him, in the nursery where he and their brother Charlie had been rashly left to their own devices, is worthy of his most improbable heroes. To quote from her, Hector had seized the long-handled hearth brush, plunged it into the fire, and chased Charlie and me around the table, shouting, "I am God, I am going to destroy the world."
Okay, everybody, I
H.K. Munro joined up at the beginning of the war and was killed by a sniper on the 14th of November, 1916, just before dawn.
Probably about 1 a.m. Eastern
The
time.
author of our opening
We'll
bill,
be
that
back with
searching
more
and
radio
poignant
shows.
confession of a young lover
The system,
who lied
unfortunately,
and lost.
is in need of a serious
At this moment, the editor of 2 newspapers in Marion, Virginia, one Democratic and the other Republican.
Thank you
This
all for
virtually
stopping by.
perfect